Hey everyone, welcome to Phoenix What If. Today, we're bringing you an incredible new movie on What If Naruto Awakened the Hollow Maelstrom and got Harem. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video before we begin. Let's get into the story. Naruto opened his eyes. He groaned and got up. He looked up into the night sky. Above the stars twinkled, casting a faint light down into the blood-soaked battleground below. The boy gasped and got up as he remembered what had happened. The armies of the Shinobi Alliance and Madara had clashed. The carnage had been immense. The Zetsu were dangerous enough, but Kabuto's Edo Tensei had been the real striking force of the enemy army, each an unkillable super soldier that cost many lives simply to restrain. He had trained with Killer Bee, the Hachibi host, to master his own powers and had finally been forced into the field of battle when Madara found his location and attacked directly. He had escaped, but Bee had been captured by the resurrected forms of Hanzo, Nagato and Itachi. Edo Tensei, the mere thought of that jutsu brought bile to Naruto's throat. To resurrect the dead and force them to kill their comrades in life. That was unforgivable. Have you found peace? Was what Nagato had said to him, right before his emotions had been wiped and he had been turned into a killing machine. Then he continued to remember. Sasuke had emerged, revealing a new eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Only Naruto had the power to stand against him. They had fought, until Naruto revealed what Kabuto had done to his brother's soul. Sasuke had confronted his brother and realized what he had become. Sasuke died fighting Madara after managing to kill Kabuto after forcing him to release the Edo Tensei with his Sharingan Genjutsu. But even with the Edo Tensei gone, Madara was still too powerful. He had managed to rip the Kyuubi from Naruto, with Naruto barely surviving due to his Uzumaki heritage. He became an incomplete Jubi, sealing the other 8 beasts into himself, but even incomplete, Jubi was godlike in itself. The reminder of the Shinobi Alliance fell before him. Sakura, Granny Tsunade, Kakashi-sensei. All had burned. Until he had fought Madara and died bringing him down. Eventually the loss of the Kyuubi had proved too much and he had died immediately after killing Madara. Died. Naruto looked down in shock, a chain led from a hole in his gut. He grasped the thing, feeling pain lance through his body. Was he dead? This could not be. He stepped around hesitantly, reaching out to touch a nearby tree, only to pause in shock as he passed right through it. He stumbled back, eyes wide as he looked around, then he stopped, gasping in shock and horror. He looked into his own sightless eyes. His bloodied corpse was spread out next to the burnt-out husk of Madara. There was a huge hole in his gut, where his Kyuubi seal used to be. He stepped backwards, turning his gaze away from those glassy eyes. What is this? Naruto screamed. Is this death? He questioned. Oh, look, a plus, a voice said. It was a kind of warped voice, as if someone was speaking through a filter. Naruto turned around and his eyes winded. It was a monster, 20 feet tall, with a white and green body. Sword-like teeth jutted out of its fossil-like mask as its twin tails lashed behind it. Its arms were long and simian, tipped with bladed claws that flexed as he did so. What are you? Naruto gasped. Just a hollow, little plus. The sword jaws opened and Naruto screamed. There was a flash of fangs and claws and then Naruto only knew pain. His chest was ripped open by the hollow and soon white liquid filled his face and his mouth as his body was racked with new pain. He screamed, his voice warping and changing as he did so. And then, Naruto opened his eyes. He stared back as the reverse crescent moon in the black sky. He groaned, feeling his body ache as he slowly got up. The sand shifted beneath him slowly as he pushed himself up with his claws, trying to gain proper support. Claws. He turned himself over and gasped in surprise. His body was covered in some sort of flickering white material, similar to his controlled host form that he had learned under Killer Bee. He had black markings like he had in that same form over the rest of his body. The key differences was that he was huge now, at least 10 feet tall, and he no longer had human limbs, but longer, bestial limbs tipped with white claws. And there was a gaping hole in his stomach, right where his seal used to be. What the hell? He gasped. His voice had changed, it was low and metallic now. He touched his hole. He felt no pain, just gnawing sensation that demanded to be fulfilled. He pushed his hand through his stomach, feeling it come out the other side. Then he trailed his claw up his face. He felt cold bone. He blinked and realized he was wearing some sort of mask. He tried to get it off, but the thing seemed determined to stay on. What the hell was happening? Silence, and then there was a low wet leopard growl. Naruto looked over as some sort of lizard thing leapt over the dunes. It had 6 eyes in the mask and multiple, whip-like arms. He squatted in the sands and looked at his quizzically before it opened its mouth and hissed, sending bits of spittle flying over the desert. Naruto felt a sudden hunger pierce his stomach. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before. It was a gnawing, hollow feeling. He gave a bestial growl and leapt at the lizard thing. His claws tore crimson strips in the lizard's skin as he felt this mask split open and his fangs tear into the neck of the lizard. He got up, feeling the hunger stop for a moment. He groaned and looked up into the unnatural crescent moon in the sky. "What is happening?" he asked. "Ah, you must be a newbie then," a voice said behind him. Naruto whirled around. Some sort of ape-like being stood there. It had a white body, like Naruto, but was covered in blue markings, and it had 4 arms instead of 2. Its eyes glowed behind its bestial mask and it ed its head in amusement. "What are you? Where am I?" he asked. "To answer your question, you are a hollow," the new being said, stalking forward. "A hollow," Naruto said, "a soul transformed either by feelings of loss and rage, or when attacked by another hollow." "You're dead, you know that," said the thing. "Dead?" Naruto recoiled as he remembered. "Ha, I bet you're feeling a terrible hunger now, am I right?" The ape thing pressed forward. "What about it?" Naruto challenged the hollow. "It's what we hollows are. Hollowed out in hunger. We must consume souls to survive, human souls, or hollow souls, it doesn't matter." The ape thing then suddenly lunged towards him, teeth and claws bared. Naruto leapt to the side. "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded, sand spraying into the air as he skidded away. "Don't act stupid. You just devoured another hollow here. It's a dog-eat-dog world here. You either eat or you die." The thing laughed and lunged again, this time faster. Naruto put his hands together in his customary Tora seal and prepared to summon Kage Bushin. Only to find out nothing had happened. "What?" he said in surprise. But the new hollow had little time to react as a piece of his forearm was torn away. Blood flew into the air as the ape thing tore part of his skin away. Naruto leapt back as the thing's jaws loomed closer. This was madness. Then Naruto felt hunger surge up inside him. Suddenly he had to eat. He had to consume. He ducked inside the 4-armed lunge and pressed his teeth into an arm, tearing it off in one powerful motion. He eagerly gulped down the meat as the ape hollow fled backwards. "What? This is impossible. No newborn hollow can be this strong." The ape thing was cut off by Naruto's jaws closing in on his head. Cracking his mask, Naruto dove in, tearing at the soft meat within. His fangs ripped and tore at the substance to relieve the hunger within him. Blood and flesh flew over the sands as Naruto stumbled away. The hunger had been sated for now. He could think clearly. He looked up in horror at the crescent moon, horrified at what he had become. He could not be a monster. No, would find it way. He would become something more than a mere hollow. He would end this hunger. He swore it. Hours turned into days and days turned into weeks. Naruto kicked up the sands as he ran through the endless white desert. At first he had tried to stop feeding. But eventually the hunger took over his sense of restraint and he ripped into any hollow he came across. Gone was his headstrong and reckless personality. Instead it was replaced by ruthless cunning. It was the only way to survive in the hellish black and white nightmare of Hueco Mundo's desert. The hollow came in all shapes and sizes, but they all tasted foul to Naruto, but it was the only substance he could find in this place. He had learned that it was called Hueco Mundo, and that apparently he could travel to the world of the living if he chose to. He didn't want to. That place held too many bad memories for him. Memories. Apparently he was a rarity among the hollows. The few hollows he had spoken to had been shocked that he retained his human memories. They told him it wouldn't last long. In time he would forget his human self and lose his identity. He refused to forget so easily. Kakashi, he mentally repeated as he leapt through the air. A spiny hollow looked up in surprise as Naruto's jaws closed in around his head. He wrenched his jaws, tearing off the hollow's head as he guzzled into the meat and blood inside. New reishi filled him as he ripped into the flesh of the beast. Arms and legs were ripped and stuffed into Naruto's hungry maw. Bones were kicked about and scattered into the alabaster sand. Blood dripped from his jaws as he hurried along. He hated this kind of existence. Sakura Haruno. He would not lose his memories. Another hollow. This one was a wolf-like with multiple eyes. It lunged in quick, taking off a bit on Naruto's flank before Naruto blocked the attack of the hollow and plunged his claws into the thing's side. The wolf-like hollow fell back. Naruto's jaws closed in on the fallen beast as he ripped into the warm flesh below. He threw back his head, tearing deeper into the organs. He needed more. He always needed more thanks to that damned hunger in him. Sasuke Uchiha. His heart wrenched at the memory of his former friend turned enemy, but the needed to remember. He would not lose himself. More arms arced from above as Naruto dodged. A huge multi-armed hollow came crashing down at him. Bladed tentacle arms lashed at him, but the white hollow grabbed one and wrenched it off. Then he tore off another one. The hollow gave a bestial screech and lunged backward, trying to get away from him, but Naruto wouldn't allow it. He leapt after the thing, sinking his teeth into the back of the hollow, ripping through the spine and into the reishi-filled flesh inside. More and more did he gorge until he had his fill for now. He got up, his powerful body stretching as he looked around. He had to find a way to end this damned hunger. He screamed out into the night his rage and frustration as he charged off, kicking up a vast trail of sand behind him as he did so. He had learned much in his short stay in Hawako Mundo. He knew of the Shinigami, the enemy to his race. Supposedly you could get purified by one of their weapons and sent to Soul Society, but among the hollows that was regarded as a poor fate. Why? There were many different reasons. Some said you became the slaves of the Shinigami. Others thought that it wiped your memories. Others thought that they took your souls. Whatever the case, Naruto was not exactly thrilled on meeting one if the tales were true. He had no desire to find out death a second time, although many months in the wastes had given him time to think about death. Was there a hell? Was there a heaven? Was there a god of sorts? How could this possibly be fair? There was no fairness to the hunger. Naruto tried to find out how to end it. He had heard rumors of being able to evolve into a higher breed of hollow called the Manos. Supposedly if you evolved to the highest grade of Manos, Vasto Lord, the hunger would lessen to almost nothing. And there were more rumors that nobody was sure of. They said if you broke off your mask you would gain Shinigami powers and finally be freed from the hunger that consumed hollows. But it sounded strange to Naruto. Great sand was kicked up into the air as Naruto ran through the sandstorm. Ahead scores and scores of hollows fought and ripped at each other. It was a bloodbath free for all with no sense of order or unity among them. Hollows fought and killed each other in own giant melee. Naruto had an urge to join in. He couldn't explain it, but he felt drawn to it. It was instinct. He leaped on the back of a feline hollow and tore its guts out with a swipe of his claws, gulping up the remains as he did so. Then another deer-like hollow died before his claws. 2 more ogre hollows died in as many seconds as Naruto ripped and tore his way through the melee. Sand. Sand was everywhere, he thought. He felt pain on his back as someone clipped him. He lashed out, tearing off an arm. More hollows surrounded him, ripping and tearing at each other. One pair went down, the larger eating the smaller one. Naruto leapt on the larger one's back and ate him, and then he consumed the smaller one. He dove again into the swirling melee, ripping and tearing at hollow in order to feed himself. This current load would not satisfy him, he needed more. Eventually the group of hollow grew smaller and smaller as the Reiatsu concentration in the air grew heavier and heavier. Gradually the hollow began to merge and warp, flesh running as they grew together and fused into each other. Reiatsu tore into the air, swirling sand around them as a new black shape merged from the sands as the mass of hollow souls grew together. A new humongous shape emerged from the sands and gazed out with empty eyes. This new hollow was the size of several stories. It looked like it wore some sort of huge black cloak over its towering frame. Its face was a pale beak-like mask that jutted out. It gave a mindless roar and lurched off into the distance. Somewhere, Naruto struggled. "Who are you?" A voice screamed. "I want my mommy." Another whimpered. "I'll kill you all. I'll eat you. Die." Another screamed. Within the consciousness of the Jillian, the souls fought and pushed against each other in an effort to exert dominance. Only one consciousness would emerge victorious here. Only one would evolve into a higher grade of Manos. Naruto floated in a sea of souls. There was no light. There no was sense of touch, only a swirling sense of noise and chaos. Hundreds of souls pressed down upon each other, trying to gain dominance over one another. No, Naruto said to himself, it would not end like this. I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He screamed. Who the hell are you? He screamed. The voices moved about, never silencing, never stopped. I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He repeated again. I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He repeated once more. And I will not fade away. The huge Jillian lurched through the forest of Manos. Its jaws unhinged as it tore into the neck of another Manos, ripping through the flesh there and eating as much Raryoku as it could. He roared again and lurched forward once more. Around it dozens of Jillian continued forward aimlessly. Jillian were dumb creatures, with the brains of dogs. They tended to form packs together and feast on each other from time to time and do little else than that. Then the Jillian sized up and gave another ear-splitting roar. Reiatsu gathered and warped around it in crimson waves. Eventually the Jillian began to shudder and warp, its mask changing into a skull-like shape. The Jillian glowed and shrank, compressing into a new, more humanoid shape. Red light washed through the forest of Manos. Eventually a new shape took form within the swirling sands and Reiatsu. A humanoid shape lifted itself up. It was white, like Naruto's earlier hollow form, with black markings on its arms and legs. Its face was skull-like, with a pair of small horns extending from the forehead. Blonde hair spread out in a spiky wave from the rear of the mask. Naruto Uzumaki opened his jaws and roared. I will not fade away. He screamed once more. Then the hunger hit again. The newborn Ijukas looked around and leapt into the nearest Jillian, jaws stretching out to fell the great beast. The Jillian screamed, thrashing about as the Ijukas tore away chunks of flesh and continued to feed. More Jillian screams echoed in the forest of Manos as Naruto Uzumaki continued his feast for more souls. Naruto leapt from tree branch to tree branch, his crowned head turning from side to side, looking for fresh prey. The hunger had not ceased in his new form and he had to continue to eat or he would revert back into a Jillian. He had no idea how much time had passed since he had died. It could be months, years, decades or even centuries. But he must keep eating, or else he would revert. Naruto shuddered. To him that was a fate worse than death, or at least whatever forms of true death that hollows suffered. He had been rather horrified to learn that fate when he had become an Ijukas. It meant he could not mess around. If he let another hollow eat his piece of himself he would never be able to evolve. He would not fade away. He would retain his mind and memories. He would not die. Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. He remembered those names. But wait, he thought there were others. He groaned in frustration as he tried to remember them. Shikamaru. The name came to him suddenly. He nodded. Yes, that was a name. But there were others. He had to remember them. A cry came through the forest of Manos. This in itself was nothing new. But a huge Reiatsu burst that came along with it perked Naruto's interest. He leapt down from the branches and ran through the forest quickly. This new Reiatsu was huge and refined in a way that Naruto had never experienced before. He peered across a clearing to see a lion-like Ijukas under attack from some sort of insect Ijukas. It roared as a snake-like hollow came to its side. The lion-like Ijukas nearly missed its head being taken off before it lunged forward again. But the insect hollow battled both of the Ijukas away. Then there was a flash and the insect seemed to fall away into two bloody halves. A figure stood. A figure much smaller than Naruto's massive height. To Naruto's shock the new hollow was roughly the size of a human. It looked like it was covered in some sort of bodysuit. The shape was female, that much Naruto could recognize. One arm was shaped into a massive tooth-shaped sword. Black hollow blood dripped from it into the sands as the being turned to look at Naruto who stepped out. The Ijukas edged his head in interest at her. She almost reminded him of Granny Tsunade. I don't think I've ever seen a hollow protect another here. Naruto said. I've seen them form packs to hunt together, but never have I seen one protect one another. I don't see what any business it is of yours. The female hollow said. I'm a curious guy. You can relax, lady. I don't intend to fight any of you. Naruto said. Can we eat him, Harabel-sama? The lion hollow asked. After a moment Naruto realized that Ijuka's was a female. Interesting. If he was correct, then the snake hollow and the newly revealed Do hollow were all females. The female, Harabel, shook her head. No. She looked at him. She had green eyes, he noticed. We fight together because we can be more than hollows. Female hollows are easy prey for the male ones. If we work together as a group we can survive, she explained. Naruto was silent for a moment. You're a Vasto Lord, aren't you? He asked softly. You are correct, she replied. Tell me, Naruto began, his voice rising in hope. Does the hunger stop? Does it ever disappear once you reach that state? This time Harabel was silent. No, it lessens, but it still exists. I rarely eat though, she offered. Naruto's head hung low. I see, he whispered. He turned and fled through the forest. Should we pursue him? Asked the lioness. Harabel watched the strange hollow disappear through the forest. There's something special about that one. Naruto leapt through the forest of Manos. Rage and frustration filled his heart. He wanted to escape it, to escape the damned hunger. He felt it stirring again. A hunger that he knew would not end and would gnaw away at him forever. A tall, green-skinned Ijukas with hammer-like fists looked up. Naruto landed on him, crushing the Ijukas below. Naruto blocked a fist sent his way as he tore off a chunk of the Ijuka's arm and sent it back. The Ijukas screamed and lunged forward again, but this time Naruto leapt forward and tore out its throat with one swift blow. The thing gagged and staggered around as Naruto's jaws opened and he went for the kill. After Naruto finished up his latest meal he stood alone in the forest. He idly kicked a bone out of the way. What did he do now? If Vasto Lord level couldn't end the hunger, then what could? Old rumors floated to the top of his mind. Supposedly if you tore off your mask you would gain Shinigami powers and end the eternal hunger. Naruto's claws found purchase near his mask. Then he began to claw at it, then stopped. No, it would probably best to amass as much power as he could first and become Vasto Lord before he tested out that theory. In fact, if he could meet hollows who had successfully torn off their masks, it would be that much better to confirm that theory. Who knew what would happen if he tore off his mask and he didn't gain power and freedom from the hunger? So, Vasto Lord it was then. He sighed. It was going to be a long and difficult journey. Maybe he could find his answers in the human world. Reality ripped open as Naruto hesitatingly spread open the boundaries of space. He stepped through the hole and walked into the night sky of the human world. His crimson eyes glowed briefly as he looked out into the buildings below. It was big, bigger than Konoha had ever been. There were far more lights than his former home. And the buildings were huge, reaching far into the sky. It was strange and confusing. How much time had passed since his death? How many years had passed? Could it have been centuries? Could his name have been forgotten? Did anything of his former friends exist? He descended from the skies, flying gingerly, not entirely used to the skill. He had only recently mastered the art of condensing reishi in one's legs for flight. He landed roughly on the ground below and straightened up. In the distance he could see humans walk by. None of them noticed him, which was expected. Unless you were spiritually sensitive, the living could not see the dead. That was one thing Naruto was thankful for. He briefly considered hunting down a plus and eating it. Then he tossed away the idea. He didn't have much humanity left, but he would be damned before he completely surrendered himself to his hunger and became a monster. And besides, a single human soul would hardly sat him. Naruto gorged himself on Manos Grande now. Even regular hollows could barely provide substance for him. Plus would do very little for his appetite anyway. He lifted his horned head up and growled lightly as he sensed a burst of Reiatsu several blocks away. It was Hollow Reiatsu, one of the common hollows that was not an Ijuka's like himself. He signed and began to fly towards it, his curiosity piqued. Why exactly had he come here again? Was it curiosity to see his former home once more? Or was it wanderlust? Did he need to remind himself who he once was again? He really didn't know why. Something big and red passed below him as Naruto looked down in shock. On the streets were some sort of metallic beasts that sputtered out smoke and gas. He looked down briefly before he realized that they were some sort of transports being used by the humans. Amazing. What else had changed since his death? He passed by crowds of humans, watching the windows of various shops pass by until he reached some sort of open area with more of the metal beasts lined up in rows. But the transports were still and lifeless, as if they were turned off. A hollow roared as a blade bisected it. It dissolved away into the air. Naruto cocked his head to see what looked like a red-haired man flick his blade clean of hollow blood before he looked around. "Is that a Shinigami's Zanpakuto?" Naruto asked. The red-haired man whirled around. Naruto saw tattoos on the man's face. "What? Another one? Wait, you're a Manos," he said with obvious surprise. He brought his blade up in a combat stance. Obvious fear etched itself into his face. "I didn't come here to fight you. You're the first Shinigami I've met." Naruto edged his head and walked towards him, arms spread in a placating gesture. "I just want to talk." Howl. Zabumaru. The sword changed before Naruto's eyes, extending into some sort of serrated cleaver. Then the Shinigami's wrist flickered and the sword extended towards Naruto, stretching out into multiple blades. Naruto leapt to the side, dodging the first blow. Then the blades came wrapping around to strike at him. The hollow grabbed the blades before they could completely cut him. But pain shot up his claws as he took the blow. He growled and yanked the sword to the side, sending the man holding it crashing into a nearby building. Naruto tossed away the Zanpakuto, examining the wounds on his hands even as they closed due to his regeneration. "Are all Shinigami so hostile?" he asked the dust cloud. "Shut up." The sword came lashing out again, cutting Naruto once more. The hollow backed away, red light collecting in his fingers. He pointed at the red-haired Shinigami. "Sero." A wave of raw spiritual energy lanced out, engulfing the Shinigami and hurling him back into another building. Naruto watched for a moment before he walked over and observed the burnt and blackened body of the Shinigami. He was still alive, Naruto could tell that. The upper half of his robe was missing and his skin was burnt and blackened by the Sero, but he was alive. Naruto sighed and shook his head as he walked away into the night. He could feel the presence of more Shinigami approaching. He must have somehow called for backup. "If you can hear me, Shinigami, I hope we'll never meet again." Naruto sighed and opened a garganta. Reality tore as the hollow disappeared into Hawako Mundo once more. Some weeks later Naruto looked down as several Ijukas fought among each other. He could tell from their Reiatsu they were all weaker than he was by a fairly good margin, but by no means weak themselves. He watched as one pinned another down and gorged at its neck, its jaws ripping and tearing at the meat. As the hollow continued its meal, it was pounced by another tiger-like hollow that beheaded it with one swipe of its arms. This one was stronger than the others, and smaller too. It resembled a white and black tiger, except its front paws were replaced by some sort of saber-like blades. It didn't walk on 4 legs but 2. Its mask had drastically longer fangs as well. The tiger hollow leapt up into the air, avoiding the attack of another Ijukas. A rose-colored Sero gathered in its saber claw and it fired it point-blank into an Ijukas, wounding it badly. But before the tiger could claim its kill, it was rushed by 2 more Ijukas. It moved with impressive speed, taking off one arm and before beheading the Ijukas and dodging the attack of another. While it did this, the earlier Ijukas that was wounded got up and jumped towards the tiger hollow. Naruto came down from above and crushed the wounded hollow beneath his claws, beheading it in one swift move. He stood still, watching the tiger-like Ijukas finish off the other 2 before he turned to face Naruto. Other Manos were still fighting and tearing them apart. "Nice work, but you would have been gutted by the one I killed," Naruto said. "Hey, maybe." The tiger launched forward, blade arms cutting through the air. But Naruto dodged and kicked him back into a tree. The tiger go up, growling. "I'm not going to eat you or fight you," Naruto suddenly said. The tiger-like hollow stopped suddenly, looking at him suspiciously. "You want to form a pack?" he asked. Hollows forming groups were not uncommon. "I want a partnership. I want to become a Vasto Lord," Naruto stated. "Don't we all?" The tiger laughed. Naruto sighed and released his spiritual power. All of it. Crimson waves of energy filled the forest like new light. The tiger gasped and fell to his knees as he looked up in shock at the sheer amount of Reiatsu that Naruto was emitting. I think I have a chance to become one. But I don't think it can be done alone. I don't want to be alone. What use is it to be at the top when you're alone? Naruto asked. You want comrades? The tiger hollow asked. Yep. Naruto extended a claw. Will you join me? That strength. It's more than a mere comrade could have. You utterly eclipse my own power. GGIO said. I don't have a choice, do I? No. Don't think like that. I don't want unwilling slaves. Naruto said. That power, did that come from you? Said another hollow. Naruto turned to see a fiddler crab hollow rise up from the sands. Another red eagle Ijukas perched on a tree branch and a tall, thin feminine hollow peered out from behind said tree. They looked like the last survivors of the bloodbath. All were powerful, but not as strong as Naruto. Yeah, he said. Exacta. Even if we all attacked you we would still lose, the crab hollow said. Nobody could possibly be that strong, said the eagle hollow nervously. Really? Naruto replied as he zipped up right next to the eagle. The bird-like Ijukas whirled around in surprise. But a huge burst of Reiatsu knocked him down into the ground. Exacta. You are strong. If you want people to join you then, the crab hollow knelt before him, or at least as much as his body allowed him to. Lead us, he asked Naruto. Lead. The Ijukas frowned beneath his mask. To lead. That brought back old, half-forgotten memories of a life he had left behind. I want to become Hokage. The thought echoed in his mind. He buried it away. Become our pack leader. Become our king, the crab hollow said. Naruto hesitated, but only for a moment. Deal. He looked them over. The tiger hollow cleared his throat. My lord, we don't know your name. Oh, I am Naruto Uzumaki, but you don't have to call me lord, or anything. He stated. I am Ggio Vega. The tiger mentioned to himself. Findor Koreas, Naruto-sama, said the crab. Avarama redder. Squawked the eagle as he righted himself. Charlotte Coolhorn, bellowed the feminine hollow in a deep manly voice. Naruto's head snapped around in shock. Are you a guy? Of course Naruto-sama. I'm quite dashing if I do say so myself, Charlotte said, posing for him. Naruto shuddered. Findor facepalmed as best he could with a claw. The big elephant one's mine, declared Ggio as he kicked off into the sands. Years had passed since Naruto had gathered these hollows as his followers. I've got the beetle though, said Avarama. The tiger and the eagle came in. A trunk lashed out, but Ggio blocked it and cut off the tip. The elephant hollow screamed and changed up a Sero. But Ggio moved in before it could be fired and hamstrung the hollow. The blue-green Sero fired off into the sands, kicking up a huge dust storm. Ggio growled and rammed his saber claws through the eye sockets of the elephant before wrenching them apart and tearing into the mask. He ripped and tore freely away at it. The beetle hollow never had a chance as Avarama rushed it and tore it to pieces with his talons. His great red wings flapped upwards as he tore eagerly into the hollow meat, scarfing it all down. Naruto sighed and sat on a sand dune. Oh dear, they've gorged it all, Charlotte groaned. Exacta, you'll get the next fill, said Naruto, placing one finger on the sands. A light crimson glow emitted there. I've got a strong one, a big one a few hundred feet from here. Ggio, Avarama, Findor, Charlotte, let's go, he commanded. Yes my lord. Naruto's followers sped after him as they rushed through the desert. The hollow came up. It was some sort of massive armored beast with two hinge-like arms held tightly at its sides. Its eyes were blood red and its feet were long and lanky. It looked up and glared at them through its eyes. Near it was another bony worm-like hollow and a large, shell-like hollow. Who are you? I am Naruto Uzumaki. These are my followers. My desire is to save it. I'll consume you. The hulking hollow began. One of its hinge-like arms unfolded and let out a huge energy blast. Naruto leapt to the side as Charlotte screamed in a rather girly manner, the backlash of the blast catching him and sending him flying. Avarama, Findor, handle the one on the right. Charlotte, Ggio, go with the one on the left. This guy is mine. Naruto leapt forward, claws tearing off a bit of bone from the hollow's shoulder. The armored hollow leapt away, its hinge-like arm opening again and letting out another massive energy blast. Naruto extended his hands and then caught it. The energy blast sending him skidding back. He grunted and tossed the blast to the side as the larger hollow blurred and disappeared next to him, lashing out with another blast, this time almost point blank. When the sand cleared, one of Naruto's arm was gone below the elbow. "Ha, you lost an arm," the other hollow began. But he was suddenly cut off by a new limb growing and reforming. "High-speed regeneration," Naruto smugly informed him as he dove forward, claws taking out one of the large hollow's legs. The hollow fell to the ground cursing as Naruto leapt on top and sank his jaws deep into the flesh of the larger hollow. Fresh reishi filled his body as he felt his reserves swell with new force. He leapt of the corpse and glanced around. "Super glamorous, sexy, magnum, athletic, awesome, revolutionary," Charlotte began to say. "Just fire the damn thing," screamed Ggio Vega as he dodged around a bony tentacle. "Fine," grumbled the other Ajukas. A wide purple Sero took the enemy hollow in the chest, sending it reeling back. Ggio took the opportunity to zip in, blades readied as he ducked his flailing tentacle at him. He lunged forward, sabers outstretched. His blades sank into the throat of the hollow and he drove them deeper. Then the thing shuddered and then died. Ggio kicked the corpse off as Charlotte elbowed him out of the way. "Mine." "Hey." Findor Koreas cursed as he dove under the sand again. This hollow had much physical strength, tearing up the sand around him with each shovel-like fists. Avarama's help was ineffective since the steel-like feathers kept on being repelled by the massive shell-like extensions the thing had. "Avarama, get down here and help me," Findor screamed. The eagle grumbled, but swooped down and tackled the shell-like hollow, grasping the extension on its back. The hollow swore and slammed his fist into the eagle, sending him stumbling back. But that was what Findor needed. The crab Ajukas leapt into an attack, his larger pincer stretching out to cut off the arm of the hollow. The enemy Ajukas screamed as black blood poured out of the wound, but Findor kept on the pressure, snipping him in half with the next blow. "Dinner time, boys," Avarama called as they dove in. Later on, after their latest hunt, Naruto sat on a sand dune, watching the cold wind blow sands across the desert. Nearby, Avarama and Charlotte argued on who would get to rest on the sole remaining rock they had found. Ggio was scratching himself and Findor had settled down in the sand. "Sir, what are you thinking about?" Ggio Vega asked him. "Oh, just thinking about my past life," Naruto answered casually. "You can remember?" Ggio sounded surprised. "Yes, I know it's rare. Especially among Mainos." Naruto chuckled. "Who were you in life?" "I'm pretty curious," Ggio commented. "I was a shinobi in Konoha," answered Naruto. "I've never heard of that place, but you were a ninja. Like a stealthy assassin." "Well," Naruto remembered his orange jumpsuit. "Not quite. Should I assume that's how you died in a mission?" Ggio asked. "I died in battle, but it was no mission," Naruto answered. "It was a war." "Tell me, Ggio, have you ever fought an enemy that refused to die? I mean, not simply refused to die, but literally couldn't die at all," Naruto said, mentally shuddering at the memories of Edo Tensei. "What kind of war did you fight?" Ggio sounded surprised. "Something I hope never to fight again," Naruto sighed. "Ggio, as painful as the memories of my death were, I don't ever want to lose them. I don't ever want to lose my humanity." "You aren't human anymore," Ggio pointed out. "True, but I don't want to become a mindless beast. You know what I thought when I first became a hollow?" Naruto asked him. "What?" asked Ggio, his curiosity genuinely piqued. "I thought this couldn't possibly be the afterlife with this gnawing insane hunger. I'm going to conquer this hunger, Ggio. And then once I do that, I'll change things. I'm going to find heaven and I'm going to rule it," Naruto said. "Heaven. People say Soul Society's a heaven. From what little I've seen of the Shinigami, I don't think T's a heaven I want to live in." Naruto scowled beneath his mask. "Look, Ggio, it's true we hollows are born from darkness and things like that. It's true we are born to destroy. But we can become something more. I refuse to be some scavenger and cannibal forever." Naruto spoke. "But The Ajukas shrugged. Maybe this is my destiny. My life and my friends in Konoha are all dead. Probably centuries dead if I'm guessing correctly. Meanwhile Avarama and Charlotte's argument was heating up. No, I want it. I need to spread my wings. The eagle shoved his comrade. Oh, you did not just mess up my skirt, you pig, screamed Charlotte, who began to form a Sero. Super magnum awesome great beauty, he began. Charlotte, you idiot, groaned Findor from below. Sero. The purple Sero went wide as Avarama scrambled out of the way. It impacted into the distance, throwing up a huge cloud of sand. Naruto coughed as he got up. What's the problem here, you two? He asked. I wanted the rock, Naruto-sama, Avarama began, but he was cut off by a huge Reiatsu rising nearby. The ground rumbled below then and Naruto leapt away, his followers doing the same as the sea of sang rose in a great wave before them. A huge mask with green markings peered out, followed by two immense arms and a large, round body. Who wakes Cho Nang Pao? The massive hollow rumbled. It looked like some sort of monstrous whale man. It was big, bigger than the largest Jillian, and even bigger than the massive human buildings Naruto had seen. Holy shit, GGIO said in awe, looking up. He's huge. Really? Exacta. Findor looked up. Looks like some lunch. Pao rumbled and lashed out with one arm, knocking the entire group back. Oh hell no, am I getting eaten by this guy? Attack, commanded Naruto. Are you insane? He's huge, sputtered Avarama. Then we'll all take him down. I have more Reiatsu than he does. Move, Naruto urged. The eagle took flight while Findor and Charlotte flanked the huge follow. GGIO ran with Naruto towards the nearest fist as it came towards them. GGIO fired off a Sero that impacted the fist as Naruto landed on it, running upwards. Little worms, grumbled Pao as he tried to bring his other arm around to punch Naruto off. But the hollow leapt free and landed on the other arm, dragging his claw up along the arm, ripping a huge wound in the arm. Pao groaned and shook his arm, but Naruto remained determined to stay on, hooking his claws deep into the flesh. You little. Pao's enormous hand came to tear Naruto off when Findor leapt on it and snipped off a pair of fingers. Pao screamed and backhanded Finder with his wounded limb, sending the crab flying far into the distance. Naruto took the opportunity to leap up and rip through Pao's enormous neck with his claws. Reiatsu trailed into the air as Naruto powered through. A fist tried to pry him off, but Naruto was too fast for him to catch. Avarama, Sero, Naruto screamed. The eagle pointed a claw at the enormous hollow and charged bands of energy around it. The Sero smashed right into the throat wound that Naruto had inflicted earlier, tearing it open wider. Ha ha, take that you. Avarama had no time to finish his sentence as Pao punched him away. By this time Charlotte fired his own Sero, taking Pao in the knee and causing him to stumble over the side. GGIO was disappearing and reappearing with bursts of Sonido, stabbing with his blades, but unable to inflict anything than papercuts to the giant. His fighting style wasn't used to taking on such incredibly huge opponents. Pao opened his mouth and green light gathered in there as a Sero charged up. Not today. Naruto kicked him in the side, causing the Sero to blow up in his face. Pao slapped his face in pain and writhed on the ground. GGIO and Charlotte fled from the enormous bulk of the hollow, rather than be crushed. Amidst Pao's curses Naruto leapt on top of the being and slammed both claws in the mask. Raryoku filled the air from Naruto's enormous spiritual pressure as he tore a massive crack in the mask. Pao yelled as Naruto charged up a pair of Sero in his hands. The familiar roar of a Sero filled the air as a pair of huge red lights tore through Pao's mask and head. Finally the massive body stooped its writhing and fell still on the enormous sands of Hueco Mundo. GGIO and Charlotte popped their heads out from the sand dunes to gaze in awe at the massive corpse. Is it really dead? GGIO asked. I'm pretty sure, called Naruto. Get Findor and Avarama, we've got a feast here. Yes sir. As his followers went into the sands to search for their missing brethren, Naruto opened his jaws and dove right into the meat of the hollow. Enormous amounts of reishi filled his body as he devoured more and more. Then suddenly his head snapped up into the air, eyes widening. Reiatsu began to quake and warp around his body. He was lifted up into the air by immense steamers of energy. 100 feet away Findor brought his head up to see a massive crimson light fill everything. Naruto-sama, GGIO called as he rushed forward. This is amazing, came the reply. A new figure stepped forward out of the smoke. GGIO gasped as the immense power that he sensed. This new figure was much like Naruto, except it was human-sized rather than 10 feet tall. It looked like a human made of some sort of flickering white energy. Raryoku flickered like flames from Naruto's armored skin. Black markings ran across the arms, legs and neck of the new hollow. A pair of small horns extended from Naruto's head. More of his blonde hair could be seen. His hollow hole was much smaller now and hardly noticeable. His hands were more like human fingers now, with only slightly pointed talons. This is amazing. I think I've finally reached that level. Naruto repeated. Sir, Charlotte gasped. Yes, this is Vasto Lord, Naruto said. Sir, GGIO asked Naruto hesitantly. Naruto stood in front of a devastated wasteland. In the distance, several enormous rocky formations had been reduced to dust and ashes under his new powers. It had been 3 months since Naruto had become a Vasto Lord. He had spent most of that time training his new abilities and adjusting to a new more humanoid body. He had enormous amounts of Reiatsu now, enough that he could think about developing new techniques to take advantage. Currently he was working on a way in order to replicate the Rasenshuriken using pure spiritual energy. He had gone through several attempts, all which resulted in the massive destruction that had occurred in front of him. It was shocking really, the amount of power he now wielded. Yes GGIO, he said pleasantly. He found himself shaping up to be more of a leader now. There is someone here to see you, the Tiger Hollow said. The Vasto Lord frowned beneath his mask. It was very rare when someone asked to see him. Who is it? A hollow from Baragan, my lord. GGIO reported. Naruto frowned. He had heard of the self-proclaimed king of Hueco Mundo who ruled over much of that desert land. It was only natural that he would want to meet a new Vasto Lord. He had been expecting the call for a while. Tell him to come forward, Naruto instructed. A minute later a tall, bulky hollow that resembled a bear came forward. King Baragan requests you present yourself to him at the Palace of Las Noches. A king, a palace, I would have noticed something like that. The entirety of Hueco Mundo is Las Noches. The ceiling is the sky. The bear stated. So speaks King Baragan. So he's an egomaniac, Naruto thought. He sighed and got up. Very well, I will come with you to your king, he said. Very well, shall we? The bear-like hollow began. Wait, Naruto held up a hand. I must speak to my followers. Without waiting for an answer he turned to the small group of Ijukas. The Vasto Lord sighed. Remain here at the hideout. I will come to you if the meeting goes well. If I do not return then I suggest you get up and move out. Is that understood? He asked. They bowed. Yes Naruto-sama. A day later he arrived at the Palace of Las Noches. The journey had mostly been silent with Naruto having very little desire to talk to one of Baragan's lackeys and the bear-like hollow being mostly silent. Occasionally groups of hollow would appear, but they were almost always scared off by Naruto's monstrous Reiatsu. At last he arrived at what looked like a set of ruins. A pair of massive Ijukas stepped to the sides, heads bowed, revealing an empty broken gate. If this place was a castle, it looked like a broken down husk of one. He is waiting, the bear-like hollow said, before moving away from him. Naruto shrugged and entered. He walked past towering white pillars that stretched high into the sky. He walked on broken red tiles, up the stairs and past a line of Ijuka's guards who stared blankly at him, their heads bowed and their bodies knelling. Welcome. The voice was hollow and echoing, as if coming from someone in a cave. Naruto looked up. Naruto knew Baragan Luzenbarn was one of the oldest and most powerful Vasto Lord in the world of Hueco Mundo, but he had not been prepared for Baragan's appearance. He was human-sized, but he took the appearance of a human skeleton. Not skeleton-like, but an actual skeleton. Naruto could see the bones quite clearly. He wore a gold crown on his head and a purple robe with black fur trim over his body. Naruto couldn't see a hollow hole in sight. There was a scar over Baragan's right eye socket. Welcome to my castle, Las Noches. He repeated. Ah, yes the castle with the skies as a roof. Your servant told me about that, Naruto said. Indeed, I am Baragan Luzenbarn, the God King of Hawako Mundo. That's an impressive title, King of Hawako Mundo, Naruto said. The skull tilted slightly. It's only natural that I wield such a title. Word of your existence has come to me through the lesser life forms of Hawako Mundo. I wished to see you for myself. You are indeed a vasto lord. Indeed I am, Naruto agreed. Although, pardon me your majesty, what is your purpose in bringing me here? He asked. To offer you a choice. You can either serve me, or you can go away where I cannot see you. However, there is no place in Hawako Mundo I cannot see, Baragan stated. Naruto stroked his chin. Are you implying you have some sort of advanced dujutsu? He asked. Excuse me, well you said, there is no place in Hawako Mundo I cannot see. Therefore you can see literally everywhere in Hawako Mundo. Tell me, what is happening 100 miles to the south? What about 50 miles to the east? Naruto asked. Baragan's skeletal hand tightened on his axe. It would be unwise to mock me. However, I will give you a chance to retract your statements by serving me. Oh no, I have a better idea. Naruto flexed his hands. I am going to kill you and become king of Hawako Mundo. Then I will make this place a heaven. The place was silent for a few moments as the masses of Ijukas held their breath. Baragan laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. Kill him, he ordered his army. A massive monkey-like hollow charged in from Naruto's right while a lizard-like one came from the left. Naruto flexed his hands and swords of crimson energy appeared. He blurred and the ape-like hollow was cut in half while the lizard one was beheaded. Whoops, Naruto said sarcastically as the bodies hit the floor. My sable's hematanyo, sage blades, slipped out. Another bestial hollow came from behind. Abruptly one of the swords disappeared as Naruto fired a Sero behind him. The hollow and 3 others behind him died in a backwash of Reiatsu. The rest had scarcely time to react as Naruto was upon them. His Raryoku swords flashed as he gutted another and beheaded 2 more Ijukas. Naruto was especially proud of this technique, something he developed to provide a proper cutting edge to his techniques. Something to replace his claws. He hacked down hollow after hollow that came charring at him in a whirlwind of gore until Baragan's voice rang across the castle. Enough. Withdraw. Abruptly, as quickly as they came, Baragan's followers withdrew. I see at this point you've recognized that only you have the power to kill me, Naruto commented. Baragan rose from his throne, grasping a massive black axe that was attached by several gold chains to his hand. Don't get why, brat. However, I suppose I must thank you. I was getting quite bored before your arrival. In fact, I planned to divide my army in 2 and have them kill each other before you arrived. Rather disgusting, Naruto commented. Baragan laughed. It doesn't matter. You're going to be killed by the God King of Hawako Mundo. With that, he leapt to attack. The axe collided with Naruto's Raryoku blades in a clash of Reiatsu. Baragan was slowly pushing Naruto back as the younger Vasto Lord leapt high in the air, flying up and charging a Sero in one hand before letting it loose. Baragan dodged the red energy creating a massive explosion where his throne once was. He rose up in the air, axe blazing with energy as he struck at where Naruto had last been in the smoke. But it only cut through air. A Raryoku sword headed through the smoke to strike at Baragan's head, but somehow the arm slowed down. Naruto's eyes widened behind his mask as he saw the axe flash and his left hand come away. He sped away quickly, noticing his arm rapidly rotting away. His other Raryoku blade flashed and severed the arm at the shoulder. Naruto fell back, black blood spurting from the stump. Baragan emerged from the smoke and shouldered his axe as he watched the rest of Naruto's arm fade away. That is my ability, time. All things are equal before it. And now you have lost an arm, the Vasto Lord said. Really? Naruto asked as Reiatsu gathered at the stump and a new arm pushed itself out of the stump and reformed into a new limb. It seems fine to me. Although I must admit, that is a very powerful ability you wield, said Naruto. If you possess high-speed regeneration, then I'll simply have to cut off the head, snarled Baragan as he lunged forward again. Meanwhile, Naruto's mind ran through the previous attack. Baragan possessed some sort of time dilation field that slowed down his movements. Therefore, Close quarters probably should be avoided. It was time to play the long-ranged game. Naruto extinguished his blade and charged up a pair of Sero. He twisted around in midair and fired both of them at Baragan, who attempted to dodge. The king of Hueco Mundo moved out of the way of one, but was caught in the blast of another. Smoke cleared and Baragan looked around. His bones had been blackened by the attack, but overall he was fine. It was rare he encountered a Sero that actually could hurt him, let alone survive through his time dilation field. He turned around to see another Sero take him in the face. Baragan staggered back only to see Naruto charging another Sero. The king of Hueco Mundo growled and began to charge his own Sero in one bony finger. He pointed at Naruto. Die. An onrushing wave of crimson energy rushed Naruto, who let out his own Sero. The two blasts met and a backwash of energy ripped over Las Noches. Ejukas fled from the mere backwash of the attacks, the immense Reiatsu in the area suffocating lesser hollows. Smoke and ash filled the entire castle as Naruto looked around. Then Baragan reappeared in front of him. Naruto scarcely had time to ignite an energy sword before Baragan's axe crashed into his blade. Naruto's sword began to fade under the decaying power of Baragan's axe as the Hollow King laughed. "This is what happens to fools who resist me," he proclaimed. Naruto lashed out, kicking the king in the face. Growling with rage, Baragan sent a powerful blow that hurled Naruto back through the remnants of the castle below. "Enough of this. I am done playing with you. Respira," Baragan rasped. A cloud of some sort of dark mist spread out before him. Naruto looked up for a moment before he was utterly consumed by the dark mist. "What an idiot to challenge me." Baragan shook his head. Then he took a Sero from behind. He whirled around in shock. "You, how? Gemello Sonido, a duplicate made of me. I made it while I was hidden in the rubble. You attacked a fake," Naruto said. "You insolent whelp," Baragan began. "I think it's time to end this." Naruto cut him off. "What? Are you joking? You puny insect." "No, not at all. This will be the first time using this attack in a combat situation," Naruto stated. He brought one hand up and Reiatsu gathered around him and then simply exploded. Baragan stepped back in shock as he saw a massive pillar of Reiatsu stretch into the sky. What he was feeling was incredible. He couldn't believe it. The Reiatsu that he was feeling was matching his own. No, it was exceeding it. "Impossible," he screamed. "Tell me, King of Hueco Mundo, how exactly do you age air?" Naruto asked. In one arm Reiatsu wrapped around his hand in a circular formation until what looked like some sort of bladed star of pure air and reishi came into being. Baragan didn't answer. He began to spew out more dark mist. "Cortador de la Tormenta, Storm Cutter," Naruto said and threw the bladed disc. It whipped across the sands of Hueco Mundo faster than any Ejukas could track. Baragan fired his Respira at the thing, but it was fruitless. The thing was made of some sort of strange wind. The Respira couldn't age it fast enough. This was impossible, Baragan thought in the last moments of his life. The disc tore through his Respira, growing smaller, but still strong. The only reason why Baragan could even track it at this point was because of his time powers. But even his powers couldn't save him. In another moment the disc was upon him and Baragan, God King of Hueco Mundo, was torn to shreds. Silence filled the battlefield as the survivors of Baragan's army looked upon in shock as Naruto Uzumaki slowly floated down. He touched the ground lightly and walked over to the edge of the castle to observe the few survivors. The white and black hollow ed his head to the side. "The God King of Hueco Mundo is quite dead. I trust I have no objections to me seizing rule?" he asked, amplifying his voice across the castle. One hollow scraped forward, shaking with fear. "My king, what is your name?" Naruto laughed. "Silly me. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I am seeking heaven." Then it came, from the throats of scores of hollows. Fists beat against chests as the hollows bellowed out the name of their new ruler. "Naruto, Naruto, Naruto." Naruto threw his head back and basked in the glory and praise. "Excuse me," a polite voice came behind. There was a swishing sound as Naruto turned around. 3 men appeared in the middle of the ruined castle. One was a tall handsome man with glasses. His demeanor looked frankly rather nerdy to Naruto. Another was a dark-skinned man with his hair in braids. He wore a white visor across his eyes. The last was a silver-haired man with an unnerving smile. But they all wore black with white howry. Naruto's eyes took in their swords and lack of masks. You obviously are Shinigami. Have you come here to purify us? He asked, tightening his fists. Not quite. I came here to see King Baragan. I arrived just as you finished him off. It was quite impressive. I also heard your name. However, it is rude not to introduce myself. I am Sosuke Aizen, said the brown-haired man. Sosuke Aizen. Naruto rolled the name of his tongue. What do you want? He asked. The man smiled. His demeanor was polite, almost painfully so. It was certainly an odd sign to see in Hueco Mundo. He gave a disarming smile and drew his sword from its scabbard. Naruto tensed at the sight of that. I mean no harm. I simply wish for you to look upon my sword. Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen held the blade before him. Naruto looked upon it suspiciously as if it were some sort of trick. What is this all about? The Vasto Lord asked. I wish to ask your majesty a question. That is, if you are the new king of Hueco Mundo. Aizen questioned. I suppose you could consider me a king at the moment. Are you satisfied with your life at the moment? Have you ever felt that the world was not the way it should be? Do you wish to achieve higher greatness? I shall help you. Obey me. If you do, I will give you greater power. Great power? Asked Naruto incredulously. My research to transform hollows into Shinigami and Shinigami into hollows is almost complete. By removing the boundaries between the two opposing states of being, one can achieve higher greatness. You could step forward into a new world. Aizen told him. Naruto absorbed the information. Could this be what he was searching for? An end to the hunger of a hollowed existence. Can you end it? End the hunger that plagues me and my kind? Naruto asked. Ah, your hunger for souls. I am told that even a natural evolution into an Arrancar removes that urge with the benefits of a human body and a Shinigami side. Aizen said. Naruto was silent for a few moments. I will join you, but I can't do it as a follower. I want to be an equal. I want to help you as a teammate. I want to seek heaven. Not this twisted purgatory here. If I can't find heaven, then I'll try and make heaven here. Naruto gestured to Las Noches. Aizen frowned. That's unfortunate. God cannot have an equal. Naruto questioned. I intend to stand in heaven as God. Stand in heaven as God? Are you insane? I just killed a fool with a god complex. Naruto gestured to the fading remains of Baragan. Aizen smiled. Then Naruto's world was filled with blood. He looked around in shock. What the? Baragan's former army was shredded, absolutely gone. And it was all done by the two Shinigami that had accompanied Aizen. What is this? Demanded Naruto. My Zanpakuto's special ability is complete hypnosis. Aizen told him. Complete hypnosis? Naruto asked. Once you gaze upon my blade, I control all 5 senses. Said Aizen. A chill ran up Naruto's spine. Genjutsu. He formed a seal. Kai. Your efforts to presumably break my illusions are futile. They are unbreakable, Aizen told him. You bastard. Naruto raged, lunging at Aizen with a Raryoku sword in one hand. But he was stopped as a tidal wave of Reiatsu washed over him, crushing him to his knees. The two Shinigami reappeared on either side of Naruto. Zanpakuto pointed at his neck. I'm afraid I only told you a half-truth before. You don't have a choice whether to join or not, my friend. Aizen smiled. It was like Madara all over again. Hatred rose in Naruto's body, but he reluctantly bowed his head. I will serve you. Aizen gave a cold smile. Excellent, he said. Meanwhile Naruto closed his eyes. Aizen, I vow I will break free of your chains. I will not be your slave. He had been taken and bound within the ruins of Las Noches. Aizen told him that this was standard procedure for the change. He had an item called the Haugyoku, something that the promised would change Naruto into something greater. The change had come swiftly. He felt himself welling up inside as felt his mask crack and his body reform. He wanted to scream but he couldn't, the bindings restrained him too tightly. So he was forced to sit in silence. And then he was whisked away. He was standing in a white sewer. Everything was white. The walls, the pipes, the floor, everything. Naruto stumbled around, looking down upon himself. His eyes widened. He looked like a human once more. He was wearing his old black and orange jumpsuit. On his belt was a kunai pouch. He was even wearing the same sandals before he died. He felt his forehead, feeling the cool touch of metal that signaled his forehead protector. "As this is?" he asked. "No," I voice said. "This is your inner world." Naruto whirled around to see himself. It was himself as a hollow. He recognized the white skin, the pale flames that licked off his flesh and the black markings that covered his body. He saw the hollow hole in his gut. He finally did get to see what his mask looked like. It was skull-like and molded tightly to his face, the teeth rather small and fang-like. A pair of empty eyes stared at him as he took a step forward in amazement. "You're my hollow powers," Naruto guessed. "Correct." The being began. "You are changing. You are gaining a human form. Your hollow powers are instead being sealed in the shape of a Zanpakuto." A sword. A blade appeared in the hollow's hand. It was a katana, similar to the one that Naruto had seen Aizen used. Its blade was silver, with both its guard and handle a stark black in contrast. The hollow slammed the blade into the ground and looked at him. "Just as a Shinigami has a Zanpakuto spirit inside of them. I am your Zanpakuto spirit. However, instead of being part of your soul, I am the embodiment of your hollow powers. Similar yet different." This was his power. "What is your name?" Naruto asked. "Huracan," the hollow said. "I am here to offer you a choice." Naruto raised his eyebrows. "What kind of choice?" "You are taking a human form. You can choose to retain your high-speed regeneration, or you can choose to sacrifice that and gain more power and Reiatsu," Huracan said. Naruto didn't hesitate. "Regeneration, it saved me when I was living and when I was a hollow. If I didn't have it, I would be dead from a Chidori to the heart." Huracan looked at him blankly. "So be it." Then there was a flash of light and then splitting headache, and Naruto was free of the bindings. He blinked and looked around. He was in Las Noches once again. The place was being rebuilt under Aizen's orders. In the distance Naruto could see hollow laborers rebuilding the walls and ceiling. "Naruto Uzumaki, welcome into the Espada," came Aizen's pleasant voice. Naruto turned in time to see Aizen place a strange object back inside his robe. Naruto got up and examined himself. He was human to his shock. Or almost. His white bone armor was gone, instead he had human skin, like he was alive. He looked human save for the hollow hole in his stomach. It was quite small and it rested on the upper abdomen. He ran his hand over his neck, feeling the bone necklace there, and then to his forehead, feeling the crown there. His mask was broken, and apparently all that remained was the crown and necklace. He glanced around and saw a sheathed katana next to him. Naruto recognized it as Huracan. He quickly grasped it and drew the blade, feeling the power. This was his. Then a sharp breeze came through the half-built castle. Naruto shivered. "Can I get some clothes?" Years passed and Naruto watched the White Army come into being. Hollows from across Hawako Mundo were taken and transformed into Arrancar by the thing Aizen called the Haugyoku. It was something that Aizen used to break the boundaries between Hollow and Shinigami to create a new being. Naruto was grateful in a sense that the hunger no longer tormented him. But he still resented Aizen. Because no matter how long a leash he had, he was still a slave to Aizen, and Naruto had no illusions about the man's ruthlessness. He met the two Shinigami that had accompanied Aizen. Kanami Tusen, Naruto learned, was essentially a black Sasuke. Behind his mask of peace and justice he yearned for revenge against Soul Society for some sort of past slight. Ichimaru Jin reminded Naruto in some way of himself. However, Naruto had a truly hard time reading the man's emotions behind the frozen smile that served as the man's mask. He seemed friendly enough in his own way, but Naruto knew most of all that foxes could be deceiving. His new state of being was a source of interest for him. He was no longer fully a hollow, but a hybrid, as much Shinigami as hollow. He had a Zanpakuto now and a human form, although he could return to his former self if he released. Aizen inducted him into the officer corps of his army. To command the army of Arrancar he created an elite unit called the Espada, who only had the very best of the hollow in their ranks. The best Naruto could have as a comparison was these Espada as Junin, with Numeros as Chunin and Aizen as Kage. These Espada could select other Arrancar beneath them to serve as Fraction. Junin usually didn't have person subordinates. Naruto had managed to get this own followers with him and he had them all transformed into Arrancar. They formed his new fraction. Each took a human form and a sealed Zanpakuto with their hollow powers. Naruto still shuddered when he saw Charlotte's body emerge from the bindings. That was something he didn't need to see. Ggio took the form of a young teenager. His blade, a squared-off katana, was called Tigra Stoke. He was the fastest and had the most Reiatsu of Naruto's fraction in addition to being the finest unarmed combatant Naruto had. He had a battle form he could access, temporarily changing his release form into a larger, more muscular version of himself. Findor took the form of a long-haired man. He possessed a rather unique mask that acted as a power limiter. He could chip away at it and increase his powers if he chose to. Eventually the mask would regenerate if he willed it. His Zanpakuto was called Pinza Aguda. Ggio may have been the most powerful, but Findor wasn't too far behind. He served as the closest thing Naruto had to a second command, the blonde Arrancar being collected and intelligent. Avarama took the form of a tattooed man. He was undoubtedly the most battle-loving of Naruto's servants. He also had a tendency to walk around shirtless, exposing his tattoos. His Zanpakuto was named Agila and he had a similar battle form to Ggio that he could access by cutting his tattoos. Charlotte was the last of the lot and the most flamboyant. He took the form of a muscular man who tried to pass himself off as feminine. Naruto almost gouged out his eyes after he saw Charlotte release for the first time. His Zanpakuto was named Reina de Rosas. Naruto himself was technically ranked third in the Espada, but he held the title of Segunda due to the way the Espada were ranked. They went from 0 to 9, rather 1 to 10. They were ranked by Reiatsu. Naruto himself replaced another Arrancar, a naturally created one. Each Espada was assigned a different aspect of death to govern over. Naruto's was belief. He supposed it was appropriate. In life Naruto held tightly to his ideals. In death he held a strong belief that the hunger could be ended and heaven could be found. He believed that he could be free of Aizen's chains. But privately Naruto thought the whole aspects of death thing was stupid anyway. Take for example that rookie, Zamari. How did he embody intoxication? Naruto had never even seen him drink. And any Espada could embody destruction. Granted Grimmjow was very destructive, but he was hardly the only one. Naruto and the new Hagyoku breed of Arrancar were in general stronger than the naturally created ones, who were shoved off into the Trace Cyphas as Privern Espada. However there were a few exceptions. One was Naruto's superior, Coyote Stark. Stark was one of the most unusual hollows that Naruto had met. Lazy, mild-mannered and fairly pleasant, he was the very opposite of what Naruto imagined the Primera to be. They got along fairly well and shared a mutual respect. Honestly the Reiatsu gap between them was quite small. Naruto could probably challenge Stark for the rank of Primera if he wanted to. He didn't. Neither he or Stark really cared about Aizen's ranks. Yami Yargo was his other sometime superior. In his sealed form he was the Dachima Espada while in his released form he was the Sero Espada. But Naruto felt the whole ranking system was rather misleading. The Espada were ranked by Reiatsu and not by combat skills. Reiatsu was a huge factor in fights, but it was not the absolute end-all. Yami had the most Reiatsu in his released form, that was true, but he lacked the intelligence and skill to use it properly. Despite his rank Naruto felt that could take him in a fight. Even the Reiatsu gap between Yami, Stark and Naruto was rather small to be truthful. Time passed and more Espada came into the ranks, but none could replace Naruto's position. Despite all of those changes, Naruto still had one ambition burning in his chest. Free himself from Aizen, one way or another. "Why hello there," came a voice ahead of Haribel. The newly instated Quattro looked up. It had been mere days since she had been made into one of Aizen's Arrancar. She served a greater master now, someone more powerful than her. It was an unusual concept, one that was going to take time to get used to. She adjusted quickly to her human form, having a humanoid one even before she had been changed. The hardest changes were on her three Fraction, who had animal-like forms before they had broken their masks. "Who the hell are you?" Mila Rose took out her Zanpakuto, Leona at the sight of the two men near the end of the hallway. One was a blonde-haired young man in the white and black style that Aizen had assigned to all of his subordinates. His hollow mask remnant took the form of a crown and a necklace. On his cheeks were 3 black markings like whiskers on either cheek. He had an amused look on his face. He wore the white hakama pants of the Arankar with a long-sleeved shirt over it. He wore a long coat over that. His Zanpakuto was sheathed at his side. "How dare you speak to Naruto-sama like that?" the other young man said. He was a black-haired youth with a long slim ponytail. His hollow mask took the form of a skull on top of his head and he clutched a squared-off blade with one hand. "Relax, GGIO," the man said. He looked amused. The black-haired man hesitantly lowered his Zanpakuto. The other blonde-haired man opened his shirt, exposing the Gothic, 2 inches emblazoned there. Segunda-sama. Mila Rose's eyes widened in shock. "I'm rather surprised he managed to recruit you, Shark Empress," the Segunda said. "And he got your followers as well," Naruto remarked. Mila Rose, Sun, Apaki, leave us," Harabel commanded. "But Harabel-sama," Mila Rose commanded. "Now," Harabel emphasized. Grumbling, the 3 Frashën disappeared with a burst of sonido. Naruto looked towards GGIO. "Now GGIO, don't be rude, go and give those ladies some company," Naruto told him. It was a rather thinly veiled order to leave Harabel and him alone. GGIO sighed and disappeared. "You know of me, but I don't know of you," Harabel said. "You encountered me many years ago as an Ajukas. I asked you if the hunger of a Vasto Lord ever disappeared." Harabel nodded. "I remember, you know. I let you leave because there was something special about you. Were you the same so-called King of Las Noches?" Harabel said. "I was king for a grand total of 2 minutes after I killed Baragan. But whatever, it's a meaningless title now that Aizen's ruling." Naruto laughed. "Aizen-sama," Harabel corrected. "Oh, that's right, forgive me for not sharing your enthusiasm." Naruto replied. "You dislike him, is it because of some sort of wounded pride?" The female Espada asked. Dislike is too strong of a word. I was apprehensive of him ever since he recruited me by force." "I'm going to assume he never recruited you by force, did he?" Naruto asked. "No, I went along willingly. He ended the hunger. I owe him much," Harabel told him. "Oh, he ended the hunger. I thank him for that. He gave me power, although I didn't really need power. But I can't fully put my trust in a man who forced me into his army when I asked to be equals with him," Naruto told her. "Aizen-sama is strong, and the weak follow the strong or else they die. That is how hollows work," Harabel told him. "Don't give me that bullshit. We aren't hollows anymore no matter how much we like to pretend otherwise. We have a Shinigami side in Is. We are as much Shinigami as hollow at this point. You don't believe me?" Naruto cocked his head and reappeared in front of her with Sonido. To her credit, Harabel didn't budge. "Should I? Let me ask you a question. If I went after your Frashën right now and cut them down without mercy, would you protect them? Even if I, your superior officer and you're better in terms of strength, ordered you to let me?" Naruto asked her. Tiburon flashed out of its sheath to rest at Naruto's neck. "I would protect them." To her surprise, the blonde-haired male chuckled. "That's a good answer. You were protecting your precious people. That's not a very hollow thing to do, but as I said before, we are not hollows anymore and you weren't much of a normal hollow before becoming an Arankar," Naruto told her before he reappeared behind her with Sonido. "I like you, Tia Harabel. I think I'll look forward to working with you." "Hey," greeted Neliel to Odelschwenk. Years had passed since Naruto had first been recruited into Aizen's army. Las Noches had been completely rebuilt and the Espada were completed. However, only a few Vasto Lord were present. Ideally, Aizen wanted an entire army of Vasto Lord. Naruto knew Neliel was one of the Arankar assigned to search for them. She was a tall, green-haired woman wearing a white pantsuit and tunic. Her figure was slender and well endowed. Her hollow mask remnant took form of a broken helmet on top of her head and she had a red markings across her nose. Naruto glanced at her. "The Tercera, I believe. What business do you have here?" he asked. "You seemed lonely. I wanted to meet you," she explained. "If you want to meet someone lonely then check on Stark," Naruto suggested. "I've already met with him. But he just sleeps all day. She shrugged. Plus I wanted to get some time away from Neutra's attempts to fight me. I don't understand that man. Naruto shook his head. Is he suicidal? The Octava stands no chance against someone 5 ranks higher than him. Why the hell is he attacking you? He claims to want to prove that men are superior to women. But I think he's suicidal. He urges me to kill him several times. Neliel sighed. Then why don't you? Naruto asked. Because what Neutra is doing isn't how a warrior acts. It's how a beast acts. We are not beasts anymore. We have control over our instincts now. We can conduct ourselves rationally. Neliel explained. Naruto perked up. I believe that too. Tell me Neliel, why do you fight? The Tercera put a finger to her lips. Well, I fight for a lot of reasons really. But most important to me is to protect my comrades. She said. Naruto nodded. I like that answer. When I was a hollow I looked upon Hueco Mundo and despaired. How the hell could this be the afterlife? I want to change, to get rid of the hunger and make this place a heaven. And did you? Neliel. Aizen kicked my ass. Naruto chuckled. I will never understand what you see in that man. He gave us these powers, without him we would still be hollows in the desert. He's shown himself to be a good leader so far. Neliel protested. I agree with his goals, but I dislike his methods. Neliel, I was forced to join against my will after Aizen bullied me. I wanted to work as equals but he chose to enslave me. Did he tell you that? Naruto asked her. There was silence for a few moments. No, Neliel admitted. Well, anyway, like I said, I agree with Aizen on some points. There are problems that need to be addressed. Even in Soul Society there is some messed up shit. I've talked with Tusen and Ichimaru. Did you know they have poverty in Soul Society? Entire districts full of them. Poor people in their so-called heaven, it's ridiculous. Naruto commented. What are you going to do now? Aid Aizen-sama, asked Neliel curiously. For now, Omake. So how exactly do you deal with various Espada challenging you for fights? Harem asked Naruto curiously. The Segunda shrugged. It depends largely on which Espada is challenging Uchiha, take for example Grimmjow. As if on cue the blue-haired Espada appeared with Sonido, a savage grin on his face. Yo, Uzumaki, let's hit the sparring pits. He shouted. Naruto tossed an object that hit Grimmjow in the head. Staggering back, the Sexta Espada looked down to see the ball of yarn on the floor. With a cat-like meow he jumped as the piece of yarn and began to cuddle it. Harem watched in fascination. It's rather easy really. Omake. I am Ariniero Erurueri, announced the Espada in front of Naruto. The Segunda studied the weakest Espada. He could hear the faint sound of bubbles behind that mask. Could you repeat that again? He asked. Ariniero Erurueri, repeated the Novana. Ariniero Eruleri screw it. I can't pronounce that. I'm calling you But that's not. Ariniero began. Did you say something said Grimmjow as he passed by. Aizen-sama wants you to attend the latest Espada meeting soon, said Harem as she appeared at the doorway. Ariniero Erurueri sighed. It was on Neliel's next mission that Naruto agreed to tag. One of Aizen's main priorities was to search for the Vasto Lord. Among the Espada, only 4 Arrancar were Vasto Lord: Naruto, Harem, Stark and Neliel. The rest were Adushas or Jillian. Aizen, however, wanted more. I'm bored as hell, Neutra Gilga said. Naruto didn't really like Neutra. He found him to be a reckless abrasive most of the time. But Naruto tolerated him, even if he was only a comrade. In fact, Naruto respected the man's insane determination even against suicidal odds. That was probably the only thing he respected. They had been walking in the deserts of Hueco Mundo for hours. Occasionally a group of Hollow would try and attack them, but they would easily be slaughtered by the trio of Espada. It had been several hours since the last attack. Don't worry, we'll find the Vasto Lord. I'm sure of it, said Neliel. Her attempts to encourage Neutra failed as he merely scowled at her. He hefted the large scythe axe weapon on his back threateningly. For such a slender man he wielded the weapon with immense strength. Hey Neliel, I think we've found it, said Naruto. Shit, that's creepy, remarked Neutra. For once Naruto had to agree with him. Before him, lay a series of large mountainous structures. Black rocks littered the field. Skeletal trees poked in and around the place, casting dark shadows everywhere. It was eerie. "Yo, anybody there?" Neutra shouted. He waved his Zanpakuto. "Come out, Vasto Lord. Don't be scared," he declared. There was silence for almost a minute before Naruto sighed and started to speak before a new voice cut him off. "What are you and who is this idiot?" A cold voice spoke. Out from the shadows emerged a bat-winged hollow. Its chest was pale alabaster and its arms and lower half were covered in dark fur. His mask was gaunt and sharp, with a pair of green markings on it that resembled tears. A pair of horns lifted up from the mask. A long spade-tipped tail lashed out behind it. Overall it was quite humanoid. "Definitely a Vasto Lord. I'm assuming you were a Vasto Lord called the Demon Bat?" Naruto asked. "You haven't answered my question," said the new hollow. "TCH, you think you're tough? I'll take you on." Neutra leapt into action, his Zanpakuto scything through the air. The Vasto Lord didn't move until the last minute, until it blurred out of the way and sent Neutra flying into a nearby mountain. "Apologies for my companion's behavior. We are Arrancar serving in the army of Sosuke Aizen. We are here to recruit you," Neliel said. "I do not desire to join trash," the hollow stated. "Don't ignore me," Neutra screamed and stuck out his tongue. Yellow light gathered there and he fired off a golden arrow at the Vasto Lord. The bat-like hollow turned and then palmed it, sending the blast off to arc into a mountain. A massive explosion sent shards of rock everywhere. Both Neliel and Naruto shielded their faces. "What is this Sosuke Aizen going to do?" questioned the hollow. "Make you like us. Break off our mask and gain Shinigami powers," Naruto explained. The bat-like hollow glanced as the charging Neutra. "Is he an Arrancar?" "Tragically yes." Santa Teresa descended. But the hollow dodged it and kicked Neutra in the chest, sending him flying back. The hollow then formed a spear of pure Reiatsu in one hand and stabbed Neutra through the head, lifting the body up. "Goddamit!" Neutra shouted, his eye patch falling away to reveal the lance stuck through his hollow hole. He pushed himself off panting. The bat-like hollow stood there emotionlessly, still holding the energy spear. Naruto was intrigued. Only the most powerful hollows could creature weapons out of pure Reiatsu and shape it like that. This one was both intelligent and powerful. Neliel would definitely try and recruit this one. "Pray, Santa Teresa," Neutra screamed, lifting his Zanpakuto into the air. Naruto was surprised. He must be truly pissed to release against a non-Arrancar. Smoke and sand whipped around him and 4 massive scythes came slicing out of the darkness. Naruto inspected Neutra's resurrection. He had never seen him release. It was rather impressive really. His axe had reshaped itself and he had giant 2 new horns that looked like a crescent moon from his head. An X-shaped yellow mark was on his face. He had 4 arms now, each arm covered in some sort of armor. His jacket had opened up to expose his chest. Each arm held a large scythe with a yellow tassel at each end. In all the form looked dangerous. Neutra grinned and rushed at the bat-like hollow, scythes blazing. The Vasto Lord defended himself with his spear, parrying and striking back with a flurry of blows. For several seconds they appeared to be equally matched before Neutra knocked the bat-like hollow into the mountain with one blow. "Ha, you can't match me. Die," Neutra laughed. A tail lashed out faster than he could follow and knocked him into the sand below. Neutra twisted around as a green sword lance lopped off one arm. Black blood spurted to the ground as Neutra fell away, panting from the pain. "What the?" he began. A wing flapped away the dust, revealing the black form of the hollow once more. "This fight is pointless and has no meaning." "You have no meaning," the hollow said tonelessly. "Don't mock me." A new arm spurted out of Neutra's stump. "I'll tear you apart." Then the hollow moved at such speeds that only Neliel and Naruto could track him. The bat-like hollow's claws hand-palmed Neutra's face and sent the Octava into a mountain. A massive imprint cracked over the mountainside as the bat-like hollow created another energy spear, drilling it through Neutra's shoulder. The Octava screamed in agony. "If this is the strength of Sosuke Aizen, then I do not want it," the hollow said. Then a hand took the spear barehanded. The hollow looked on in surprise as Naruto casually kicked the bat-like hollow away a dozen feet. The hollow regained flight in midair, staring at Naruto with green eyes. I apologize, but can't allow you to kill him. You have sentiments for him. Not really, but he is a comrade and I protect my comrades. Naruto said. I have already defeated him. If you are around the same strength, victory is impossible. The bat-like hollow spear arm fell away into the sand. Naruto stood several feet away, Huracan extended and blood dripping off it. The bat-like hollow did not cry out in pain. Instead it looked down calmly at the stump. Naruto, we need him intact. Neliel scolded. Impressive. None have injured me so quickly like that in this form. The hollow stated as a new arm shot out from the stump. Relax Neliel, he can regenerate. Naruto chuckled. You couldn't have known that. She chided him. What can I say? Naruto shrugged. Do not ignore your opponent. The bat-like hollow stated, pointing a finger and firing off a green arrow at Naruto. The Segunda merely sliced the thing in half casually. The bat-like hollow stared in disbelief at the feat. With a burst of sonido, Naruto disappeared and held his Zanpakuto to the throat of the hollow. The man you defeated was the Octava Espada. I am the Segunda. I am far stronger than he is. Do you acknowledge my strength, hollow? Naruto asked. Yes. The hollow replied blankly, still in shock. You can acquire strength like his if you join us. You will gain great power. Neliel promised. Before the hollow could reply, Neutra finally freed himself from the mountain and came charging at the hollow, bloody murder on his face. Nobody humiliates me like that, he roared. Neliel sighed and disappeared in a burst of sonido. A sharp blow to the back of the head knocked out the Octava on the ground. His resurrection faded away into the massive axe-like weapon. He is an idiot. Why do you allow him to live? The hollow asked. As I said before, he's my comrade. And hopefully you will become one too. Now will you join us? Naruto asked. Naruto watched as Aizen finished the binding spell on the bat-like hollow and formed the Kido Cube. The leader of Hawako Mundo raised the Haugyoku and activated it, sending Reiatsu over the figure in the cube. Naruto knew what was happening. Beneath the bindings, the bat-like hollow was breaking its mask and forming into something new. It was being offered a choice between power and regeneration. It was meeting its Zanpakuto spirit. After a moment the cube broke and a new figure revealed itself. It was a human male, with ashen skin. He was shorter than Naruto by half a head and he had messy dark hair. His features were cold and smooth, like marble. He had two tear-like markings beneath his eyes. His hollow remnant was a broken helmet with a single horn from it. His hollow hole was located in his sternum and was roughly the size of Naruto's own. He stood up and grabbed his Zanpakuto, a katana with a green sheath. He was unashamed of his ness. Tell me your name, new comrade. Aizen asked. Ulquiorra Cipher. The newborn Arrancar replied tonelessly. Naruto took note of his power. Definitely Espada material. Aizen was silent for a few moments before he chanted another spell. A Gothic, 5 inches burned itself into the chest of the new hollow. You are now the Quinto Espada of my army. Aizen turned to face the Segunda, a fatherly smile on his lips. Yeah, Naruto said casually. Please educate Ulquiorra on the life of an Arrancar. Why me? Naruto asked. The Primera is not sufficiently motivated to do an adequate job. The Cero is not smart enough. The Tercera is on a mission of her own and the Quatra is also new. Suffice to say you are the only one that outranks him at the moment. Aizen said. Sure Aizen-sama. Naruto sighed and walked over to Ulquiorra who stared back at him emotionlessly. You mind putting some clothes on? Of course Naruto-sama. Don't call me that. Naruto sighed. He got enough of that from his fraction. Ulquiorra, as Naruto learned, was a nihilist. Naruto's quarters were located in the second tower. The quarters consisted of a massive central living room with 5 separate rooms of the Espada and his fraction and a kitchen and bathroom along with several spare rooms used for training. Right now Ulquiorra followed Naruto up the stairs of the tower until they looked out of a balcony into the white sands of Las Noches. Naruto took notice of Harem standing, arms crossed under her S as he looked down. Below Naruto's fraction sparred with Harabel's. Charlotte engaged Mila Rose in a sword duel. Findor Korea's fought Apaki and Avarama battled Sun Sun. So far none had released yet, but Naruto sensed it would be soon. This is the Quattro Espada, our Shark Empress, Tia Harabel. Tia, This is our new Quinto, Ulquiorra cipher. The Segunda said. A pleasure. Harem nodded. Ulquiorra gave a slight bow. Who were those Arrancar? I thought the Numeros had separate barracks. Ulquiorra asked. Fraction. One of the privileges of the Espada. We can select any Numeros to serve as our personal soldiers and servants. I don't see the point. The pale Espada admitted. Point to what? Questioned the Segunda. Fraction. Explain. Having others serve under you. All my life those weaker than me have seemed to been trash. Only the strong are worthy of respect. That was a good philosophy as a hollow. But we are not hollows anymore. I still retain a. Not like that, Naruto interrupted. We are now half Shinigami. You broke your mask. We are hybrids now with Shinigami powers. We can reason now. We can feel emotions. Hollows feel no emotion. We both know that's a lie. I've felt rage, joy, hatred, despair, confusion and more as a hollow. Naruto challenged. Then I do not feel emotion. Not as a hollow have I ever felt emotion. Ulquiorra stated. Really, I once had a comrade like that. You still have not answered my question. Why do you value them if they are much weaker than you? Simple. They are comrades. They are my friends. Friends are connected by the heart and soul. Naruto explained. What is the heart? Ulquiorra asked in genuine confusion. You speak as if it is something more than a physical organ. Naruto sighed and rubbed his temples. It was like dealing with Sai all over again. You seem rather repressed. You were a Vasto Lord, yes? Harem asked him. Correct. Logically speaking you must be one as well. But I don't think we've ever met. I mostly stayed to myself, answered the Quinto. Don't expect to stay alone. Naruto here likes to know people. Especially former Vasto Lord, the Shark Empress said. My lord, I apologize for interrupting, but I have retrieved your package from the human world. Ggio Vega said as he appeared in a burst of sonido, a bulky package in his hands. Naruto perked up at the sight of it. Excellent work Ggio. Tell the rest of the crew to prepare. Of course sir. What was that? Ulquiorra asked. That was sonido. I know what the technique was. But what was that? Ulquiorra pointed to the package. Naruto grinned. As Arrancar we have human bodies that can eat regular food. You won't ever have to gorge meat like an animal ever again. This is something far purer and delicious than stale hollow meat. This is the food of the gods. Naruto opened the package. This is ramen. Ulquiorra stared down at the steaming bowl of noodles as Naruto slurped it up enthusiastically. Slowly and gingerly the pale Arrancar repeated the same action, mimicking his superior officer, slowly eating the noodles. Interesting, humans made this. Yeah. Even in my time when I lived they had this stuff. You remember your life when you were alive. For the first time Naruto detected honest surprise in Ulquiorra's voice. Yeah, Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of Konoha, or at least I used to be. He sighed. Do you regret your past life? Was it painful for you? Ulquiorra asked. It was painful, but I didn't turn into a hollow because of it. I was attacked by a hollow soon after I died and transformed into one. Naruto stated. But really, having human memories is a strength. You for example remind me of one of my former comrades. The Segunda told the Quinto. I do. A man called Saihu was one of my former comrades. He lacked emotion much as you did. You remind me of him strongly. Naruto told him. And then he paused. You don't make penis jokes, do you? He asked. Number. I do not. Replied Ulquiorra, sounding confused. Ah. Good. I was worried there for a second. Now I want to test your combat skills. Ulquiorra's Zanpakuto was called Murcielago. It clashed off of Naruto's hands as the younger Arrancar forced the Segunda back with a series of blistering strikes. Naruto blocked another strike with his leg before kicking it away. He landed roughly in the same before Ulquiorra. The pale Arrancar pointed a finger at Naruto and green light collected there. Sero. The green light blasted forth and Naruto disappeared with a burst of sonido, reappeared to the center of the explosion. Then there was another burst of sonido and Ulquiorra reappeared in the air, Murcielago arcing down in a two-handed blow. Naruto leapt back, his jacket falling open, revealing his tan chest and the Gothic, 2 inches emblazoned above his hollow hole on his right pectoral. Then a thin cut appeared next to it. Blood began to trickle down briefly before the cut sealed up. "Good, that's the first time you've managed to cut me when I'm sealed," said Naruto encouragingly. Ulquiorra's cold expression did not change. "You possess high-speed regeneration?" he asked. "Correct. When I met my Zanpakuto spirit I was offered power or regeneration. I choose regeneration. It had saved my life several times when I was masked," Naruto explained. Ulquiorra was silent for a moment, and then he cut his palm. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Ulquiorra held up the hand. The cut sealed itself up before his eyes. "So you chose it too?" "Correct. When I became like this, a hollow strongly resembling my Vasto Lord form approached me in my own world. I was offered a choice between Great Reiatsu and high-speed regeneration. I thought it prudent to choose the regeneration." "I see," Naruto said. He withdrew Huracan and held it before him. Ulquiorra looked at it. "Do you intend to engage in Zanjutsu?" he asked. "No." Naruto shook his head. "Practice is over for today. I've always wondered about these blades. I'm seen Ichimaru-sama use his Zanpakuto, and as I know our blades are significantly different from what the Shinigami wield. I'm afraid I do not see your point. Well, I've asked Ichimaru-sama and Tusen-sama about many things. But right now I want to test a theory on how much of a Shinigami side we Arrancar have," Naruto said. He made a hand motion and reality ripped open. "Unauthorized visits to the world of the living are forbidden. We aren't here to fight Ulquiorra. If we are attacked, then I will immediately retreat. No, I want to test a theory. I would like you to accompany me," the Segunda asked him. Ulquiorra's face was unreadable, but Naruto could tell he was hesitating. "I will take full responsibility if Aizen-sama finds out," Naruto said. Ulquiorra was silent for a few moments and then moved to join him. The two moved through the darkness of the Garganta, pausing only to emerge on the other side of reality. Naruto stepped down to stand in midair over a bustling city below. It was nighttime and lights twinkled from below. "It looks strange. I have not been to the world of the living in well over 3 centuries," Ulquiorra stated. "I last visited the world of the living several decades ago," Naruto commented. "These humans are amazing creatures. I wish I could spend more time here." He looked over at the Kinto. His comrade didn't appear to share his opinion. "Come." Naruto kicked off and flew down into the city. He opened up his Pesquisa and scanned the entire area for any size of a plus. Ulquiorra landed next to him on a rooftop. "What are you going?" he asked. "Suppress your Reiatsu as much as you can and follow me," Naruto instructed, having finally found what he was searching for. He disappeared in a burst of Sonido and Ulquiorra sighed and followed up. The Kinto could barely keep up with the Segunda like this. Ulquiorra stopped in front of a plus right after Naruto did. The plus was an old man who had probably recently died. He looked up in shock when he saw the two strange men looking down at him from above. "What are you?" he said. Instead of replying, Naruto withdrew Huracan. The man stepped back in fear. "I thought you abstained from eating human souls," Ulquiorra said. "I do," Naruto said, "but this is something else." He reversed his sword and brought the pommel down on the man's forehead. A symbol appeared on the man's forehead as he gaped. Light appeared below him and the man sank in shock. After a few moments he had completely disappeared. Then the circle faded away from the two Arrancar's sight. Both of them were silent for almost a full minute before Naruto spoke. "Holy crap, it actually worked." "What was that?" Ulquiorra asked. "That was Kanso, a soul burial. I remember Ichimaru-sama telling me about it. I figured since we have Zanpakuto and some Shinigami powers, I figure we should be able to do so as well," Naruto answered. "I don't see a point of reinforcing the enemy's numbers," Ulquiorra stated. "Relax. That man barely had any spiritual power. He's no threat. Now I can sense another plus nearby. I want you to perform a Kanso, Ulquiorra," Naruto said. Ulquiorra glared at Naruto. "Don't give me that look." Naruto wagged his finger. "Play along, comrade." Ulquiorra sighed and withdrew Murcielago from its sheath. He followed Naruto as they flew over a parking lot and a pair of busy streets to land among a group of people. The plus, a young girl who was looking scared among the shops, turned around. "What the?" she began, but hardly had time to finish as Ulquiorra mechanically pressed the pommel of Murcielago into her head. A symbol appeared, followed by a circle of light around her as he disappeared from the world of the living. So it's not just me that can do it, but other Arrancar. Naruto chuckled. Let's go Ulquiorra. The green-eyed Arrancar said nothing as Naruto opened a garganta. Reality ripped and the two exited through it quickly. Slowly the garganta closed behind them, leaving no trace of their presence. Omake. A man called Saihu was one of my former comrades. He lacked emotion much as you did. He used to give people nicknames in order to identify with them better. I would like you to do the same. Naruto told him. Why? Ulquiorra asked. To integrate you better into Las Noches' military. Naruto told him. Ulquiorra looked thoughtful. Grimmjow roared as another phalanx of Calaveras dog-piled him. Naruto stood several feet away, looking at one of the Privern, Zale, who had been demoted recently by Aizen himself for some unknown reason that Naruto didn't know. Is it ready? Naruto asked hurried. He checked his arm. It had finished healing. Damn, he didn't think Grimmjow had it in him. Almost Segunda-sama, answered Zale as he operated what looked like some sort of gun. Naruto-sama, I don't think my soldiers can hold him back much longer, began Rudoben, who was in his resurrection spewing Calaveras at Grimmjow. As if on cue, more Calaveras were thrown high in the air as the Panther King came lunging forward at the curious Ulquiorra, a look of absolute rage. Ulquiorra, you bastard! Screamed Grimmjow. Claws stretched wide before a Calaveras came in, pinning each of his limbs. Now, Naruto shouted as Zale took aim. His shot landed true. The specially designed dart hit Grimmjow's Hyro and sent the potent drug into his system. Sedated Grimmjow gradually stopped struggling and hit the ground. Naruto approached cautiously. The Sexta had gone berserk in a confrontation with Ulquiorra and Naruto had to intervene. He had underestimated the Sexta's rage as he actually damaged to wound Naruto somewhat, an impressive feat that would otherwise be impossible under normal circumstances. Damn, Grimmjow got pissed. Naruto commented. He looked at Ulquiorra. What did you call him? I took your advice about nicknames and I gave one when I observed Grimmjow's resurrection when he was training with his Frashin. What did you call him? Naruto asked curiously. Ulquiorra was silent for a moment. Grim Kitty. Ulquiorra answered truthfully, his face devoid of emotion. Grimmjow began to twitch violently on the ground at the mention of the name. Another dart hit him. Thanks Zale. Alright Ulquiorra, next time run the names by me, okay? Naruto sighed. Neutra's Zanpakuto crashed to the ground, the Espada too weak to maintain his resurrection anymore. He panted on the ground, blood dripping from wounds as he glared at the green-haired woman in front him. Here, we're finished. Neliel sighed. It's a good thing I made it in time for lunch, those two might worry. She stated, beginning to walk away. I told you this was our last battle. Follow through, damn it. Neutra growled from the ground, slowly picking himself up. Neliel turned around curiously. Are you asking me to finish you off? She asked. Of course, dipshit. Neutra's single eye focused on her. No, stop talking to me as if we're the same. Once as humans we lost our minds and became hollows. We were like beasts then. Now as Arrancar we have reason. Beings with reason need a true purpose to fight one another. The Tercera stated. Well, I have one, you piss the hell out of me. Neutra screamed at her. That is not a reason. That's instinct. Neliel admonished. You are a beast. I can't acknowledge you as a fellow warrior. I can't burden myself with taking the life of a beast. The Tercera told him sadly. As she left, a figure walked behind Neutra. Neutra, are you all right? Offered a slim male Arrancar with a blue-green marking on one cheek. This was Tesla Lindacruz, Frashin to the Octava Espada. A huge scythe axe crashed next to his head. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Don't you dare think we're equal now because I couldn't beat her, Tesla. The Octava's single eye was frozen in rage. Tesla pursed his lips and was silent for a moment. Why attack Neliel-sama of all people? There are other Espada. I can't stand some bitch like her standing above men on the battlefield. That's all. Neutra glared at him with one eye before he stalked off, dragging his Zanpakuto behind him. Tesla started after him when he detected the distinctive buzz of sonido behind him. He turned to see who it was. Findor. He recognized Arrancar 29. I was talking a walk when I saw the end of that battle. Tell me something, amigo. Why exactly do you serve him? He treats you like shit. Findor asked. Noitra-sama is a great man. He's just being held back, but he's determined. To do what exactly? Findor cut him off. To become the strongest of all. Noitra will stand above everyone save perhaps Aizen-sama himself. Tesla told him. Usted no es exacta. He's been screaming for Neliel to kill him for every match I've seen them fight. He talks about how he's fighting an endless war. That's not determination, that's eventual suicide. Findor said. You don't know. Tesla began again. Don't lie to yourself, Lindacruz. One day he's going to die on a battlefield somewhere. Hell, me and Avarama have a betting pool going. GGIO says he'll be done in a month. Findor told him. I can't talk to you anymore, huffed Tesla. So be it then. Findor knelt down next to a rock and looked out into the fake sun of Las Noches. Something big was going to happen, he could sense it. Neliel-sama, I'm flattered you wanted my expertise. Charlotte Coolhorn preened. Neliel too. Odelschwank gave a musical laugh. Thank you, Charlotte. You are free to meet with me anytime. My lady, I can't forsake my duty to Naruto-sama, Charlotte began. Oh nonsense. We are good friends. Come, join with me for lunch. Where are those two? Neliel asked herself. Maybe they're lounging off, Charlotte began. Then he stopped. Before them was Noitra, a grin on his face. His Zenpaku was slung casually over one shoulder. Yo, he said casually. Neliel's face hardened. Nothing that concerns you, she said, walking past him, Charlotte hurrying beside her. Carrying a weapon openly like that can be considered threatening behavior. If you wish to appear strong, then conceal it, she told him. Then there was an explosion behind her. She and Charlotte whirled around to see the bloodied and battered forms of Pesci and Dondochaka. We are eternally sorry, Neliel-sama. Pesci chalked out. Their masks were ripped apart by force, Charlotte said, eyes wide. Neliel turned around, drawing Gamuza from its sheath. Noitra, you will pay for this. She lunged forward at the image of Noitra. Then it flickered out of existence and Neliel paused for a moment, confused. Neliel-sama, Charlotte shouted a warning, but it was too late. Noitra's Santa Teresa carved a large slash over her face and mask. She collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely from her skull. Ing bitch, sparkle, Reina de Roses, Charlotte yelled, entering his resurrection. I will not forgive you, he yelled as he rushed Noitra, who only grinned. Santa Teresa flashed in the sun once more. So which one do you think is the best? Avarama asked his comrade Ggio Vega. They were returning from a scouting mission out into the wastes of Hueco Mundo. It had been 3 days of hard travel, but Naruto-sama had been adamant on the mission. I'd have to go with Mila Rose. I put her at 9 out of 10 personally. Ggio said. Why, is that some sort of cat thing? Avarama chuckled. Oh, shut up. What's your rating? Mila Rose has got it all, but it's kind hard to approach. It's the whole Amazon thing, I guess. Apaki's nice in a tomboyish way, but she flies off the handle quickly. Sun's too stuck up for me. Avarama shrugged. As for the others, Circuit's seriously hot, but nobody's going to associate with the Privern. I have no idea what Harabel-sama is hiding under that coat, but she is seriously stacked in any case. Lolly's a babe but a total bitch, and so is Mainoli. Well, what about Neliel-sama? Ggio asked. Well, I think is that her. Avarama looked out, hearing sounds and noticing a trio of bloodstained figures. Ggio peered. What the I think that's Pesci and Dondochaka too. What the hell happened to them? Ggio had sparred with Neliel's Frashin on a few occasions and knew them well enough. He was also aware of his master's friendship with the Tercera. The two Frashin quickly moved to the group of wounded Arankar. Ggio looked in shock. What the hell happened to you? He asked. Pesci looked up. Zael Aporo and Noitra did this. They attacked us, ripped off our masks and then ambushed Neliel-sama. Avarama swore. Naruto-sama would not be pleased. Ggio looked over Neliel's now childlike form, blood spreading out into the sands below. Then he spotted another burnt and blackened corpse lying further in the sands. As that, he began. He killed Charlotte, choked out Pesci. Avarama, grab Neliel-sama and take her to the medical bay. I'll inform Naruto-sama of this, Ggio said seriously. Ggio Vega, Arrancar 26 ran down the halls of Las Noches. Tigra Stoke at his side. He had an important message to deliver to his master. As fastest among the fraction of the Segunda Espada, it made him the first choice for messenger. He walked out of a white hallway and winced as a heavy spiritual pressure hit his senses. Getting between Espada, even when sparring, always felt heavy, like a cloak over him. He walked forward over the railing and looked down. The blade of Murcielago clashed against a black-hilted Zanpakuto as Naruto Uzumaki ducked a return sweep and kicked the Quinto Espada back. Ulquiorra skidded backwards in the air, collected Reishi in order to properly right himself. Time had passed and Ulquiorra had long stopped learning from him. Ulquiorra had remained reserved and stoic ever since Naruto had stopped training him, although the Arrancar still trained with Naruto, the Segunda being one of the few who could give him a good spar. Naruto stopped and held up a hand. The Quinto stopped and looked out to see Ggio kneel before Naruto. The Segunda sighed and sheathed his blade as Ulquiorra did the same. Naruto's fastest fraction obviously had news. What is it, Ggio? Naruto sighed. Neliel-sama is badly wounded along with her fraction. Charlotte's dead, Ggio reported. Naruto's relaxed expression transformed into a hard mask. Tell me exactly what happened. Zael Aporo Grants sighed and checked another beaker as he put together another chemical solution. It had been mere hours since Neliel had been disposed of by Neutra and himself. Soon Aizen would notice her disappearance and make changes in the Espada. He doubted any of them would be able to track her down by that time. Neutra had chosen a point that was outside the normal patrols, and in a few hours the former Espada and her fraction would be swallowed up by the immense desert. Hello Zael. Sounded the voice of the Segunda Espada, Naruto Uzumaki. Ah, Naruto-sama, what brings you to my humble abode? Zael adjusted his glasses smoothly. Then he was bodily lifted off the ground by the throat. He looked down in fear at a smiling Naruto who had raised his Reiatsu. It filled the room in an almost suffocating wave. I know what you did to Neliel. My fraction found her while returning from a patrol. I'm glad I made them go outside the normal routes for that occasion. Zael, I'm going to be blunt, I'm absolutely pissed off right here. Why did you do this? Naruto asked, his voice ice cold. And nothing personal, I just wanted an Espada's seat. Zael chalked out. The Segunda was truly pissed off. You didn't need to be a genius to figure that out. Zael, I want very badly to kill you right now. Fortunately for you, you are the only one who has the brains and skills necessary to heal Neliel. Naruto's eyes shone with a menacing light. You can redeem yourself by healing the Tercera back to her former state as well as her fraction. If you fail, I'm going to rip you limb from limb. Do you understand me, Privern? Naruto asked him. Why yes, Naruto-sama. Zael stuttered out. Naruto dropped him on the floor. Good. Now report to the medical bay. Ggio here will accompany you and he will report everything back to me. Naruto mentioned to the fraction, whose face was stony. Now, Findor, come with me. Neutra-sama, is there something wrong? You seem awfully excited today. Tesla asked his master as he paced around his quarters. Neutra seemed to be preoccupied with something. Unfortunately, Tesla didn't know what it was. The Octava suddenly grabbed his Zanpakuto and looked around. What the? He began before a shape literally burst through the wall. Naruto continued with his charge and face-palmed Neutra through the wall of the fifth tower and outside. The Segunda and the Octava fell 100 feet down into the sands below. Neutra-sama. Tesla drew Veruga and got up from his seat. Then with a burst of sonido, Findor appeared in front of him, most of his mask already chipped away. Findor, what is the meaning of this? Tesla demanded as they locked blades. You mean you don't know? Findor asked as he kicked Tesla away. Findor looked angry. Neutra attacked Neliel-sama and badly wounded her in a sneak assault before dumping her half-dead carcass into the desert. Avarama and Ggio were lucky enough to find her. Charlotte's dead body was discovered nearby. Findor told him. Tesla. Eyes widened in shock. What? Neutra had gone too far this time. Naruto-sama is going to kill him. Findor told him. No, I must protect Neutra-sama. This can't be allowed. Tesla shouted and began to move. No es exacta, you won't. Stand down or else I'll be forced to take measures. Findor warned him. I cannot. Crush, Veruga, Tesla said. Reiatsu swirled around him and smoke appeared. In a moment a massive boar-like warrior stood before Findor, fists clenched. So be it. Engrave upon the surface of the water, Pinza Aguda. Findor released his own Zanpakuto. Indigo Reiatsu faded away to reveal his resurrection. A pincer in half armor now covered the right side of his body and he had a small pincer covering his left hand. In a second, the two Frashen charged into battle. Neutra rose from the sand below, one eye narrowed in rage. He grabbed Santa Teresa in hand and hoisted himself up. Standing several feet away with Huracan drawn, was Naruto, his face a cold and hard mask. What the hell, Uzumaki? The Octava snarled. I found Neliel. I know about Charlotte too. Naruto said simply. A chill ran up through Neutra's spine. Or rather my Frashen did. But it's irrelevant now. She's already in the medical bay, being treated for her wounds. Zale already gave you up. You've lost Neutra. You Naruto. The bitch deserved to die. Neutra screamed. For a moment Naruto saw Sasuke's face snarling in rage. All of Konoha will burn. He dismissed the image. Release your Zanpakuto Neutra. Naruto ordered him. Off. The Octava shouted as he rushed forward, scythe axe descending to strike at Naruto who blocked the blade and kicked him several dozen feet into the dunes. Release. I want you to understand just how big of a gap there is between you and me. Naruto ordered, before disappearing in a burst of Sonido and cutting a huge wound across Neutra's chest. The Octava raised Santa Teresa and struck at Naruto, only for the Gemello's clone disappear and the Octava receive another slash across the back. Release. Naruto said calmly. Shit. Pray. Santa Teresa. Neutra screamed. Ochre Reiatsu and sand whipped around and around, obscuring the change. After a few moments Neutra's release form revealed itself. Naruto recognized the changed form Neutra's earlier battle with Ulquiorra, except now there were 6 arms instead of 4. His wounds were also healed. He raised Huracan and blocked the flurry of strikes from all 6 scythes acting in unison. Naruto's own Zanpakuto flickered back and forth, creating small nicks and wounds on the Octava as the two battled back and forth. Then suddenly Neutra's foot kicked up, sending Naruto crashing into a nearby pillar. The Octava stuck out his tongue and fired a yellow Sero at the pillar, causing a massive explosion to result and scatter debris over the area. Ha! Segunda my ass, you couldn't handle me, Neutra laughed. Then he noticed something was wrong. Naruto was standing a few feet away from him and one of the Octava's arms was missing on the ground. What? I'm done playing around. With a flash Naruto was on him. One arm, then another was severed as Neutra regenerated them. Another massive wound was slashed across his chest, then from his shoulder over his back, then a pair of wounds across his knees. Then another arm was lost. Neutra could barely keep up with Naruto, whose blade was forcing him back with every step. And throughout this Naruto maintained the same cold expression as before. Yet inside he was raging with all the hate of a volcano. Finally, Neutra sputtered and fell back into the ruins of another pillar. He coughed blood and looked up as Naruto walked calmly on the air towards him. 4 of Neutra's arms were gone, severed by Naruto's blade, and multiple deep wounds covered his body. I can't die. Neutra coughed out. No, you want to die. Naruto said calmly. Neutra sputtered incoherently in response. I've seen your fights with Neliel. You're a goddamn death seeker Neutra. I've heard you talk. You don't believe we'll ever find redemption. As far as I can tell your entire life philosophy is constantly fighting until you are the strongest or until you find someone to snuff you out. Naruto told him. Neutra was at a loss for words. As the blood dripped down into the sands Naruto spoke again. I'm not going to kill you out of revenge. I'm going to kill you because I honestly pity you Neutra. I'm going to put you out of your misery. The Segunda stated. Don't give me that bullshit. Roared Neutra as he charged forward. Naruto brought Huracan down. A massive wound ripped its way across Neutra's chest as he staggered away, a copious amount of blood flowing from his wounds. The Octava fell to his knees, his single eye focusing on Naruto as he calmly sheathed Huracan. Don't pity me. Neutra hissed out as he died. He was dead before his corpse hit the ground. Naruto was silent for a moment as he watched the life fade away from Neutra Gilga. He sighed for a moment, then he charged a Sero before reducing Neutra's corpse to ashes. He hated the man, but at the very least he didn't deserve his body being picked apart by scavengers. Goodbye Neutra Gilga, I hope you find peace, wherever you are, Naruto said softly. Tesla fell to the ground, blood dripping from his wounds. Across the room Findor staggered back, his body bruised and battered from Tesla strikes. It was a close fight, but Findor was holding the upper hand. Already massive wounds had been gouged from Tesla's flesh. Then the two Frashën snapped to attention as Naruto reappeared with Sonito. Tesla looked up, eyes wide. Your master is dead, Naruto stated flatly. Tesla rushed him, his massive fist striking forwards. With a burst of Sonito, Findor reappeared before Naruto and blocked the attack himself. Findor, thank you, but let me clean up here, Naruto said, before he disappeared. Tesla then felt only pain as his side exploded in blood. He fell to the floor, his resurrection fading from his body as he clutched his wounds. Naruto reappeared in front of Tesla. The former Frashën looked up into the soft pitying eyes of Naruto. How could you? He was the only one there for me. Tesla choked out. I did him a favor. I released him from the living hell he subjected himself to. And he was a traitor, attacking an Espada like that and killing my Frashën. I couldn't allow a person like him to live any longer, Naruto replied. He looked over the Frashën. It was almost like Haku and Zabuza. Are you going to kill me? Tesla said quietly. No, Naruto shook his head. You don't seem to have any knowledge of the attack. As long as you don't try and avenge Neutra, I leave your fate to your own, Naruto told him. Behind him Findor resealed Pinza Aguda. He turned away from the Frashën as Tesla bowed his head in despair. Actually, I changed my mind. No, I'm not going to kill you. Naruto knelt down and lifted Tesla's head up. Neutra already killed one of my Frashën. As payment for his life I will take you into my service. Neutra would want you to serve someone strong. Do you accept my offer, Tesla? Naruto asked him. The Arrancar was stunned. He looked into the cold blue eyes of the Segunda and realized that there was only one choice he could make. Why yes, Naruto-sama. Good. Naruto breathed out. Understand this, Tesla. You belong to me. You exist now because of my mercy. Serve me as my Frashën and you will be rewarded. Betray me and you will die. Do you hear me? He asked. Perfectly, sir. Neliel sighed as she looked around. She was in Las Noches medical ward and dressed in a thin white nightgown. Nearby Pesci and Dondochaka were also in beds. Zael was attempting to regrow their hollow masks slowly and return them to their former states, but it would take time. As for Neliel, she was returned to her former body. Her wound remained as a scar, but otherwise she was alive and well. Zael shuffled in. Behind him came Naruto and Findor. Neliel looked over the Segunda and noticed the bloodstains on his coat. Is he? She began. Neutra is out of his misery. He'll never harm you again, Naruto told her. I pity him. She confessed. Naruto took her hand. It's okay. In a way, he got what he wanted. He died standing in battle, Naruto told her. Her eyes met his. Zael coughed. Apologies for interrupting this moment, but I have some news for you too. Naruto and Neliel turned around to see him. During your revision to child form, Reishi leaked out of your mask. I was able to return you to your former age, but I'm afraid you lost some of your power in the change. Zael said. Can you find a way to return it? Naruto asked him. Hopefully. I've never encountered this phenomenon before in an Arrancar. I'll have to conduct more research on it. But for now she will be weakened. But not by too much. If I'm correct she'll still be in the Espada, but demoted. Zael said. I can't really forgive you, Zael. But I'm letting you live, for now. Don't squander my mercy. I want you to find a way to fully restore Neliel. Naruto ordered him. Yes, Naruto-sama. Zael gave a deep bow and moved out. Naruto. Neliel said softly. It's fine. I don't mind any loss of power. I never cared about rank. She stated. I know, it's just that this never should have happened. Naruto sighed. It shouldn't have, but I have you to thank. She smiled up at him. He smiled back. Findor Koreas sat on top of a tower, enjoying the beating sun on his face. But his mind was elsewhere. In his hands he held his Zanpakuto, Pinza Aguda across him. He was entering his inner world and his own Zanpakuto spirit. Just as Shinigami had their own spirits, Arrancar had theirs, although theirs was more of a manifestation of their own hollow powers than a piece of their souls. Findor's own inner world was a white island in the middle of a sea. Findor. A voice called behind him. Findor Korea's, Arrancar 24, was rudely awakened from his attempts at Jinzen. He opened his mouth to yell at whoever had interrupted him, but stopped when he saw who it was. It was Sun Sun, one of Harabel's Frashin. I couldn't find you at the training grounds. Shame you for making me wait. The Frashin covered her mouth with her sleeve. Apologies, it's my fault. My master is extremely upset. Findor said. He seemed fine when I met him. You don't know him like I do. The recent events concerning the former Octava are bothering him. He is planning alone and won't let any of my fellow Frashin speak to him. That is not like him. Findor sighed. Is that about the former Tercera? Sun Sun asked. In the wake of Neliel's attack, she had been demoted to Quinto while Harabel moved up a rank and Ulquiorra followed her into the Quattro seat. Exacta. Findor sighed. They both liked Neliel. She was kind and courteous to them even though they were mere Frashin. She was intelligent and a skilled warrior. Findor had enormous personal respect for her. Findor believed that life was merely a series of difficult problems. If one held the answers to these problems, then they could easily be solved. But he couldn't seem to find an answer to this latest problem. Is this because of Aizen-sama's indifference to her almost death? Sun Sun spoke. Exacta. Findor repeated. I was there when he dispatched Neutra. His rage wasn't like Yami's. It was ice cold. And then I was with him when Aizen casually took the news of Neutra's death and Neliel's wounds in stride. He barely spoke to Naruto before ordering to assume his post while Aizen resumed his masquerade in Soul Society. He seems awfully attached to Neliel-sama. I had thought we hollows couldn't feel those sorts of attachments. Or at least until I met Harabel-sama. Sun Sun sighed. Naruto-sama is of the belief that we are not fully hollow anymore, because we are now part Shinigami and thus have more access to our emotions. Findor explained. Do you believe that? Sun Sun asked. Exacta. I sense Ulquiorra, sir. Tesla said. GGIO grunted in agreement. I was wondering when he would return. Naruto said. It's about to start. Huracan whispered to him mentally. Can't you feel it? The Espada, their Frashin and the Privern as well as any Arrancar of consequence were gathered in Aizen's throne room. Naruto's Frashin had prepared a large marble pillar for him to sit upon along with cushions to lounge. Naruto slouched casually on it. Tesla stood in the corner. Findor stood straight like a soldier and Avarama and GGIO lounged casually next to Naruto on the pillar. All around them, the various Arrancar took up their positions. Here he comes. Avarama looked up. I hope he doesn't do the eye thing. That's creepy. He'll do it. I think he secretly enjoys freaking us out. Naruto chuckled. It had been several years since Neutra's death and 6 months since Aizen had dropped the facade as a Shinigami captain and lived permanently at Hueco Mundo. It was amazing how much removing one's glasses and slicking one's hair could change a person. Right now Ulquiorra and Yami were getting back from a mission in the human world. War against Soul Society was inevitable at this point. Naruto had to accelerate his own plans to overthrow Aizen with these new developments. He had to be careful though. He was playing a dangerous game. The doors at the end of the throne room opened and light poured in. The massive figure of Yami walked in and he was missing an arm. Naruto's eyebrows raised in surprise at the sight. Whoever did that to an Espada must have been strong. Next to him the slight form of his former protege walked in. The Quattro's face was expressionless. We have returned Aizen-sama, Ulquiorra said as he stopped before the throne. Welcome back Ulquiorra, Yami, Aizen smiled. Show us your findings with your 20 brothers and sisters. Ulquiorra then tore out his own eye. Nearby Naruto saw a few Arrancar wince at the sight. As you wish. The Espada crushed the eye. Please look carefully. Naruto breathed in the dust as it spread over the room and he felt his Frashin do the same. Naruto saw Yami and Ulquiorra arrive in the human world. He saw Yami slaughter hundreds of humans with his Gonzui technique. He saw Yami being confronted by a spiky-haired girl and a dark-skinned human. He saw him defeat the two effortlessly and then threaten a busty orange-haired girl with some sort of special powers. Naruto was impressed at the humans so far. He didn't think they had possessed those sorts of powers. Clearly the human world would bear investigation into. However, that would take place later. At the moment Naruto was busy. He saw Yami being stopped by an orange-haired Shinigami wielding a cleaver. He then saw the Shinigami took up a position and yell a phrase before being shrouded in Reiatsu. When the smoke and energy disappeared, he was in different clothes and with a black nodashi. Naruto saw Bankai for the first time. The Segunda saw the Shinigami lop off Yami's arm easily. His power was impressive, but it fluctuated to various points. It was obvious he had poor control when he suddenly froze up for no apparent reason and was beaten into a pulp by Yami. Then he was saved by what Naruto assumed to be a Shinigami who blocked Yami's attack effortlessly. He then saw Yami being beaten by an attractive dark-skinned woman. Naruto was more impressed by the fact that she did it with her bare hands. Naruto saw Yami get up and fire a Sero before the other Shinigami block it and fire off an attack of his own. Then he saw Ulquiorra deflect the attack bare-handed and then order Yami to leave immediately. Then the thing stopped. I see, so that's why you decided he wasn't worth killing, Aizen commented. Naruto figured it out quickly. The Shinigami had great power, but it constantly fluctuated. When he fought Yami, Naruto would have judged him to be around the Septima Espada level, then it briefly flickered to above even Ulquiorra's level and beyond Naruto's own. Yes sir. Our orders were to kill him if he became an interference to us. Also, Ulquiorra began. That's pathetic. Grimmjow cut him off. Naruto glanced over at the Espada. Grimmjow was a muscular blue-haired man with his hair wildly spiked back. He wore an open jacket that exposed his bare chest and hollow hole. Naruto knew Grimmjow fairly well. He was a wild firecracker of an Arrancar, essentially slightly more likable version of Noitro without the sexism and stupidity. He also reminded Naruto of a cat-oriented Kiba. Grimmjow was similar to Naruto in that his fashion chose him as a king, although to Naruto, Grimmjow was more of a pack leader than a king. Naruto had Grimmjow figured out easily after a few months. He wanted respect and acknowledgement above all else as king. In a way Ulquiorra and Grimmjow's rivalry was like that of him and Sasuke way back when he was still living. Of course there were differences. Ulquiorra was far more emotionless than Sasuke and Grimmjow was far more violent than he ever was, but there was a similarity. Grimmjow gave Naruto respect in the same way a smaller predator gave a larger one space. In turn Naruto gave Grimmjow his respect and mostly left him alone, save of the occasional spar or Espada meeting. If it were me I would have killed them all with one attack. Grimmjow grinned. Grimmjow. Ulquiorra simply said, I'm pretty sure your orders were to kill him. It seems pretty clear to me what to do in that case, right? The blue-haired Espada said. I agree. Shalong Kufang, one of Grimmjow's Frashin said. Of course he would agree with his master. He is an enemy. If there is no value in killing him, there is also no value in letting him live either. And Yami, look at you. You might say, there was no value in letting him live, but all I heard was, I couldn't kill him. TCH. Grimmjow snorted. Didn't you see that, Grimmjow? That damned dark-skinned girl beat me up. Not that stupid kid, Yami growled. You don't get it. I would have slaughtered them all with one attack. Grimmjow snarled. What did you say? Yami rose. Enough. Ulquiorra put up a hand. Grimmjow, you do understand that child is not our problem, right? What Aizen-sama is observing is not that child's current strength, but this rate of growth. It's true he has potential. But his power is uncontrollable. If we leave him alone he might just destroy himself or become one of our pawns. Actually I have to agree with Grimmjow here. Naruto interjected. Head snapped towards his position. Or more accurately Shalong's assessment. Even if he's not a threat now he might become one in the future. If there is even a small possibility that he might become a danger, it would be best to kill or capture him early on. Naruto stated. Grimmjow's eyes widened ever so slightly in surprise. Naruto's fairly friendly, by the Quattro standards, relationship with Ulquiorra was well known. For him to voice against Ulquiorra's opinion was fairly odd. See, even the Naruto agrees. Grimmjow crowed. If he becomes a threat then I'll simply destroy him, Ulquiorra stated. I trust you have no objection with that, Naruto. He said, cutting the sexta short. None. But I'm more concerned about what damage he might do before you get to destroy him. He already was strong enough to lop off Yami's arm and almost force him into a resurrection if he hadn't froze up. Honestly, he's already above Privern level at this point. Naruto commented. Enough. Apart from what your brothers may say, I'm impressed with your work, Ulquiorra. Aizen stated. Thank you, Lord. Ulquiorra gave a bow. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto noticed Grimmjow narrowing his eyes. Tell us your name, new comrade. Aizen smiled. Lupi Adenor. The newborn Arrancar on the ground said. It was an extremely effeminate male with short black hair and an odd sideways tiara for a masked fragment. His Zanpakuto was a short curved blade in a purple sheath. At his hilt, Huracan reflected his restlessness. This was getting boring. Naruto turned away from the birth of Arrancar 76 and sighed. He noticed Araniero clench his fists and leave the room rapidly. Zamari's latest mission had brought back a strong adduces to Las Noches. Naruto saw that Lupi's power at the moment was immature, but he had the potential to get to Novano or Octava level. Araniero was the last of the original Espada and had been struggling to hold on to his rank for the past few decades as more and more Hogekyo Arrancar began to show up. This may be the straw that broke the camel's back. Of course, Naruto had business elsewhere. Now that the birthing ceremony had been complete, Naruto vanished with a burst of sonido to a spot near Tia's quarters. Mila Rose was on guard, but she relaxed when she saw him. Hello, Mila Rose. Is your master here? He asked. She indeed is, said Harabel from behind him. Naruto smiled and turned around to look at her. Leave Mila Rose, Naruto commanded, and the Arrancar hastily retreated. There was silence for a moment. I assume you want to talk about Ulquiorra's report. Yeah, Naruto nodded. I'm concerned about the boy, he said. I saw his power. He had enormous potential, but that's just it. Potential. We don't know if he'll fulfill it. But if he does, he'll be stronger than even me. Maybe as strong as Stark. Naruto argued. Harabel lifted an eyebrow. You really think that's strong? I detected a faint flicker that was as great as his sealed form at least. Of course, I've never seen him release, so I can only speculate as to that end. Naruto said. Do you want to go and take care of him yourself? Asked Harabel. Maybe, said Naruto. I would find testing him to be amusing. Of course, it's Aizen's best interest if we eliminate him as a threat. It was a lie. Naruto had found a good tool to use against Aizen. The boy, if properly trained, could become incredibly powerful and be turned into a blade pointed at Aizen's throat. Of course, he had to be convinced to avoid the Arrancar, but Naruto was sure he could do it. Then there was a sonido flicker and Naruto sensed GGIO. His face was urgent with news. Naruto-sama, I have important news. He panted. Both Harabel and Naruto turned to him. Yes, the Segunda asked. I finally found you. About a half hour ago I saw Grimmjow leave his quarters with his Frashin in a Garganta. I think they are going to kill that Shinigami. GGIO explained. Well, that explains why Grimmjow was missing at the ceremony. Harabel nodded. Naruto groaned. This could not possibly be authorized. I'll bring him back, Tia. GGIO, have you told Aizen about this? No, sir. His replied. Naruto turned towards Tia. Do you mind alerting Aizen-sama while I bring Grimmjow back? Not at all. Naruto grinned. Thanks, Tia. With that, the Segunda gestured to GGIO. Let's go. A Garganta opened in the middle of the Karakura skyline. Naruto stepped out, his face serious as GGIO followed him, clutching Tigra Astoke in one hand. The Segunda sighed and opened up his Pesquisa to scan the area. He sensed Grimmjow fighting the orange-haired Shinigami. He also sensed enormous power coming from 3 more Shinigami. They were fighting Shalong, Nakim and Yilfort. Both Shalong and Yilfort has released so far. Naruto could sense nothing from Edrad or D-Roy. Most likely they were dead since there were more strong Shinigami signatures moving about. Naruto sighed and turned to GGIO. Go rescue Yilfort. I'll get Shalong. Meet me at Grimmjow's position. He seems to be doing fine so far. Yes, sir. With that, GGIO sped off quickly. Naruto turned around and focused back on Shalong's opponent. The Reiatsu was immense. No doubt he was facing a captain. That was the only possible explanation. The Segunda disappeared with Sonido. It's 1 o'clock, retreat. Shalong shouted. The Shinigami captain Hitsugaya's newfound power was simply too much for Arrancar 11. The difference between his previous power was absolutely immense. There was no chance of victory. As he fled behind Toshiro, Hitsugaya looked up. "Do you think we'll just let you leave?" he questioned. Ice began to form around his Zanpakuto blade. Ryuzenka. He dove forward rapidly. Below, Nakim fell dead as Matsumoto's Shikai sliced him apart effortlessly. Shalong turned around, eyes winded in fear as he saw the Shinigami's blade head closer and closer to his throat. "Actually yes, you will," said Naruto as he grabbed the blade bare-handed. Hitsugaya blinked in surprise as ice formed over the Arrancar's left hand where he had blocked the attack. Standing in front of him was a blonde-haired Arrancar with a crown and necklace mask fragment. He wore a fur-trimmed coat over a long-sleeved white shirt and hakama pants. What? Hitsugaya gasped as he read the Reiatsu coming off from this guy. Was this guy really an Arrancar? The difference between him and Shalong was indescribable. He was vastly stronger. The Arrancar turned to look at the white-haired captain. He lashed out, punching Hitsugaya in the chest. The captain gasped and fell back towards the earth. Blood flowed from his wounds as he finally succumbed to his injuries he had earlier taken in the fight. A wave of blood hit the concrete as his lieutenant screamed his name in panic and grabbed him in mid-flight. "Naruto-sama," Shalong gasped as the Segunda turned to face him. Casually Naruto broke the ice and examined his hand. "Shalong, you and Grimjow are in deep trouble. Let's go and get Grimjow out of there. We are leaving immediately to Awaken Mundo," he said. "Yes sir," Shalong said fearfully. Naruto looked him over. One claw is blasted and frozen. If he hadn't arrived then Shalong would be dead. Yilfort turned around as the Shinigami's Bankai lunged forward. The massive bone snake opened its jaws. Reiatsu collected there with immense power as the blast began to charge up. If he didn't get out of the way he would be dead. Then Ggio Vega appeared out of nowhere, kicking the Bankai in the side of the head and changing the blast to arc off wide into the sky. Yilfort turned around and recognized the Segunda Espada's fraction. Vega's presence here could mean only one thing. "Yilfort, we're leaving. Naruto-sama's orders," Ggio said, turning around to face him. Then he dissipated as the head of Hahio Zabumaru passed through the image. What? Yilfort looked on in confusion. On the ground Renji echoed his confusion. "Gemellos Sonido, Naruto-sama has seen fit to train me in some of his techniques," Ggio said. Renji looked up as she collapsed to his knees. His wounds were taking a toll on him. And now another Arrancar had arrived. One even stronger than the one he had barely defeated. He stood no chance. Then they disappeared with Sonido. Instantly Renji was on guard. Then he detected their Reiatsu moving rapidly away from his position. For a moment he recalled his Bankai and looked into the night sky with confusion. What the hell? Grimjow began to draw Pantera with a grin on his face. It was time to end this fight properly. He had felt massive power come in the distance, but they were still inferior to his own release state. He wasn't worried at all. Then he felt Naruto's Reiatsu fill the area. He turned around to see Shalong's released form appear next to Naruto's clam expression. After a moment Yilfort and Ggio Vega, one of Naruto's fraction, appeared. Shalong and Yilfort both looked like hell. Shalong had a frozen arm and Yilfort a massive wound across his shoulder. "What the hell?" Grimjow questioned. Aizen's pissed Grimjow. "We're getting out of here now. That's a direct order. You're in deep shit now Grimjow," Naruto said flatly. "I can kick the Shinigami's ass right now." "I know you can, but that isn't changing the fact that we're leaving right now. I won't take any objections. Is this understood Grimjow?" Naruto said coldly, letting his Reiatsu flare out. Grimjow gritted his teeth as he felt it. He sheathed Pantera. "Tch," he muttered as Naruto opened a Garganta. Below Ichigo watched in shock as the Espada he was fighting be interrupted by another. His eyes widened in shock as he sensed the immense power rolling off the blonde-haired Arrancar. It was absolutely unreal. It was bigger than even Kenpachi's. "What the hell are you doing?" Ichigo yelled, blood dripping from his wounds. "Shut up. I'm going back to Awaken Mundo," Grimjow snarled, looking behind at Ichigo. "Stop screwing around. You come and attack us and you think you can just leave," shouted the Shinigami. "Leave." Grimjow turned around. "Stop joking around. Our fight isn't over," Ichigo told him. Shut up. The Segunda just saved your life, Shinigami. Grimmjow snarled. That technique hurts you too. You can fire about 2 or 3 more. But even if you could fire those all day you still couldn't beat my released form. Grimmjow told him. Don't forget my name, and pray you never near it a second time. The Sexta Espada watched as the Garganta closed around him. Grimmjow Jagerjackez. The next time you hear it will be your end, Shinigami. Travel through the Garganta was quiet. Yilfort and Shalong had resealed their resurrections. Shalong was fine other than freeze burns and a mangled right hand. Yilfort needed medical attention, but would survive the wound. Naruto looked at Grimmjow, noting the large wound across his chest. When we get to Aizen, pretend this was my idea. I will take full responsibility for the punishment. Naruto said. I don't need your pity. Grimmjow snarled. This isn't about pity. It's because I respect you. If you take the blame I can guarantee you will lose that Espada rank for ignoring Aizen's direct orders. I just saved the lives of 2 of your fraction. You were in no position to argue. Naruto told him, lacing his words with a hint of Reiatsu. This isn't an insult, Grimmjow. I need you in Espada for the future. We've had a good relationship in the past. We both know this is not an insult to your pride, so don't pretend like it is. The Segunda told him. Grimmjow's eyes narrowed at Naruto's words, but he said nothing. He really had nothing to complain about. Now on to other business. GGIO, did you sense the Shinigami that Shalong was fighting? Did you sense his Reiatsu? Naruto asked. Yes, sir. That was a captain's full power. I want to issue an order to my fraction to avoid engaging a captain in battle. The difference in power between a captain and a numero is immense. Shalong was one of the strongest numeros and even he was completely and utterly outclassed when the captain unleashed his full powers. No offense. Naruto nodded to Shalong. None taken. Nodded Arankar 11, too relieved to have escaped death at the hands of the Shinigami. GGIO, promise me if you fight a captain you will flee immediately and not try to fight. He nodded. Yes, my lord. Tucson was waiting for them when the Garganta finished closing. Naruto and Grimmjow were immediately whisked away into Aizen's throne room. GGIO took Shalong and Yilfort to the infirmary to get them patched up. Welcome Naruto, Grimmjow, Aizen said, the same serene expression on his face as he looked down upon the trio before him. Grimmjow was still bleeding from the earlier attack Ichigo had hit him with. Naruto was unmarked. There was a deadening silence in the room. Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Grimmjow? Tucson asked, hand on his Zanpakuto. It was my idea actually. I encouraged Grimmjow to take care of the problem before it grew bigger. I take full responsibility for whatever punishment you deem worthy, Aizen-sama. Naruto said calmly. Tucson's lips curled in contempt. Aizen-sama, relax Konami, I'm not upset at all. I think Naruto's actions indicate a desire to serve me beyond the call of duty. Aizen said. Tucson, eyes narrowed behind his visor. Is that not so, Naruto? The Segunda nodded. Grimmjow wisely kept his mouth shut. Therefore Grimmjow was merely acting at the behest of a superior officer. He cannot be blamed at all. Aizen said. He had to know it's a lie, Naruto thought. He's not stupid. Tucson's hand shot out, grabbing Naruto's shirt front. Aizen-sama, allow me to execute this man. Naruto brushed Tucson's hand off of him. What are you doing, Tucson? Do you have some sort of problem with me and my style? He asked. You have grown reckless, Uzumaki. This is not like you at all. I should not tolerate those who sow discord. I'm afraid I don't understand your logic. We are going to war with these people with a few months anyway. We are going to deliberately sow discord anyway. All it matters is the time. Naruto pointed out. No, you did this out of your own ego. You lack a cause. Justice without a cause is nothing more than slaughter. But justice with a cause. Huracan came out of its sheath in the nick of time to counter Tucson's Zanpakuto. Apologies, Tucson-sama, by my blade slipped from its sheath. Naruto told him with a straight face. You don't have any right to speak such words. Tucson replied. Get off your high horse, Tucson. Even going by your own logic, we had a cause when I ordered the attack. I wanted to remove a threat to Aizen-sama. Face it, you don't have a position to stand on. Naruto said. Tucson began to speak once more. Enough. This is pointless. Konami, please cease your assault on Naruto. Aizen said. Reluctantly, Tsusen sheathed his Zanpakuto and glared coldly at Naruto. My apologies, Aizen-sama. Naruto cut in before Tsusen could say anything. You two are dismissed, Aizen told them. Quickly, Grimmjow and Naruto left the room. Holy shit, you were walking on thin ice there. Grimmjow told him. You aren't one to speak, Grimmjow. Naruto replied. Well, anyway, I would have loved to see you kick Tsusen's ass. Grimmjow shrugged. Hopefully it won't have to come to that. Listen, I'll be blunt. You owe me. Without me, Shalong and Yilfort would be dead and you would have been busted down to Privern. Are we clear on this? Grimmjow grunted in displeasure. Sure, you guys look like you got it hard. Except for you, of course, GGIO. Mila Rose said. The shapely Frashin was leaning against a pillar in the medical wing of Las Noches. Even Aizen recognized that an army would not function without some form of healing core. Shalong's hand was wrapped in bandages. The damage to his resurrection had been rather minor in all and it would reform eventually. Yilfort was in much the same boat. He was badly wounded but he would eventually recover. GGIO sat on a nearby pillar as he watched the green-cloaked medical Arankar patch the two up. He glanced at Mila Rose, a Frashin who he had often sparred with, due to the fact they both had cat-like releases. You weren't there, I sensed some pretty big Reiatsu. GGIO said. He's right, Shalong added. I thought the Shinigami pitifully weak the entire time. Only as it turned out they were operating at a fifth of their power. If Naruto-sama had not rescued me I would have been slain in a single strike. He stated. The one you fought was a captain though. The one Yilfort fought was roughly about his power and just under mine. You could have beaten him if he hadn't taken you by surprise. GGIO said to Grimmjow's blonde-haired Frashin. Then who the hell did you fight? Mila Rose demanded. A captain, Shalong said. We may have been wrong in our assumptions about the Shinigami. He stated. The full power of the captain I fought was not too far off from that of Grimmjow-sama and he was rather young. There was nothing but silence at these words. Ulquiorra Cypher walked calmly down the white halls of Las Noches. Beside him came Naruto Uzumaki and Yami Yargo. In front of them the doors to Aizen's throne room opened and the Espada walked in to meet their lord and master. Ah, good of you to arrive. Aizen spoke, turning around to view the Espada. Another hollow was being bound and trapped in a Kido box. Aizen stood over it with the Haugyoku in hand. Harabel, Stark, Araniero and Grimmjow were all present. We were just finishing up. Aizen gestured. Naruto followed Ulquiorra down some steps and looked over the figure. It was quite humanoid, which meant a Vasto Lord. Briefly Naruto wondered how Aizen managed to get a Vasto Lord without him knowing about it. It had been a month since Grimmjow's abortive attack on Karakura. Naruto trained his Frashin and accelerated his plans to take out Aizen. The ruler of Hawako Mundo had recently revealed a set of plans to his top 4 Espada to create the Oken and become a god. Essentially it was a plan involving Inoue Orihime, a human girl they had identified with special powers, was to be kidnapped and taken to Hawako Mundo. There she would serve as bait for her friends, who consisted of the substitute Shinigami and his human friends. They were not officially part of the Gote 13, however when they arrived in Hawako Mundo, the Gote would be obligated to rescue them, thereby sending a force of captains to Hawako Mundo. Then Aizen's masterstroke came. He would abandon Hawako Mundo and attack Karakura with the upper Espada and leave the rest to hold the fort while Aizen sacrificed Karakura and created the Spirit Key. Then Aizen would go into the Spirit King's realm and become a god. Naruto had to admit it was both bold and brilliant. Originally only the top 3 Espada and their Frashin were to attack Karakura, but Naruto managed to get Ulquiorra in the attack force, reasoning that Hawako Mundo was ultimately meaningless if the attack of Karakura somehow failed. Aizen surprisingly agreed. Perhaps he thought Naruto had a good idea. Of course he didn't know Naruto's real reason. Naruto had been taking long trips into the desert for the past few years supposedly to train in his resurrection without destroying Las Noches, and that had been true to an extent. In the desert he had discovered a power within himself. A power that could kill Aizen if his plan went perfectly. So Naruto played the part of a slightly resentful, but resigned Espada. Hopefully he was a good enough actor that Aizen would but it. After all, Naruto was a former shinobi. What is the status of the Haugyoku's awakening? Ulquiorra asked. 50%. Answered Aizen. It's right on schedule, as far as Soul Society's concerned anyway. Aizen looked down at the glowing object. Of course those who have not held it in the palm of their hands wouldn't understand. And perhaps even Kazuki Urahara, who developed it and released it from its prison, is unaware of the fact when someone with twice the Reiatsu of a captain unites with the sleeping Haugyoku, it briefly awakens fully. The god of Hawako Mundo explained. After a moment the Haugyoku glowed and the Kido cage cracked. Would you tell us your name, new comrade? Aizen asked. Wunderweiss Margula. Stammered out the newborn Arankar. The new Arankar was child-sized, Naruto noted. Its mask fragment took the form of a tiara on its blonde hair and its zanpakuto looked like a broadsword in a purple sheath. Naruto, Ulquiorra, do you remember the plan I spoke to you last month? Aizen asked. Yes sir, Naruto answered. Ulquiorra simply nodded. Put it into motion. I'll leave the details to your discretion. Both of you have joint command. Aizen told them. Understood, Ulquiorra answered. I'll be taking along my 4 Frashin if you don't mind. I want them to gain combat experience. Also Zale is sending along 2 of his Frashin. Naruto stated. I don't care, said Ulquiorra flatly. And I think I'll bring Grimmjow along with his Frashin. He's been itching to fight that Shinigami ever since my failed attack on Karakura a months ago. Ulquiorra ran his hand over the handle of Murcielago. Talk to him, the blade said. This is what you want. Naruto-sama, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Ulquiorra looked at him. You didn't order that attack, did you? I'm quite sure I did. Naruto blinked. I have known you for years. Launching unauthorized assaults is not your style. You lied in order to protect Grimmjow. Why? The Quattro pressed on. Well, theoretically if I was guilty of such an offense, and I'm not saying I am, then it was because I found Grimmjow useful. Naruto smirked. He is violent, rude and impulsive. He is a liability, Ulquiorra stated. I believe he can be properly channeled. He is after all still a comrade. Just like you are. Our relationship has not changed, Ulquiorra. I consider you a comrade even if you still have a cold heart for everyone. The Segunda told him. He looked at Ulquiorra's sword. As Murcielago pressing you to ask more. I never imagined it to be so demanding. Naruto remarked. My blade is none of your concern. Ulquiorra stated flatly. Let us go back to the plan. Ah yes, the plan. I'll engage the Shinigami along with Grimmjow. I don't think Soul Society had brought any reinforcements yet, but the 2 of us should handle them just fine. And then you slip in and get the girl. Is that fine with you? Yes. Zale Aporo Grants calmly sipped at his mug of coffee as he watched the numbers scroll by on his computer. His latest experiment concerning spiritual reconstruction was going well. If it kept up then he would have a new breakthrough on his hands. Hey Zale, said Naruto as he appeared abruptly with Sonito. Zale spat out some coffee in surprise, spraying some of it over the computer screen. Sighing with frustration he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Yes Naruto-sama, oh I just came by to check you. How many crimes against nature have you committed today? Only 3, you're slipping Zale, Naruto admonished. Zale turned around to regard him. I assume you're here for Verona and Lumina, correct? Correct. Did you implant them with the recording devices? Naruto asked. Of course, Zale swept his hair back. Both are infested with sprit recording bugs, modified for observational purposes. Lumina, Verona, he called out. Zale Aporo-sama, the 2 obese Frashin came bouncing out. Zale Aporo-sama, you are hereby placed under the service of the Segunda Espada for the duration of this mission. You are to obey him if he were I. Is that understood? Yes Zale Aporo-sama. Zale turned towards Naruto. I assume you are going on a combat mission soon. Of course, Naruto sagely nodded. One must learn about their enemies. Remember, I want the Shinigami alive if possible. Try and take prisoners. But if you get pressured and your lives are in danger, then don't hesitate to kill. I'll understand, Naruto told his Frashin as they walked through the Garganta. Grimmjow, Shalong and Yildfort trailed behind them. Zale's 2 Frashin followed behind. Alive? What the hell for? Grimmjow questioned him. Naruto sighed. Interrogation, understand. I want to learn about Soul Society's military capacities and about its captains by hopefully interrogating captured Shinigami. Aizen-sama had been tight-lipped about their abilities for some reason. Jin is hard to pin down and Tucson won't piss without Aizen telling him to. It was true, he had managed to glean some information of the basic structure of the Goten and about the captain commander, namely you don't piss off Yamamoto, but not much else. It's like Aizen almost didn't trust his Aaronkar. True that, Grimmjow shrugged. Just don't get in my way. Fine, now here we are. Naruto said as the Garganta opened on the other side. Naruto stepped out into the air. He didn't need to open up his Pesquisa when there were several Shinigami below. By coincidence they had landed right on top of a group of them, who were currently disengaging their Gigai to face them. Let's go. Grimmjow told Shalong and Yildfort, who kicked off along with Grimmjow to fly away deeper into the town. One of Zale's Frashen followed him. How dare they head off? Tesla protested. Relax. It's part of the deal. I don't get in the way and he helps me. Besides, as long as he ties up a few Shinigami we'll be fine. I'm going to need him as an ally, Naruto said, and then he drew Huracan in a flash to block a Zanpakuto aimed at him. You were the Espada that interfered in the last attack, the white-haired captain accused. Naruto was surprised by how young he looked. Toshiro Hitsugaya of the 10th Division, am I correct? Naruto said, noticing the flicker of surprise on his face. Shalong told me about you. Ice abilities and a high Reiatsu. The two disengaged their blade lock. All around them Naruto's Frashen moved into combat with the various Shinigami. GGIO and Tesla teamed up against a busty woman. Avarama moved to confront a bald-headed man while Findor moved to meet the last. You know who I am but I don't know who you are. Hitsugaya said. Why exactly should I tell you my name? Naruto asked as Hitsugaya suddenly attacked him with a flurry of sword strikes. Naruto flew into a defense, matching the young captain blow for blow as they engaged. The last time we fought I was wounded and half dead. This time I am fully healed, Hitsugaya told him. Naruto sighed. Well, if you're that confident then I suppose I should tell you. A burst of Reiatsu suddenly forced Hitsugaya back. The white-haired captain skidded through the air, Reishi forming beneath his feet. He looked up to see immense waves of energy pour off of Naruto. I am the Segunda Espada, Naruto Uzumaki, he said, letting his Reiatsu blast forth. Hitsugaya looked upon Naruto and slowly registered his words. The second. A chill ran up his spine. Bankai, he shouted. Here I come, Naruto said in the moment before he blurred and then engulfed Hitsugaya in a storm of steel. GGIO looked the women over. She was a bombshell and rivaled even Harabel-sama in the bust department. He and Tesla stood with their Zanpakuto drawn before her. She had her own blade drawn out and ready. I'm Rangaku Matsumoto, 10th Division Lieutenant. I'm GGIO Vega. Naruto-sama's number 1 Frashen and Aaronkar 28. He announced proudly. I believe Avarama and Findor have already claimed the status of number 1 Frashen for Naruto-sama. Questioned Tesla. Now's not the time, GGIO pointed out. I suppose you're right, Tesla said, and then took out Veruga. He turned to look at Matsumoto. I am Tesla Lindacruz, Aaronkar 50. He said. Frashen. The Shinigami questioned. The Espada's personal warriors and servants. GGIO clarified. Oh, the woman nodded. I might as well ask before we fight, but would you mind surrendering? Naruto-sama would prefer less bloodshed if possible, Tesla stated. Matsumoto smiled. Not a chance. Growl. Hineka. With that her sword transformed in gray ash and sped towards the two Frashen. GGIO and Tesla looked around as the ash surrounded them. What is this? GGIO began to reach out until a bit of the ash cut his forearm slightly. He yanked it back. You shouldn't have let yourself get boxed in like, Matsumoto began. A pair of Sero, one rose-colored, the other blue-green, erupted out of the ash cage. Matsumoto barely got out of the way as the Sero passed her by. Then she barely had time to react as GGIO reappeared behind her with Sonito and struck out with his Zanpakuto. Blood flew through the air as the woman took a large cut on her arm. She gathered Hineka around her once more and sent it at GGIO, who dispersed it with a bala. Tesla reappeared next to her, sword swinging as Matsumoto desperately was forced into the defensive. Do you want to fight her? GGIO asked. No, but I'll wait in reserve just in case. Tesla shouted back as he withdrew. Fine by me. GGIO shrugged. Gonna kill you. Gonna destroy you. Gonna rip you apart. Avarama screamed. Akaku looked at him strangely. What are you doing? He asked. It's my pre-battle ritual. It's where I stand and shout out my bravery and dedication to my lord. Avarama explained. Akaku looked over the Arrancar. He was shirtless and tanned, with crimson tattoos running over his body. He certainly looked fierce. You mean you're gonna kill me? That's right. This is battle, what I live for. Avarama shouted. Well then, in Soul Society we have a tradition. We tell our names to an opponent so they'll know who killed them. Akaku settled in a battle stance. I'm Akaku Madarame of Zaraki's division. I like you Shinigami. Avarama grinned. I'm Avarama Redder. Arrancar 30. He drew his Zanpakuto quickly. Scalp. Aguila. Reiatsu surrounded him as wings beat away the smoke surrounding him. So that's your release Akaku said looking on it. He slammed his sword and sheath together. Grow. Hozukimaru. Rapidly the pieces glowed and flowed together into a spear. Avarama's wings beat, sending shards of steel hard wings directly at Akaku, who leapt back in the air and then disappeared behind Avarama with Sonido, thrusting forward his spear in a series of thrusts. The tip caught part of Avarama's wing and he spun around and grabbed the spearhead with his claws. I've got you no. Avarama shouted. Split. Hozukimaru. Akaku shouted. Immediately Avarama lost his grip on the blade as Akaku leapt back and swung the weapon's bladed end around, forcing Avarama to leapt back, his wings beating more feathers at Akaku. The third seat took the projectiles in his body with a grunt. What the hell was that? He said. My wings are heavier than steel. That was called Devorar Pluma. Avarama grinned beneath his mask. That won't kill me Arrancar. Akaku grinned. Good, it can't end so soon. Findor stopped in midair and looked over the Shinigami in front of him. He looked like some sort of dandy, with an odd feather-like decoration in his hair and an orange collar. In all he reminded Findor of a pea. Shinigami, may I ask what your rank is before we begin? Findor questioned him. Yumashika Yasugawa, 5th seat of Zaraki's division, answered Yumashika, who held up his Zanpakuto in front of him. He frowned and edged his head. That mask doesn't suit you at all, he said. Findor was silent for a moment. What, aren't you going to talk? Yumashika asked. Nothing. Findor shook his head. You remind me of a former comrade. But never mind, I shall fight you at the level of a 5th seat, he stated. Pinza Aguda clashed with the other blade ad Findor rebounded off in midair and brought a balla crashing through the air to strike at Yumashika, who disappeared with a burst of Shunpo to reappear behind Findor and swing his sword. Is this the strength of an Arrancar? Yumashika asked as he continued to force Findor back with every blow. A final blow sent Findor staggering back. You said earlier that I reminded you of a comrade. Was he an Arrancar? I hate to be compared to such ugly creatures. Exacta. He was an Arrancar, Findor said, his eyes narrowing beneath his eyes. Tell me, is this really the strength of Soul Society's 5th seats? I may have miscalculated here. No, I'm stronger than that rank, but I choose 5th seat because 5 is a more beautiful number than 4. Yumashika explained. Findor gave a smile. He then broke his mask. What? Yumashika began as Findor lashed out with a series of attacks. You've gotten stronger. My mask acts as a power limiter. My level is now 4th seat Shinigami. With that Findor chipped away at another section of his mask. His Reiatsu peaked again as he forced Yumashika back down with another great slash. That was 3rd seat. The 5th seat battled on against a series of slashes all around him. His arm was nicked a few times and a piece of his sleeve fell away as Findor almost took on an arm off. He leapt back in the air, bringing his Zanpakuto in front of him. Findor looked at him and chipped away at his mask once more. And this is lieutenant level, the Frashin proclaimed as he reappeared behind Yumashika and slashed him across the back. Bloom for me, Fuji Kujaku, he yelled as Findor closed in on him yet again. Omake. Naruto's character hopped around the screen, gun swinging back and forth. Behind him followed various characters, each controlled by members of his Frashin. They were stalking through some sort of city in the map in front of him. "All right, stay close guys, we don't get separated," Naruto began. Then Tesla's character fell to the ground. "What the hell? It's a sniper. Get to cover people," Naruto commanded. The characters on the screen scrambled to move. Outside, Harem heard what sounded like gunfire coming from Naruto's quarters. Quickly she sonidoed in and looked at the strange sight. The Segunda Espada and his Frashen were sitting on a couch. They were sitting in front of some sort of screen, dived into multiple sections. They were each holding some sort of controller. "What are you doing?" she asked curiously. "Oh, Zale set up a connection to the thing the humans call the internet. This is called an Xbox 360 inches and we're playing a first-person shooter called Halo Reach." "Damn it, he got me," Naruto cursed as his character was stabbed by some sort of energy blade. The Segunda leaned in. "Who the hell is Pink 11? Meanwhile, Yakiru seems happy with the game," Akaku stated as he looked at the happy little girl. "Yeah, for once Mayuri and the 12th were useful," Yumashika agreed. "Boom headshot," Yakiru cried. Hitsugaya fell back in the air, panting heavily as blood dripped from the dozen or so cuts along his body. He formed another ice dragon and sent it as Naruto, who simply dodged. Another 2 ice dragons chased after Naruto, who blew one apart with a Sero and dodged the other. Then with a burst of Shunpo, the 10th Division captain reappeared behind Naruto, blade flashing. Huracan instead locked blades with Hitsugaya as Naruto whirled and countered his move. Another lightning-fast slash sent Hitsugaya reeling back several feet. The young captain barely had time to react as Naruto reappeared above him with Sonido and rammed his elbow into the captain's face, sending him plummeting down into the earth below. Another Sero came after Hitsugaya, blasting him further down. The Segunda looked down, noting that the Shinigami didn't appear to be moving. Then an icy tail lashed behind Naruto as he blocked it with his Zanpakuto. Ice shot up the Segunda's arm, but Naruto broke free of the tail and shattered the ice with a burst of Reiatsu. Before him Hitsugaya rose, panting and wounded. Naruto shot forward again as Hitsugaya's blade rose one more. The 10th Division captain had barely time to react as Naruto's sword lopped off a wing and then slash across Hitsugaya's shoulder. A kick to the captain's back sent him flying through the air again. "You don't look so good, Captain. Shalong told me about your Bankai. Looking at those flowers behind you, your 8th petal had disappeared. You're running out of time, Captain," Naruto stated. Then he saw Hiranmaru's wing regenerate. Hitsugaya looked up at him. "My weapon is all the water in the atmosphere. My Bankai can regenerate using it. But you can't," Naruto pointed out. "And you're pretty badly banged up. I'm going to change that. Guncho Susara," he shouted. A hail of icicles headed towards Naruto, who simply stood there. They repelled off him in an explosion of ice. The Segunda stepped calmly through the hail as he looked at Hitsugaya. "Those icicles won't pierce my Hiero, I'm afraid." "Hyoryu-san-bi," Hitsugaya suddenly said. Ice formed in the air and tuned into the shape of a giant crescent. Naruto leapt back as it headed towards him. "Zeka," Hitsugaya shouted, sending the crescent up into Naruto, crashing into him. Ice spiraled all around Naruto as he broke it with a 2-handed sweep of his Zanpakuto. "Impressive, Captain, but..." Naruto paused as he looked at the multiple ice pillar that suddenly sprang into existence around him. "Senin Hiro," Hitsugaya yelled as they closed in around Naruto. In a moment a massive ice mountain appeared in the skies. "I was buying time the entire fight," Hitsugaya told the mountain. "That attack requires preparation time. So I had to saturate the area with enough watt." He was interrupted by a massive burst of Reiatsu. A crimson Sero blasted out the side of the mountain and a figure appeared before Hitsugaya, clutching the remnants of his coat in one hand. It was Naruto and he looked amused. His coat was gone, frozen into rags, and Naruto's shirt was open, exposing the tattoo on his chest and hollow hole. His hair was scuffed heavily, but Naruto as a whole looked impressed and amused at the young captain. Hitsugaya was in disbelief. He appeared to have hurt the Espada, but not by much, and he would not be able to produce another attack as powerful as that in a while. He gripped his sword tighter with determination. "Nice job, Captain. If I was a weaker Espada that might have severely wounded or even killed me. But I'm not. You've put up a great fight so far, even if you're greatly below my level of power. I will honor you by showing you my resurrection, Naruto said, dropping his coat and brining Huracan in front of him. Hitsugaya's eyes widened. He could not allow this to happen. He rushed forward, ice streaming through the air as he prepared to attack again. Obliterate, Huracan, Naruto said as a massive burst of Reiatsu filled the air. White flames and winds blew Hitsugaya away as he desperately tried to right himself. A swirling mass of energy engulfed Naruto's position. And then in a moment Naruto was revealed. He appeared to be completely made up of some sort of white glowing substance that flickered like fire. Black markings ran over his body. His hollow mask had seemingly merged with the white energy stuff. His facial markings were a pitch black now. Hitsugaya began to shake in shock at the amount of Reiatsu this guy was emitting. It was unreal. Then a blade of energy appeared in Naruto's hand as he dove forward. Hitsugaya saw him accelerate and then, nothing. He couldn't read his movements. Naruto's Reiatsu blade collided with Harem as Hitsugaya was sent back several dozen feet. Naruto pressed him back. The captain watched in horror as the energy blade began to bite through Harem's edge. Then a knee took him in the gut as he went flying high into the air. The captain coughed up blood. The kick had hurt him badly. Naruto reappeared before him again, blade flashing as Hitsugaya was once more forced into the defensive. More and more cuts appeared on Hitsugaya's body as the incredibly strong and fast blows forced him back. Then before he knew what was happening, he was struck in the back. Both wings and his tail fell to the ground. New ice formed where they had been cut as Harem struggled to reform. Naruto reappeared several feet away from Hitsugaya, who sent another ice dragon at him. The dragon was casually cut in half with a single swing as Naruto looked at him. You are going to keep in regenerating that Bankai, aren't you? This could become a pain. I'll end it now. Naruto pointed his hand at Hitsugaya. Black energy swirled and appeared. The captain was too exhausted and wounded to try and dodge. This is a released Espada's fully powered Sero. Sero Obscurus, Naruto stated as a massive cone of pure darkness appeared. After a moment a single figure dropped through the sky, blood trailing behind him. In a single blow Toshiro Hitsugaya, captain of the 10th Division, had been defeated. Then he fell on a crimson platform that formed in the sky. Naruto looked around in surprise as he saw a blonde-haired man wearing a striped hat and clogged side and walked next to him. My, young people these days. He gave a goofy grin and flapped a fan he held. Kazuki Urahara, I presume, Naruto said. Well, that's correct, although I'm afraid I don't know your name, Urahara said. Segunda Espada, Naruto Uzumaki. I recognized you from Ulquiorra's report. Segunda, that's a pretty impressive rank. You defeated Toshiro-kun quite thoroughly there. Urahara gestured as Hitsugaya was lowered gently into the ground below. Thank you for your compliments. Aizen had told us about you. On how you created the Haugyoku. Possibly you were the only man he fears. Naruto said. Oh, you flatter me, but do you intend to fight me? Urahara brought his Zanpakuto up. If I must, truth to be told, I don't plan on getting into a protracted fight. This entire battle is a distraction, Naruto said. I'm going to cut to the chase. I hate Aizen. I have no desire to die as cannon fodder for some madman with a god complex. I want to rebel against him, but I cannot because of Kyoka Sugestu. Naruto explained. I thought you Arankar were completely loyal to him. Urahara noted. You were wrong. Some are, but some like me have nothing against the Shinigami. We are not fully hollows anymore. We have Shinigami halves too now. We can reason now. Some of us are evil. I won't deny that, but some of are good people, Naruto argued. Urahara's face had changed to surprise. To an outside observer it looked like the two were battling to the death, but in truth Naruto was hardly pressing Urahara. Then why don't you let me purify you? The scientist asked curiously. Purify me, and be sent to Soul Society? Don't make me laugh. I know full well about your so-called heaven. You have poverty and starvation in the outer districts. Those are the worst of the lot. Most of Soul Society. A true heaven shouldn't have any kind of suffering at all. Heaven should be final rest for souls. No, I refuse to accept being sent to Soul Society. I can't agree with their kind of rule at all. Don't get me wrong, I hardly think Huseo Mundo's better. But you know what? Naruto looked up into Urahara's eyes. I'll make it better. I'm not really a friend of the Shinigami, but I don't see any point as making myself their enemy. And how exactly do you want to do that? Urahara asked him. Aizen plans to create the Awaken at Karakura town. Then I plan to betray him and attempt to kill him. I believe I have developed a way to break Kyoka Sugestu. If I kill Aizen, I want to ask for your help in create some sort of truce between Soul Society and the Arrancar. I don't really like Soul Society, but I have no desire to engage in some pointless war for the sake of a madman. Naruto said. And him. You didn't need to go so far with him. Urahara indicated. I had to make Aizen think I'm absolutely dedicated to him if my plan is going to work. Don't worry, he will heal eventually. But on to Aizen's plans, Naruto said. Then a beam of golden light shot down and engulfed Naruto. The Segunda Espada stopped as he looked up. The mission's over. That was quick, Ulquiorra, Naruto said. I'll see you later, Urahara-san. The Segunda said as he floated away. GGIO kicked away a bit of ash as more blades closed around behind him. He disappeared as more cut through a Gemello's clone. He reappeared behind Matsumoto and slashed as her, causing the Shinigami lieutenant to disappear with a burst of Shunpo, but scarcely did she reappear did GGIO follow her with Sonito and kick her down. Matsumoto landed roughly on the ground below, kicking up dirt and dust. More ash came swirling around as GGIO lashed at it with another bala. Then Matsumoto floated back up, still directing the ash's movements. You know, I probably think I could defeat you in my sealed state. GGIO commented as the ash came swirling in, cutting into him in mid-sentence. Then he reappeared several feet behind Matsumoto as the Gemello's clone faded away. As I was saying, I think I could defeat you in my sealed state. But I don't really want to mess around with this sort of mission. GGIO brought his Zanpakuto in front of him. Bite it off, Tigra Stoke. Reiatsu and smoke enveloped him as Matsumoto's ash was forced back by the swirling force. Then the smoke blew away, revealing Gio's resurrection. He was wearing some sort of striped suit, his feet having turned into cat-like paws and him having grown square off blades on his arms and ponytail. How ironic we both have cat-like releases. Matsumoto commented. Yeah, GGIO replied, reappearing right in front of her with a burst of Sonito. It is. He lashed out as Heineka's ash scrambled to meet the incoming blades. Blood flew into the air as Matsumoto clutched at her arm. Heineka's ash swirled around her in a protective shield as GGIO suddenly reappeared behind her. I hate to do this to a pretty lady, Matsumoto was suddenly kicked forward. She turned around, Heineka lashing out. But the ash merely hit a Gemello's clone instead. But orders are orders, GGIO said, blades flashing again. Multiple cuts appeared over Matsumoto's body as he was forced back through the air, Heineka's ash always striking a few moments too later to catch up with GGIO. Your ash cannot catch me in this form. My speed has increased greatly, GGIO said as he lashed out with a kick that sent Matsumoto flying into the air. She skidded through the air, breathing heavily. Then a shaft of golden light came down, enveloping the Arrancar. GGIO looked up in surprise. Oh, the mission's over already, GGIO questioned. Findor drew back in the air. A bloodied Yumashika looked on in confusion as his opponent was enveloped in the golden light. Avarama looked up at well as Akaku's latest spear strike was deflected by the golden light of the negation. You got a lucky break here, Shinigami. But you haven't seen the last of us, GGIO told her. A hollow mask. You serious? Naruto asked Grimmjow as they both walked down the halls of Las Noches. Grimmjow finished telling Naruto an abridged version of his fight with the orange-haired Shinigami. Apparently he had turned himself into a hollow. No shit, and then some new guy shows up and puts on a mask too. And guess what? Grimmjow told him. What? He fired a goddamn Sero. The Sexta told him. Really? Naruto asked in surprise. Yes, really. I got hit by the damn thing. I didn't even get to release my Zanpakuto. Grimmjow complained. A Shinigami with hollow abilities. It sounds like the reverse of us. Naruto commented. His mind was already awash with the possibilities. If a Shinigami could use a mask and fire a Sero in addition to his normal abilities, then why couldn't Arrancar use Kido? They were half Shinigami. Naruto knew they could already perform Kanso as well. He mind San with thoughts. Could he possibly manifest a Shinigami's Zanpakuto as well? He thought. His thoughts were interrupted by his fraction. Naruto-sama, nodded Findor as he trailed behind. All of the fraction had paid a visit to the medical bay and had been patched up. I've already prepared my report of my fight for your inspection. Later Findor, right now I think Aizen-sama has something to show us. Naruto said. Grimmjow and the rest of the fraction followed them into the familiar area of Aizen's throne room. Ulquiorra was present with a red-headed human girl. She was rather beautiful in Naruto's opinion, with a large bust and long shapely legs, although she was looking a little young for his tastes. Welcome to our castle Las Noches, Aizen said. He was seated on his throne as usual, looking down upon them like some sort of god. You are Inoue Orihime, correct? Aizen asked the girl. Why yes, she said, obviously afraid. Naruto sympathized with her. Apologies for being so forward, but could you please show us your power? Aizen asked. Why yes sir, she said hesitantly. Please heal Avarama Redder of his wounds. Aizen asked. Naruto mentally smirked. His guesses about this girl's power were correct. Hesitantly the girl approached the body. What the? Avarama began. Orihime's hairpins separated and formed some sort of orange shield in front of the fraction. Soden Kishun, I reject, she said. Slowly, Redder's wounds closed and healed. How did you do that? Avarama said in amazement. Do you not understand? Asked Aizen. Ulquiorra saw the ability as time manipulation or spatial distortion. Yes sir, Ulquiorra nodded, but in truth it's neither of those. This is the rejection of events. Her ability allows her to reject any kind of event that had happened to her target. It's an ability that can return her target to their former state no matter what happened to them. Aizen explained. It's a power that trespasses into God's territory. Naruto sat on a rock in the forest of Manos, his eyes closed as he relaxed. All around him murmured the faint voices of faraway hollows. None dared to get near him, all of them recognizing the immense reiatsu of the man. Naruto opened his eyes as she heard the familiar swishing sounds of Sonido. Before him stood Ggio Vega, Findor Koreas, Avarama Redder and Tesla Lindacruz. Good of you to make it, Naruto said. I was wondering when you would arrive. He told them. Forgive me my lord, but what exactly is this about? Findor asked. Come and sit down while I speak. Naruto gestured. You all know how I was recruited into the Espada by Aizen, and you know about how I feel about him, correct? Naruto asked them. They all nodded. I'll be blunt. In the future intend to rebel and kill Aizen. Naruto stated flatly. He studied the expressions on his Fraxians' faces. There was excitement on Avarama's, shock on Ggio and Tesla and a calm expression on Findor's. My lord, we will follow you into the jaws of hell itself. Ggio said. Likewise my lord, I owe you everything. Tesla repeated. Me too, Avarama told him. Findor nodded and bowed. Good. Now, let me tell you about something called the Winter War and what my plan is. Wake up. Someone shoved Stark lightly on the couch. The Primera groaned and rolled over, clutching his pillow tighter. Naruto looked at him quizzically for a moment, then he turned to the Primera's fraction. How exactly do you do that? He asked. Oh, it's easy. Lilinet jumped up and punched Stark in the balls. To this day Naruto wondered how a fraction managed to harm an Espada level hero. Or maybe it was just the balls that were the universal weakness for men. Stark got up yelping. What the hell? He looked at the two. Stark, wake up sleepy head. Lilinet jumped him, giving the Primera a noogie. Naruto watched with amusement as Stark complained about it but did nothing to shove Lilinet off. Alright, knock it off you two. We have a meeting to attend, Aizen-sama just called it. Naruto said. Lilinet jumped off of the Primera as he slowly got up. This is such a pain. Stark muttered. Espada meetings are mandatory, Naruto reminded him as the two walked down the hallways of Las Noches. Slow down. I'm still sleepy. Stark rubbed his head. You always are. Tell me, can you sense those presences? Naruto asked. What presences? Stark opened up his pesquisa. Ah, those. The Primera nodded. What about them? I'm willing to bet those are the Shinigami rescue team for our captive. Naruto remarked. Is this what the meeting's about? Stark asked. Probably. Naruto nodded. I say just give her back. It would save everybody a lot of trouble. I have to agree, but we have other uses for her. Naruto's mind remembered his plans. We have intruders, Zamari remarked. Intruders? Naruto asked. I heard the underground 22nd passageway collapsed. The Septima told him as they sat down at the meeting room. All 10 Espada, Aizen's elite killers, were assembled for a meeting he had called earlier in response to this development. Naruto took a seat next Zale and Yami and across from Harem. He glanced briefly at the Septima. He rarely spoke with Zamari and didn't know the Black Espada well, but they were on fairly good terms. It would have been more interesting if they burst into the throne room. Zale complained. Put a sock in it. I'm tired of hearing all these voices. Stark yawned. You better get used to it, Stark. Here is Aizen-sama, Naruto said. Before them Sosuke Aizen and his cohorts walked through the chamber and the leader of the Espada took his position at the head of the table. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Espada. The god of Awaken Mundo said. We are under attack, but first let us have some tea. He said calmly. Moments later when the tea was served, Naruto stared at his cup gingerly. He preferred some of the human coffee from the world of the living than Aizen's own herbal blends. He glanced around briefly at Eren and Harem and wondered how exactly Aizen expected them to drink. After a moment he shrugged and began to sip it. Has the tea made its way around to everyone? Aizen asked, taking his place at the head of the table. Good, let's begin. He mentioned to Tucson, who activated a hollow projector on the wall. Immediately a hole in the middle of the table opened up and a pale image rose from the center. There are 3 intruders. Aizen began as the shapes of the orange-haired Shinigami, a white-clad boy and a tall, dark-skinned human came into being. Ryu Ishida, Sato Yasutora and Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizen mentioned. These are our enemies, Eren asked. Correct. Grimmjow fought the orange-haired one before, didn't you? Naruto commented. He finally had a name to connect with the face. Grimmjow studied the image intently. Yeah, he said detachedly. Well, I don't think they're the least bit interesting, commented Zale. Don't take them lightly. These Ryoka with just 4 people marched into Soul Society and challenged the Gote 13 to battle. Aizen told them. 4 people, they are short one. Who's missing? Zamari asked. Orihime Inoue, Ulquiorra answered. Suddenly Grimmjow rose up and walked towards the doorway. Grimmjow, where are you going? To kill them, answered Grimmjow. It's best to crush them quickly like the insects they are before they get any closer. He said. Naruto could see that was only half true. Grimmjow had evidently developed a bit of a rivalry with Kurosaki. Aizen-sama has not given any orders yet, go back. Tucson told him. I'm doing this on Aizen-sama's behalf. Grimmjow snarled. Grimmjow. Came Aizen's voice softly. Grimmjow paused. Yes, sir. I'm pleased you want to fight on my behalf, but I'm still talking. Can you please return to your seat? Aizen said politely. There was silence. What's wrong, Grimmjow? Aizen asked him as he brought the full pressure of his Reiatsu to bear. I can't hear you, Grimmjow Jigerjackes. Aizen smirked. Grimmjow was brought to the floor, choking and gasping from the pressure. I see, it seems you understood me. Aizen rose. Ladies and gentlemen of the Espada, as you can see there are 3 enemies. Underestimating them would be foolish, but there's no need to make a fuss about it. Return to your chambers and act normally. Do not be haughty, do not get impatient, just sit there and wait for the enemy. Do not fear, even if something should happen, as long as you walk with me there can be no enemies. In the hours after the meeting, Naruto walked alone through the hallways, his mind mentally went over Aizen's words. Only the top 4 Espada knew the real reason why the intruders were not simply crushed. Naruto was certain he could probably kill them all himself rather easily, to say nothing of the full force of the Espada. No, the real reason was to lure the forces of the Gote 13 to Awaken Mundo and set up a trap. The lower Espada were not informed of this, so as to better act as lures for the coming Shinigami. Truthfully, only the top 4 were relevant to Aizen's plans. Naruto was rather disgusted that he would use the Arrancar like pawns. Mentally, Naruto went over his plans once more. The invasion had come quicker than expected, but he could adjust his plans accordingly to overthrow Aizen. He went over the Espada who could support him. He knew Stark was loyal to Aizen because he offered him a way out of the loneliness that plagued his life. Harem was loyal to Aizen for saving her life and giving her Shinigami powers, and Ulquiorra was fairly loyal to Aizen. However, Naruto had a fairly good relationship with all of them. If Aizen died, Naruto was certain he could persuade them to join his cause. Of course that was easier said than done, but he had no choice but to go forward with it. Neliel's loyalty to Aizen has been shaken ever since the Neutra incident, plus she owed Naruto both her life and her Espada position. She would join with him. Naruto was certain of that fact. Convincing her would not be too hard. Grimmjow was notoriously rebellious and anti-authoritarian. He chafed under Aizen's rule and he owed Naruto as well. Naruto was pretty sure he could convince him to join his rebellion as well. It would be harder, but Naruto could appeal to his pride and independence. Zamari was a die-hard Aizen loyalist. Naruto knew that there would be no convincing him. Naruto would probably have to deal with him. It was something he regretted, but it had to be done unfortunately. Zale was not especially loyal to Aizen, but he was more concerned with his experiments and himself than Aizen. He could be turned if Naruto appealed to his vanity and own self-serving nature. Aroniro was an enigma to Naruto. He didn't know much about him that he could turn against Aizen. Yami was essentially a dumb brute who was only as happy as much as he could smash things. As of the Moem, he had more ties to Aizen than Naruto. But first, before he could convince any of the Espada, Naruto had to make other arrangements. They came to rescue me. Orihime asked the impassive Arrancar in front of her. Indeed, Ulquiorra nodded, but it should no longer hold any meaning for you. For in both body and mind you are already our comrade. Ulquiorra stated. The human girl was already wearing the white and black style of Las Noches. That's what's wearing those clothes means, Orihime Inoue. Ulquiorra stated. There was silence before Orihime finally replied. Yes, sir. Say it, for just what purpose do your body and mind exist? Ulquiorra questioned her. Yes, sir, they exist for Aizen-sama and his will. Ulquiorra, said Naruto as he opened the door. Ulquiorra glanced to the side as Orihime looked at the new Arrancar. How's our new guest? He grinned cheekily. She is healthy at the moment, Naruto-sama. Ulquiorra answered tonelessly. Now do you mind me speaking with her privately? Don't give me that look. I'm not going to harm her in any way, you know that. Naruto told him. Ulquiorra was silent for a moment. Fine, but don't make it too long. He said. Excellent. I'll see you at the Batcave, Ulquiorra. Naruto waved as the Quattro Espada disappeared with a burst of sonido. Naruto was silent for a moment as she felt Ulquiorra's Reiatsu fade away slowly. Then he turned towards Orihime. Orihime watched as the Arrancar smiled and bowed. Greetings, señorita. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the Segunda Espada. He said. An Espada? Orihime wondered. Did that mean he was like the others? I mean no harm. I simply wish to talk to you. Actually, I have a request for you. Do you understand me? Naruto asked. Yes, sir. You don't have to call me Sir Inoue-san. Now let me tell you a little secret. Naruto leaned in and whispered something to her. I plan to rebel against Aizen. Orihime's eyes widened in shock. But I thought, she began, that everyone was loyal. No, some chafe under his rule. I want to kill Aizen and take over Las Noches, and if I were to do that, then suddenly you would probably find yourself freed and sent back to the human world with your friends, all unharmed. Naruto began. He saw his eyes widen. He had her. But I can't rebel against Aizen. He has me under the effects of his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. It controls all 5 senses and projects a perfect illusion. There is no way to break free of it unless, he glanced at her. Somebody rejects it, she whispered. Ah. Naruto nodded. Yes. Reject Kyoka Suigetsu's effects on me and I will do my best to ensure your friends remain unharmed during the invasion. I have a pretty high rank and I can order about the lesser Arrancar. I can't guarantee their complete safely, but I can raise their chances of survival dramatically. Do you promise? Orihime asked hesitantly. Of course. My word in my honor. Naruto nodded. The hairpins came free. Soden Kishun, I reject. Neliel, Naruto said as he approached her from behind. She turned around to see him join her beside a balcony looking over Las Noches. Naruto, I'm glad you came. She smiled. I see, may we talk privately? Naruto asked. Of course. Single quote. I am rather troubled by the recent invasion. Naruto said softly. I'm sure we'll be fine. Neliel told him. I'm sure I'll be fine. Naruto agreed. But, what are you saying? Asked Neliel curiously. Aizen-sama, in his benevolence, had seen fit only to tell the top 4 Espada this secret. You know how we're invading Karakura town, right? Naruto asked. Neliel nodded. Well, only the top 4 are going. But Aizen-sama said. A lie. His real plan is to use the rest of the Espada to engage the intruders and lure the Gote 13's military forces to Las Noches. Then he will seal of the Garganta and use the top 4 to confront the remainder of the Gote. A rather brilliant plan, I say so myself. Naruto noted. A mixture of emotions ran across Neliel's face. But that would mean that he is using you as cannon fodder. Yes. This can't be true. Tell me, Neliel, why has Aizen allowed the intruders to get so far when any one of the top 4 could kill them all easily? You saw the Yasutora boy be beaten easily by Yami, the Kurosaki boy barely tying with Grimmjow, and the Ishida boy can't be too much stronger than them. I could finish them all off without my resurrection. Naruto told her. Then what do you want me to do about it? Neliel asked him. I don't like seeing my comrades used like that. I don't plan to follow Aizen anymore. Neliel was stunned and silent. But that's treason. Aizen already betrayed us first, as far as I'm concerned. He's already betrayed you once in the past, hasn't he? Naruto pointed at her scar. But Kyoka Suigetsu has already been taken care of. I will deal with Aizen. But I need your help in Las Noches. Naruto asked her. This was it. She hesitated for a moment. But only a moment. What do you want me to do? She asked. Grimmjow. The voice stopped the sexta in his tracks. He looked around to see Naruto come from behind a pillar. Yeah, where are you going? The Segunda asked. Grimmjow was silent. I'm not going to report your attempts to attack the Kurosaki boy. I just want to talk. About what? Grimmjow asked. Well, when you said that Aizen wanted you to go out and crush the invaders, you were right, but not in the way you think. Naruto told him. What do you mean? Grimmjow looked at him. I'm not in the mood for some sort of mind screw. I'm not like Jin in that regard. What I'm saying is that Aizen hasn't told you something important. Naruto baited him. What the hell's so important then? I'll be blunt, you and the lower ranking Espada are just bait to tie up the invaders while the top 4 go to Karakura town. Aizen plans to seal off the Garganta when the Gote 13 arrive to rescue the humans. Naruto told him. Grimmjow's eyes narrowed. You know that's true. It sounds exactly like something Aizen would do. Naruto pointed out. That really doesn't change anything. I'll still go out and crush Kurosaki and anyone who gets in my way. Grimmjow told him. No, Aizen wants you to go out and get yourself killed. Go and fight Kurosaki and you'll probably have your fight interrupted by reinforcements. I know you're strong, Grimmjow. I respect that strength, but you aren't stupid. You can't handle 2 or 3 captains at the same time. Naruto told him. Then what the hell are you suggesting? I'm going to rebel against and kill Aizen. Naruto told him seriously. Already this has to be some sort of joke. No joke. I've already taken care of Kyoka Suigetsu and I have a plan to kill Aizen. You can help me and follow me and get out of this whole thing alive. Remember, I saved your life once before, and I can do it again. Naruto told him. Grimmjow looked at him. What's the plan? Naruto stepped into the confines of Zael's lab and watched the various beakers and tanks bubble quietly. Zael looked up and noticed him as he finished looking over a set of papers on his lab desk. He sighed and pushed up his glasses. Ah, Naruto-sama, what can I do for you? I'm actually checking up on that combat data that I was expecting you to record. Ah yes. Zael walked over to a set of machine and pulled out a disk. I extracted the data from Lumina and Verona. I was able to get the information when Lumina observed Grimmjow's battles and Verona's observations on your own battles. Yes, that was one of the things I wanted to ask you. It's about Lumina's report. Do you see the masks? Naruto said. Zael huffed. Of course I did, the Kurosaki boy and the other Shinigami manifesting hollow powers. Quite a surprise, but I looked it over. And your opinions? On the Reiatsu, I analyzed it. It has a 97.4% similarity to ours. They are hybrids, although the boy seems to be more of a hollow than the other Shinigami. How so? Naruto asked, intrigued. Zale slicked back his hair, being in his element. If the Shinigami was 60/40ths in terms of Shinigami, hollow hybrid nature, then the boy was an almost perfect 50/50, for what little I could read during the 11 seconds he manifested that mask. Yes, he obviously didn't have full control of it, but you saw the other Shinigami fire a Sero, didn't you? Yes, I did. It was rather unexpected that he could do that. Zale admitted. Then if someone like that can use a Sero, then what can we do? Can be use Kido or possibly manifest a Shinigami's Zanpaku too? Naruto wondered. Why are you asking me? Zale asked. Well, I thought you would hold the answer, considering your reputation. I don't see the point. Non-hollows are inferior to hollows, right? I do one day hope that Aizen-sama wipes out all non-hollows. Zale sighed. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That's an odd statement from someone like you. He told him. What are you getting at? If all non-hollows are wiped out, then what would you study? And if we don't have any more non-hollows, then where do we get new hollows from? I would have thought that someone like you would love the idea of new potential test subjects. Zale was silent for a moment. I never quite thought of it like that. Ah, then think about my words, Zale. I need you to prepare Lumina and Verona again for my next mission. And what would that be? Zale asked him. The attack on Karakura. You don't expect to be on the front lines, do you? Oh dear me. Naruto's hand flew to his mouth. Zale looked at him with renewed interest. What exactly are you saying, Segunda-sama? The scientist asked. I don't know. Say theoretically that Aizen only considered the top 4 to be worthy of the Karakura assault and that he was leaving behind the rest of the Espada as bait for the Gote 13 to trap them in Hueco Mundo. Of course, that's just theoretically. I'm not saying anything for sure, of course. Naruto said as he walked away from Zale. Theoretically, of course. But you like your theories, don't you, Zale? Harem sat on a pillar, looking over Las Noches, her arms tucked under her as she watched the desert. No, I'm going to bring Harem-sama her tea, came the voices of her fractions distantly. No, I am. Naruto appeared with Sonito next to her. A penny for your thoughts? He asked. What? A human expression, I heard. Did you get the data I sent from you with my fight? Naruto told her. Harem turned to look at him. Yes, it was most informative. She looked back out into the desert. I can sense them heading closer. They are nearing the Trace Cyphas, she told him. Are you worried? He asked. Of course not. We aren't mean to fight them anyway. Harem said, referring to the top 4. True, but it feels wrong abandoning Las Noches. Naruto commented. I have to agree, but sacrifices must be made for victory. Harem said. Victory. I can guarantee we will be victorious. Naruto said. I have no doubts. Aizen-sama's plan is brilliant. Harem told him. Yes, Aizen-sama's plan is good. Naruto said. But mine's better. Dordoni Alessandro del Socaccio groaned as he lay back on the cold floor of Las Noches. His blood fell down into the cold floor below. Distantly he heard the footsteps of the Shinigami retreat away. He had fought the Shinigami called Kurosaki in hopes of regaining his Espada rank. He had failed. Eventually, after beating on the boy in his Shikai state, he had pushed the boy to use Bankai and then proceeded to turn into a hollow, practically cutting Dordoni in half. As his resurrection faded away, he looked up blankly into the ceiling. A swish of Sonito announced the arrival of the Exequias. He heard more steps as they surrounded him. The emotionless skull face of Rudoben gazed around him, an executioner's gaze into those empty blank holes. Dordoni-sama, do not fear, we will make this quick. There was a rasp as Arbol was drawn from its sheath. Dordoni shut his eyes and sighed. So this is how it ended. Then there was a cough. Rudoben turned around to see Ggio Vega and Avarama Redder stand, looking expectantly. What exactly are you doing, Rudoben? Ggio asked. What are you doing out of your quarters? Rudoben countered. We were ordered to by Naruto-sama. Aizen-sama's orders only specified the Espada. We came as messengers, Avarama said. What message do you carry? Rudoben asked. Ggio looked over to Dordoni's bloody body. Namely, Naruto-sama wanted the wounded to be immediately retrieved and taken to the medical bay for treatment. Somehow I don't think that's what you're doing, the Frashën noted. My orders come from Zael Aporo-sama, Rudoben began. Last time I checked, Naruto-sama was Segunda, a much higher rank than Octava. And he was quite clear on what to do with the Privern. GGIO noted. Arbol went back in its sheath. Bring him to the medical wing immediately. Rudoben instructed the Calaveras. Dordoni was in shock for a moment. What had just happened? Her resurrection lost and her spiritual center is destroyed. She is useless to us now, came the voice of Rudoben. Chiruchi Sandarwiki looked up as she saw the forms of the Exequias appear in a burst of sonido. Then she recognized the form of Ggio Vega and Avarama Redder, two of the Segunda's Frashën. What were they doing here? Naruto-sama was clear on that actually. Bring this one to the human girl. Ggio told the Exequia's leader. Chiruchi Sandarwiki blinked in surprise as the human girl's hairpins receded back into their natural shape. She got up slowly, feeling her spiritual powers return to her. She grasped at the ground to see the form of her Zanpakuto intact. Nearby Gantenban got up as well, looking at his reformed Zanpakuto. Dragra flipped back into his wrists. It was as if the human who had beaten him has never struck a single blow against him in the first place. Thank you Inoue-san. Ggio nodded to the girl who didn't reply. The Frashën looked at the two Privern. Would you mind following me? He asked. We don't take orders from a Frashën. Chiruchi snarled. It's not really an order, more of a request. Ggio told her. Remember, you would be dead by Rudoben's blade as not for Naruto-sama's intervention. He had a point. Chiruchi and Gantenban followed the two Frashën out into the outer halls of Las Noches. After a few minutes of silence Chiruchi spoke. Why did he save us? She asked. Naruto-sama values the lives of his allies. Even though you are Privern he still counts you as comrades. Even though you lost to the humans he considers you to be an important asset. He cannot attend to you right now because of other matters though. Hello Zael, Naruto said as he appeared with Sonido. The Octava Espada looked to see Naruto walks towards him. A moment later Rudoben appeared behind Naruto, followed by a group of Exequias in formation. Segunda-sama, I trust you will explain this. Zael looked Rudoben over. Rudoben is telling me a very interesting story. You had ordered him to chase down and kill the Privern if they lost their matches, is this true Zael? Naruto asked calmly. Yes Segunda-sama, I wanted to study the intruder's Reiatsu signatures. Zael told him. A rather noble goal, but I don't think it should have come at the cost of the Privern. And don't give me that look Zael, I know how much you are interested in their Reiatsu, but you would have plenty of time to monitor them with your Frashën after this whole thing blows over. He saw Zael perk up as Naruto peered over at some bubbling beakers. What are you saying Naruto-sama? Zael asked slowly. Nothing. I recommend you just still in your lab until the intruders are taken care of. After all you aren't a frontline fighter are you? Naruto asked him. Zael sighed. You already know that, correct? I do, now Rudoben. Naruto turned to the skull-helmed Exequia's leader. Yes Segunda-sama, he asked. I want you to take your men and report directly to the Quinto for the duration of the invasion, is that understood Rudoben? Yes sir. Jin Ichimaru sat at the darkness of the Las Noches control room. Aizen has the entire palace designed so that the corridors could be shifted at a whim and traps revealed if he so chose. Only his two subordinates and the Espada were allowed in this room. Then he noticed Ulquiorra come quietly into the room, hands folded in his pockets as usual. Jin gave a questioning look and leaned slightly over to look at the approaching Espada who walked silently towards him. Oh, have they already entered the places of the Espada? Ulquiorra asked. Oh, you coming up and talking me, does that mean you don't hate me? Jin asked. Never. Ulquiorra sighed and closed his eyes. As that's so, then you and me better be getting along partner. I only have Luffy around here for company really. Jin told him. Ulquiorra looked down at the glowing controls. This is. Yep, it's alright. Jin smiled at him. The corridor controls, are you? Ulquiorra began. Oh nothing like that, I just hate sad stories. Jin replied. So do I. Came a new voice at the door. Ulquiorra turned to face the newcomer. Naruto-sama, he said flatly. The Segunda gave a wicked grin and reappeared with Sonito next to Jin the chair. The Shinigami captain gave a small leap back as the Segunda came nearby. That was rather rude, he huffed. My apologies. Naruto grinned. Now what's this? The corridor controls. I love games. He began to tinker with a few. What are you doing? Ulquiorra asked him. Making things more interesting, answered Naruto. Renji paused as he ran down the corridor of Las Noches. He had just felt Rukia's Reiatsu flare up suddenly, as if in anger. It was quickly followed by another strange Reiatsu. She had found an opponent probably. He cursed and continued to run along. He had to get to her. About a half-hour later Naruto watched as his four Frashin reappeared with Sonito near him. Across from him Neliel watched him silently as he closed his eyes. Aroniro's final moments played in their brains as they felt his Reiatsu vanish. Looks like AA's gone, Naruto said softly. If it's any consolation his opponent won't be living much longer. Neliel said. Or at least until any medics arrive to help her, like I'm expecting. Naruto answered. Should I go and finish her off, sir? GGIO asked. Number. We have other priorities. Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me at the moment. Instead I want you and Avarama to retrieve AA's body and bring it to the girl. I can't believe that guy had the memories of a Shinigami lieutenant and never told us. We could have learned much from him sooner. Naruto answered. Then he stopped and ran his pesquisa over Las Noches once more. Neliel, be a dear and talk to Grimjow, will you, and restrain him. I have business with Ulquiorra. Chad stopped as he saw a huge familiar form come to stop in front of him. He recognized the face of the Arrancar who had torn up his arm. He activated both of his arms in response as Yami grinned at him with amusement. Hey, you're the ant that I beat up when I first came to the human world. Yeah, Chad said quietly. I don't want to fight unless I absolutely have to, please move. Yami laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound. Make me, you little worm. Chad's fist came in blazing, taking the espada in the gut and throwing Yami back through one of the white walls of Las Noches. The huge Arrancar stumbled and looked up, eyes furious. Where the hell did you get that kind of power? The human was far stronger than he had first encountered him. Chad's response was to fire off an El Directo into Yami's face, sending him staggering back once more. Yami screamed with rage and opened his mouth. Red Reiatsu collected there and a Cero fired off. Chad instinctively raised the Brazo Derecha de Gigante and took the Cero in the arm. He skidded back several feet and pain shot up his arm, but it was intact and he took the Cero. Yami's eyes widened in rage. This was impossible. He reappeared with a burst of Sonito and slammed his fists into Chad, who took the attack once more and dealt Yami a right hook. A knee took him in the chest and he folded as Yami brought his fist around again. The Brazo Izquierda del Diablo caught the attack as Chad threw the massive espada back, Yami's eyes widening as he did so. Then 5 discs of crackling energy formed in Chad's hand as he punched forward quickly. Lemuert. The attack took Yami in the gut and sent the espada flying back again. Yami coughed up blood as his entire world was suddenly thrown out of whack. He staggered back and was hurled through several pillars. A Directo then followed, sending Yami into another pillar. Chad barely had time to react as a battered and bleeding Yami reappeared behind him, Ira rose in one hand. His right shield arm blocked the first blow, with the blade cutting a little in, before Yami rained another series of blows. Then an arrow took Yami through the shoulder as he staggered about. The espada noticed a white-suited teen covered in small wounds appear next to Chad in a burst of Sonito-like movement. You? Chad turned to see his friend. It looked like you needed some help. Ishida turned to look at the fuming Yami, who noticed the small wound in his shoulder. The espada's jacket fell back to reveal a Gothic, 10 inches emblazoned there. He's just number 10, so if we work together we can beat him. Chad stated quietly. I already did a number on him. Yami's eye twitched. You idiots, you won't kill me so easily. He grabbed the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Get angry. Ira, Rukia. Ichigo stopped in his tracks as he detected the last sheds of his Reiatsu in the air. Oh, so you noticed. I thought you were just a brute that swung his word around, but it appears you possess some sense after all. Came a cold voice from above. Ulquiorra's silhouette appeared in a burst of Sonito, light framing his white coat as he slowly stepped down the stairs. "You're that," Ichigo began. "It's been a while, Shinigami," Ulquiorra told him. "You're Ulquiorra," Ichigo said, images of the espada running through his head. The Quattro looked down on him. "You remember my name, but I don't recall telling you it." "Whatever, Kuchiki Rukia is dead," Ulquiorra stated. Ichigo's eyes winded in shock. "What did you say?" More accurately, she and the Novano Espada killed each other at the same time. She was slashed all over and impaled with a spear. "She is no longer alive," Ulquiorra said simply. "Don't tell me that. Rukia's Reiatsu just faded right now. You weren't fighting her, so how could you possibly know?" he asked. "Memory awareness. It's one of the Novano Espada's abilities as well as one of his duties. His role was to convey information about the enemy he fought," Ulquiorra stated tonelessly. Ichigo turned around rapidly. Ulquiorra looked emotionlessly at his back. "Where are you going?" he asked. "To save Rukia," Ichigo answered. "I believe I told you." Ulquiorra suddenly stopped and Ichigo turned around to see a form appear by Ulquiorra. "Man, I can't believe I almost missed this." Naruto shook his head. Ichigo looked over the new blonde-haired Espada. He remembered Hitsugaya's account of his battle. "You're Naruto, the Segunda, aren't you?" he asked. "Correct, that I am." Ichigo tensed up. "Naruto, I was just cleaning up," Ulquiorra started. "I believe Aizen-sama wanted you to stay in your quarters, Ulquiorra, and this doesn't look like the Batcave to me." Naruto made a show of looking around. "Naruto-sama," Ulquiorra started again. "Ulquiorra, do me a favor and return to your quarters immediately and wait there until the top 4 is assembled. I will handle him." Naruto gestured. "I do trust you can obey an order from a superior officer?" he asked. Ulquiorra sighed and disappeared with a burst of sonido. Naruto was silent for a moment as he felt Ulquiorra's Reiatsu disappear. Ichigo looked at him with confusion. "I actually wanted to speak with you before you went," Naruto said. "No, I have to go save Rukia," Ichigo began. Then he was cut off by a huge burst of Reiatsu. His eyes winded. "What the hell was that?" questioned Ichigo. "Ah, that was Yami. I'm afraid the information Soul Society has on the Espada is false. We are not numbered from 1 to 10 but rather from 0 to 9. Naruto informed him. "What the hell are you saying?" "What I'm saying is that when Yami releases he becomes the strongest of us all, or at least theoretically." Naruto shrugged. "But that's not what I wanted to talk to you about," he continued, but Ichigo was already running away. Hey, Naruto reappeared in front of him with a burst of sonido. "Just hear me out." Zangetsu came free of its bandages as Naruto casually blocked it with one hand. "Get out of my way." "Gladly, as soon as you listen to me." Ichigo leapt back as a burst of Reiatsu pushed him back. He looked at the Espada suspiciously. "I'm get this over with soon. I'm not really your enemy or your friend. I hate Aizen and plan to rebel against him. Unfortunately the arrival of you and your friends messed up my plans, but they fit Aizen's perfectly." Naruto told him. "What are you talking about?" the Shinigami demanded. "Haven't you ever wondered why Aizen hasn't crushed you by now? He knows full well that you have invaded and your progress so far. Tough as you and your friends are, they will die against the full might of the Espada. And yet Aizen has chosen not to strike. Do you want to know why? Get to the point. Aizen deliberately lured you here to serve as bait for the Gote 13 so that they would rescue you. Then he would shut off the Garganta access and attack Karakura while you're away." Naruto stated flatly. He watched the Shinigami's face dart through a variety of emotions. "So if I'm right, the captains should be arriving soon to rescue you and your friends. The Kuchiki girl is alive at the moment, and may live. I don't really care as to her fate honestly, but I won't deliberately go out to finish her off. Although I would be hurrying to help your other 2 friends, they need your help more at the moment, unless you're a trained medic." Naruto asked Ichigo. The Shinigami looked like he had swallowed a lemon. He was obviously fighting an internal war in himself. Naruto smirked and stepped out of the way. "There you go, Kurosaki." Renji ran through a long walkway and exited into a dark room. A chill swept through his body as he recognized faint hints of Rukia's Reiatsu. He found himself in a dark room, with the walls and floor iced over. It was the work of Rukia's Zanpakuto. Several feet away he spotted 2 Arankar lift up some sort of white-clad body. One was a shirtless, tanned man with red tattoos spiraling over his body. The other was a younger, effeminate boy with a wispy ponytail. Before he could do anything they vanished in a burst of sonido, revealing Rukia. Rukia, he shouted as he ran towards her. Another Shinigami, came a deep voice. Renji looked around to see a tall dark-skinned man in a white uniform step into the room. It was an Arrancar. Renji took out Zabumaru. Who are you? The man looked at him with amusement. I am Zamari Ruro, the Septima Espada, he said, slowly taking out a spiky-hilted Zanpakuto. 7 That's not too high up. Renji's eyes flickered to see Rukia on the ground. If you intend to rescue that girl, then I can't allow that. Zamari told him. Like hell. Bankai. Reiatsu swirled around as a massive bone snake took shape around Rukia, protecting her. Then the head lashed forward, jaws opening up and roaring. Zamari blurred for a moment as the head passed through him. A sword tore a large slash through Renji's shoulder. He gritted his teeth in pain. Among the Espada, my Sonido is the second fastest after the Segundas. Zamari stated. Hi-ho. Zabumaru then came cashing in as avoided it again. Then two more Zamari appeared next to Renji and slashed him yet again. Zabumaru came at him again. Stay still, damn it. Zamari raised an eyebrow. How intriguing. You make demands of your opponent in battle. Zabumaru crashed against Brujeria as Zamari's Reiatsu flared. In one moment Renji's entire attack was halted. My power is more than speed. Zamari told him. Then the sections of Zabumaru detached and floated in the air, red energy surrounding them. Zamari looked up in amusement. Higa Zeku. Renji shouted as the fragments collided together. Chips of ice and slate were thrown high into the air as Renji looked around for his opponent. Then pain as he looked down to see a Zanpakuto thrust through his chest. Your attack was far too slow to catch me. Zamari said. Brujeria was withdrawn as Renji staggered about, blood spilling from his chest. I pity I didn't even have to release, of course I merely have to decapitate you in order to kill you. Zamari stated. Renji gritted his teeth. Damn it. Then he widened his eyes as he looked behind Zamari. The Septima glanced behind him. And who might you be? He asked the newcomer. Renji already knew who this man was. It was Captain Byakuya. A massive fist crashed into the ground as Chad was thrown back several dozen feet. Pain screamed through his body. The strength of the Espada was unbelievable. It was like incredible that someone could be this strong. Ishida fired off a storm of arrows as Yamihu nearly took it with a flex of his arms. Weak as hell, his fist came crashing through the air as Ishida barely avoided it. More arrows hit the fist, but they were like pinpricks to Yami, who brought his other fist and fired off a massive bala. Again Ishida barely avoided the attack. But he wasn't so lucky the second time. The bala hit him head on as he was sent flying to the ground, his body broken and battered. A massive tail smashed at the ground near him, sending the Quincy flying through the air as sands whipped around him. He coughed out blood as he hit the ground roughly. This is a damned disgrace, having to force me to release like this. Yami rumbled, raising a fist. By Getsuga Tensho. A black crescent hit him in the fact as Yami staggered back, followed by another, and then another. Yami roared in anger and pain as Ichigo suddenly appeared next to Ishida, his hollow mask on. Are you okay? He looked at his friend. Ishida coughed up blood. I'm fine, that guy, he's the Sero. I know. Responded Ichigo as he looked up. Yami shook his head around as blood poured from a small cut on his forehead. Damned insects. A massive bala headed towards Ichigo, who dodged it while grabbing Ishida. The Quincy righted himself after a moment as Ichigo lashed out with a Getsuga, sending the massive Arrancar stumbling back again. Multiple legs rumbled the ground below as Yami charged once again. Then an El Directo impacted his side. Yami barely felt the impact and lashed out with his tail, sending Chad flying into a nearby pillar. Chad. A bala interpret Ichigo as he barely dogged out of the way. Yami's face was twisted with rage. His huge arms pumped forward, sending more and more bala over the place. Huge bursts of sand were blown up into the air as Ishida and Ichigo struggled to dodge the sudden barrage. And then, Ichigo's head snapped around as he sensed a familiar presence. You, Ichigo gasped. Hey Ichigo, what the hell is that? Kenpachi looked up, sword slung over his shoulder. Oh look, it's Barry-kun. Yakiru waved from his shoulder. Kukuku, and released Espada. Interesting. Grinned Mayuri Kuretsuchi as well as he appeared in a burst of shunpo. I can't. Orihime choked out. Why not? Naruto asked her. He killed Kuchiki-san. She sobbed. You promised. That I would do my best and I did. That doesn't mean I'm perfect, however. I had my fraction leave your friend alive when they could have easily finished her off. One of your other friends has found her, and judging by the Reiatsu, one of your captains. You shouldn't have any worries. Now Orihime-san, I'm going to have to ask you again, please heal off. Naruto told her. He was standing in her quarters, the body of Araniero on the floor. His glass head was cracked and broken, the head spilling out over the floor. GGIO had taken time to retrieve both of them. Slowly Orihime's hairpins separated. The golden light surrounded Araniero once again as Naruto watched in amazement as the Espada was restored back to life. The glass head reformed and red liquid filled the head of the Espada once again. Slowly the head's eyes opened up and Araniero rose once more. Where am I? The two heads spoke in unison. You live once more. Thanks to me. It was my fraction who retrieved your body and brought to the Orihime-san here. Naruto indicated. You brought me here. Araniero's voices murmured. Yes, I, nodded Naruto. But we'll talk about that later. Why didn't you tell me that you had the memories of a Shinigami lieutenant? That's one of their higher-ranking officers. I didn't think it was relevant. Araniero offered hesitantly. Naruto sighed. The top 4 are moving out. You are to accompany me personally and tell me everything about the enemy captains as quickly as you can. Banzai Aizen Sama. Before Renji's eyes the dark-skinned Arankar faded away into the wind. He slowly got up, shifting rubble out of the way as he looked at the bloodied form of his captain. Byakuya had arrived to rescue him in the nick of time. For the first few minutes to the fight they tested the waters, sparring with each other. Renji tried to help, but Byakuya had told him in no uncertain terms to stay out of his battle. It was typical behavior for the captain. Then the Espada released his Zanpakuto. The Arankar's release was strange to say the least, but deadly. Renji himself remembered blacking out as the Espada took control of his body. When he looked, the ashes of the Arankar were already fading away into the wind. Captain, Renji began, do not speak, but observe your own wounds. Byakuya admonished him. I'll be there soon. Hanataro looked up from his healing work on Rukia's body. He had arrived in the aftermath of the battle. No, I can move, I have to help Ichigo. Renji got up slowly. No, Byakuya shook his head again. That fight you don't have to worry about. Sand was kicked up everywhere as Ichigo got up slowly. He coughed out a bit of sand and retrieved Zangetsu from the ground. Nearby he spotted the form of one of the 4th Division medics moving through the sands to watch over a wounded Chad. That was boring, remarked Kenpachi as he looked at the massive corpse of Yami. Poison ain't no way to win a fight. That's very rude, you should be glad to have ingested the antidote I gave to you beforehand. Mayuri hissed. The battle with Yami was long and brutal. Kenpachi at first had an easy time cutting off various body parts while Kanjiki Ashizogi Jizo gouged and poisoned the monstrous Arankar. However, due to the immense Reiatsu that Yami possessed, the poison took a slow time in affecting him. Eventually Yami transformed into a newer, more ape-like form and demolished the caterpillar-like form of Ashizogi Jizo. Then Unohana finally stepped in. Ichigo had never seen the woman fight before, but it was truly breathtaking. Yami finally died between the blades of Kenpachi, Unohana and the poison of Mayuri's Bankai. Speaking of which, Ichigo fell to the ground, coughing up blood. He looked up towards the 12th Division captain. Why you? He choked out. Oh yes, the antidote. Mayuri mused. He fished quizzically in his bag for a moment, inspecting it for a blue vial which he threw at Ichigo. The substitute Shinigami caught it and gulped it all down quickly. Thanks. I don't want your thanks, human. Mayuri snapped back. He looked over the massive corpse of Yami. It's going to be a pain dissecting this, he remarked. Nemu. Yes sir. Retrieve a blood sample. Man, this really was boring. Hey Ichigo, did you find anything tougher? Kenpachi asked him casually. Sorry, can't talk. I've got to save Inoue. Ichigo turned around. looking for Ishida, who climbed slowly out of the sands. You two shouldn't be moving. You are wounded. Let me look at you. Hana said calmly to them. But Inoue. Ichigo began. Now, Hana said firmly. The orange-haired Shinigami swallowed nervously. Yes ma'am. Then Tentikura hit everyone. For your success against the Espada you have my deepest respect. Aizen's voice filled the air. Success against us. He doesn't hold much respect for us. Naruto muttered as he walked into the chamber room of the fifth tower. Neliel looked up at Naruto walked into the room, Araniero behind him. His Frashin moved in formation as well. Next to her were Peshi and Dondochaka, each flanking Orihime. Grimmjow was sitting bored on a nearby pillar and Rudoben stood at attention. Naruto, she said, getting up. Is it time? She asked. Yes. Soon Aizen is going to finish and we'll deploy. He confirmed. He'll probably leave you in charge, seeing as after Ulquiorra you are the highest ranking Espada here. He told her. He moved in closer and leaned in to whisper into his ear. Is it time for the plan? She asked softly, so no one could hear. Yes. Naruto trailed a finger over her scar. That thing is unsightly. Perhaps you should remove it. His eyes flickered over to Orihime. And I'm leaving you in charge of the girl, Neliel. Came Aizen's voice from the casting Kido, cutting off her reply. She looked at Naruto as they separated. Don't die, she said to him. I won't. Smiled Naruto. Aizen Sasuke stepped out into the air above Karakura town. He looked down at the faces of his old comrades. Their expressions stern and unforgiving before him. It was only to be expected that they would be like that, he thought. Looks like we made it just in time. Yamamoto said gruffly, his voice carrying across the winds. Made it in time. Where on earth do you have proof for such a thing? Aizen responded, a knowing smirk on his face. I know this is not the real Karakura town, but this is not something to be concerned about. He looked behind him. Stark, Naruto, Harabel and Ulquiorra, come. He commanded. 4 Garganta opened in the middle of the sky. Reality spitting apart. Stark rubbed his head as Lillinette picked her nose. Black panes folded away from the blue sky, revealing Naruto's calm face as his 4 Frashin and Araniero stood behind him. Harabel stood calmly as her Frashin followed her. Ulquiorra stood alone and stoic. Aroniro. Aizen turned to look beneath him. I revived him, Aizen-sama, answered Naruto. I find his company entertaining. The Seguna explained. Aizen looked him over for an instant, eyes studying him, then he turned back to face Yamamoto. Since Karakura is in Soul Society, then I'll just destroy you all here and complete the key on Soul Society. The Arrancar stepped forward. It's just that simple. Silence filled the air as Naruto looked over the forms of the captains. That's Captain Commander Yamamoto, he is extremely powerful. Aroniro had told him minutes ago. He looked over, seeing Hitsugaya, a petite woman, some sort of dog man, a white-haired man, somebody that looked like Stark and a bunch of other lieutenants that didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. The difference of power between a captain and a lieutenant was immense. Naruto himself could single-handedly defeat every lieutenant and Frashin on this field combined. Only Aeon would give him the slightest pause. Simply put, this was a battle of the captain class, the Frashin and lieutenants were a mere sideshow. So, Naruto began slowly, are we going to do this or what? He was interrupted as Yamamoto's cane transformed into a Zanpakuto. Everyone step back, turn all creation into ash, Ryujin Jaka, the ancient captain said. An immense pillar of fire filled the air and Naruto's eyes winded. The power of this Shikai was immense and not be underestimated. A wave of fire lashed forward as the captain commander brought his blade chasing down. In a second Aizen, Chusen and Jin were enveloped in raging fire. Naruto felt the heat keenly on his skin as he fell back in the air, whistling in appreciation as he saw the fire cage form around Aizen. That was impressive. That's pretty hot, Naruto commented. Jukaku Enju. They can't leave that wall of fire for a little while at least. The old man gruffly said. Naruto's ears picked up to hear his words. Now let's take our time in crushing them, shall we? He spoke out loud. Not a chance, old geezer. Naruto smirked. He turned to the other Arrancar. Does anyone have any objection to me taking command? None, Naruto. Harabel told him. None, Naruto-sama, Ulquiorra said coldly. Stark shrugged. Naruto knew he didn't care at all. Lillinet kicked him angrily. Now, what have get got here? We have many enemies and Aizen is stuck in the flames. Naruto remarked. I think you underestimate Aizen-sama, Naruto. Harem told him. Maybe, but let's not take any chances now, shall we? Now as for the battle, Naruto looked over the Shinigami. We can't stay on the defensive at all. If we do that, the Shinigami will just outmaneuver us and dictate the terms of the battle. Naruto said. Alright, the town beneath us is a fake created by Soul Society. Aizen said we have to infiltrate Soul Society to create the King's Key, but do we really need to go to all that trouble? Naruto asked. The pillars, Ulquiorra asked him. Yeah, 4 pillars, destroy those and the real human town reappears here. Naruto said confidently. He turned to Findor. Will you do the honors? Yes, sir. The Frashian brought up his wrist blade and gave a sharp whistle. Reality ripped apart and 4 massive hollows crawled their way into existence slowly. They looked up and roared, launching themselves against each pillar. The pillars should be at the cardinal points, right? Naruto commented to himself. Across the battle line, Naruto could see a fat Shinigami begin to panic at the discovery. Fools! Yamamoto's voice rang across the air. The hollows fell apart, sliced into pieces, their bodies fading away as they were purified. Do you really think we would leave such important locations undefended? No, they are guarded by elite fighters. Yamamoto proclaimed. Naruto looked over and sensed 4 new Reiatsu. Reinforcements. I see. Naruto turned to his comrades. We'll be forming up into teams and taking out the pillars one by one. This not a sparring match but the real thing. Do try and take prisoners if possible for interrogation, but be reasonable and place our side first. Naruto told everybody. Now, no offense Eren, but you aren't strong enough to face the captains if I'm correct, you should be good enough for the lieutenants though. None taken. Gurgled the Novano. Alright, GGIO, Mila Rose, you take the North Tower, Findor, Sun, Tesla, you get the East, Avarama, Apache, you get the South. Harem take the West, Stark, Ulquiorra, move to engage the captains with me and keep them busy. Eren stay with me and keep on feeding me information about my opponents. Naruto ordered. Harem's head snapped in confusion. Naruto knew full well that her Frashian fought best as a team. Why was he splitting them up? It made no sense at all. Naruto, I've got it all taken care of, Naruto assured her. She didn't know that he needed the pillars to be intact to slow down Aizen's plans as much as possible. Naruto didn't care about the Awaken or Aizen's war. He just wanted to extract as many comrades as he could from this mess and kill Aizen. Aeon would screw up his plans if her Frashian summoned him. He didn't need an uncontrolled berserker on the battlefield. And so far his plan was going according to plan. He just needed for Wonderweiss to appear and then he would strike. But in the meantime he would keep up appearances. Let's start this party, ladies and gentlemen. Sharpen your blades and go. Naruto shouted, drawing his sword. Get ready. Put the entirety of your spirit on the line here. Be a steel wall even if your flesh is torn asunder to the last shards of bone. Yamamoto roared. You must not let them take even a single step into Soul Society. All lieutenants move and redeploy to the pillars. Captain Komamura, you have the female Espada. He continued as the Eren launched forwards. Wow, that's hot, man. The captain commander really went all out, Jin whistled. He looked over to Aizen. So what's the plan, Captain Aizen? We can't exactly do much from here. He admitted. There is no plan. This battle will be long over before we need to lift a finger, Aizen told him. Really, aren't you a little disturbed by Naruto-kun? After all, he's the one who's going to assume command. Jin. Aizen looked at him, a faint smile in his lips. I am quite well aware of Naruto-kun's ambitions. Let me repeat this to you. There is no plan. I am amused by my pawns. I'm looking forward to see what Naruto-kun's next move is. Huracan came out of its sheath in time to block a sword from the petite female across from him. She was clad in the Haori of the 2nd Division and her dark hair was cut short around her head. With the exception of 2 long braids, she was rather pretty in a tomboyish way. Who exactly are you? Naruto asked as he began to force her back. I don't tell my name to targets. She responded, zipping around and kicking at him, only to have Naruto catch her and fling her back. She landed in the air, skidding back as she looked up in disbelief. Nobody since Yoruichi-sama had been able to counter that move. Soy Fawn of the 2nd Division. She is a speed type with a poison type Zanpakuto. Araniero reported. Thanks Naruto adjusted his stance in the air. Soy Fawn looked at the strange Arankar behind the other Espada. How had he known that? I might as well tell you my name since you're second also. Soy Fawn's eyes winded as she caught the implication of those words. Segunda Espada, Naruto Uzumaki. And I am Novano Espada, Just call him Trust me, it's a lot easier than his full name. Naruto interjected. Toshiro Hitsugaya, said Ulquiorra tonelessly as he locked blades with the white-haired captain. The shorter captain glared at him. Their green eyes matched each other with the same cold expression. Naruto-sama has given a full report on your abilities. Ulquiorra continued. Hitsugaya frowned. What rank are you Espada? He asked as the two speared with a clash of blades. Quattro Espada, Ulquiorra cipher. Harabelle stooped in midair as a massive Shinigami appeared before her. She unsheathed Tiburon from her back and studied her new opponent. He was almost twice as tall as her and appeared to have the head of a dog. This is where you stop. The Shinigami accounted, hefting his own blade. What are you? Harabelle asked. I have never seen a Shinigami such as yourself before. It doesn't matter, Komamura said as he charged in. Hisagi looked up as two Arankar appeared in front of him. One was a youthful-looking boy wearing some sort of tiger skull on his head. He clutched a squared-off katana. The other was a beautiful woman with deeply tanned skin. She was carrying a broadsword. Well, here we are. Tell me what's your name, Shinigami? The woman asked. Hisagi Shuhei, lieutenant of the 9th Division. He answered, his voice guarded as he brought Kazushini up. Lieutenant, I see. Let's do this quickly, GGIO said. He appeared in front of Hisagi in a burst of Sonido and Tigra Estoque collided with Hisagi's blade. Rapidly the two flew into an exchange of attacks. GGIO smirked. This was a highly skilled opponent if he was reading him correctly. Suddenly the Frashin lashed out with a kick, sending Hisagi flying back several feet. Then GGIO rushed at him, sword pointed out. Hisagi leapt out of the way only to hastily block Mila Rose's Zanpakuto. He grunted as GGIO reappeared and kicked him in the side of his head. I've got him, Mila Rose shouted gleefully as he moved in, Leona raised. Growl, Heineka. Swirling ash suddenly shielded Hisagi. Matsumoto-san. Hisagi looked up to see her appear with Shunpo beside him. Do you need help? She asked. Findor looked down at the bald Shinigami in front of him. Beside him Sun and Tesla appeared, blades drawn. The Shinigami began. Akaku Madarame of the 11th Division. We already know about you and your comrade who I fought earlier. Findor said. He finished chipping away at his mask. Akaku peered at him. You're the guy that Yumashika fought. So is it going to be all of you at the same time? He hefted his Zanpakuto, already in Shikai. Sorry, but the 11th don't do anything more than one-on-ones, said Yumashika as he appeared on the platform. Akaku looked at him. The captain commander is ordering me everybody to reinforce the 3 pillars. Captain Komamura is covering my post. Yumashika said. One-on-ones. I'm sorry, but this is war. Let's go, Tesla said as he moved in, Sun following him as Yumashika was suddenly cornered by 2 Arankar, but before he could raise his blade, Tesla's sword was stopped by another Shinigami. Iba, it would be better if this was 3-on-3. Iba said, his Zanpakuto already unsheathed. Izuru, I'm here, Omeda huffed as he landed next to the stoic 3rd Division lieutenant. Up ahead some sort of shirtless Arankar was yelling random threats at him while a female with short hair looked annoyed at the whole behavior. Frustrated, Apaki slapped Avarama. What the hell are you doing? She shrieked at him. It's my ritual, I have to do it. It's stupid, that's what. We're here to fight, not to talk. TCH. Avarama drew his Zanpakuto. I guess sure. He turned to the Shinigami. Well, here we come. Scalp. Aguila, are you scared? Neliel asked the girl. Orihime looked at her, hesitating to say something. She's so quiet all the time. What's wrong? Scared? Grimjow asked. She probably is, Neliel agreed. But don't worry child, can you hear me? He asked. Orihime bowed her head. Yes ma'am. Neliel nodded. I'm not going to hurt you. Grimjow, I think we should put Naruto's plan into action. Action. Luffy looked around. Rudobin glanced at her. What plan? Luffy asked. Aizen-sama stated he had no use for the girl anymore. He also stated that the enemy here is free to come and take her. It's come to my attention and that of the Segunda that the enemy is primarily after the girl. And seeing as we have no further use for her, I have one solution. Neliel gently took Orihime. Please don't be worried. Grimjow, please stay here with Luffy. Rudobin, come with me. Neliel commanded as she disappeared in a burst of Sonido. Rudobin followed her, along with a group of Calaveras. After a few moments Luffy began to open his mouth. He shut it when Grimjow began to glare at him. Ichigo flew over the vast white sands of Las Noches. Orihime was being held in the tower above, he knew that. He felt only adrenaline and panic run through his body after Aizen's message to the Shinigami in Hueco Mundo. The bastard had tricked them all. Ichigo felt like an idiot for running into such a trap. Now his hometown would be destroyed right now if not for the efforts of Soul Society. He had to rescue Orihime and find a way to return. Then he stopped in midair as an Arrancar appeared in front of him. She was a tall beautiful woman with lone green hair. Her mask fragment took the form of a horned helmet on her head. She had Orihime in her hands as she set herself down lightly on the sands. Another skull-headed Arrancar appeared behind her. Let her go, Ichigo began, reappearing to summon his mask. Okay, I will let her go, on one condition. The woman said. Huh, this was not what Ichigo was expecting. I am the Quinto Espada. Neliel tu Odelschwank. We have no further use for the girl and I see no reason to hold her any longer. I will release her to you without a fight if you and your allies agree to leave Las Noches. She stated. Kurosaki-kun, said Orihime softly. I realize that you are a substitute Shinigami and not officially part of the Gote 13's military. However, allies have come to rescue you and your friends. Neliel said. But how are we supposed to get out of here? Ichigo asked. Neliel shrugged. Your problem, not mine. Now do we have a deal? She asked. Ichigo paused, looking at Orihime's hopeful eyes. Yes, he said, lowering his Zanpakuto. Neliel nodded and let go of the girl who fell to the sand softly. Ichigo quickly grabbed Orihime as Neliel stepped away. Leave Las Noches at least. Rudobin will be monitoring the central compounds. If any of your allies attempt to attack us, we will defend ourselves. Neliel told him before the Arrancar disappeared in a burst of Sonido. Inoue, are you alright? Ichigo asked with concern. Why yes Kurosaki-kun, she stuttered. The end. Now we will see you in next video.